of Campbell Soups present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. There are clearly a number of ways in which a Christmas carol could be introduced. Myself, I am most struck by the happy fortune that enables us on this Christmas Eve to present Mr. Lionel Barrymore, the best-loved actor of our time, in the world's best-loved Christmas story, A Christmas Carol. It is the American way, as we know, to establish traditions quickly where popular instinct and sentiment pronounce them sound. And so it is that today, actually only the 5th anniversary of Mr. Lionel Barrymore's first playing of the part of Ebenezer Scrooge for the Campbell Playhouse, there is, I think, in all America, nothing more eagerly awaited, more firmly rooted in the hearts of the radio family that numbers millions, than this yearly performance of A Christmas Carol. A Christmas Carol, as Charles Dickens wrote it, has by common consent long been a classic. Mr. Lionel Barrymore's appearance in it is rapidly becoming one. And now, just before A Christmas Carol, Ernest Chappell has a special Christmas greeting from the makers of Campbell Soups. Mr. Chappell.
Thank you, Orson Welles. As the old year draws toward its close, we of Campbell's feel a bond of warmth and gratitude toward each of you, our friends. For you see, in homes everywhere throughout the land, Campbell Soups have been welcomed. Day by day and week by week, you have placed confidence in us and in the foods we make. And there isn't anything we appreciate more deeply than the fact that so many of you have elected to let Campbell's make your soups for you. And so when Christmas comes, we look about to find some way to show our appreciation, some Christmas present by which to say thank you. The gift we chose 5 Christmases ago and have chosen each year since has become a part of Christmas to many and many a family. It has become a Christmas custom to gather around the radio to hear and to enjoy A Christmas Carol. And since it is Christmas Eve, we hope, too, that the younger members of the family are permitted to stay up and listen before dreams and visit of Santa. We get a great deal of pleasure planning and preparing this Christmas gift, and now it's ready. Off come the wrappings, off come the tags that say, please do not open till Christmas. Out comes the card, to you from Campbell's. And here is the gift itself.
Marley was dead to begin with. There's no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it. And Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail. Scrooge knew he was dead? Of course he did. Scrooge and Marley were partners for I don't know how many years. Oh, but he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone, was Scrooge. A squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. And once upon a time, of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve, old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house, a grim, cheerless place if ever there was one. The door of Scrooge's counting house was open, that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, Bob Cratchit, who in a cold and dismal little cell beyond worked at his ledgers.
19, 20, 21, 22. Merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. 23, 26, 29. Carry 2. Christmas Day. 11, 13, 17, 7, carry 1. Hour and
Bob Cratchit.
Yes, Mr. Scrooge?
Stop that infernal caterwauling.
Yes, sir. 9, 15, 17, 29, carry 1.
Impudence. Singing their idiotic Christmas carols at my very door. Go somewhere else and bellow your blasted carols, or I'll give you in charge.
Sorry, Governor. It's an old
Yes, and I don't want any of your old customs. Take your fellow fools and go away. Christmas. Blah.
Right, sir. Merry Christmas anyway, sir.
A Merry Christmas, Uncle. A Merry Christmas, Bob.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Fred.
God save you, Uncle.
Humbug.
Christmas a humbug, Uncle? Now, I'm sure you don't mean that.
I mean just that. Exactly that. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry? What reason have you? You're poor enough.
Well, what right have you to be dismal about Christmas, Uncle? You're rich enough. Now, Uncle, don't be cross.
Well, what else can I be when I live in such a world of fools? What's Christmas to you but a time for paying bills without money? Merry Christmas. A time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer. If I could work my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips would be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should.
Uncle?
Nephew, keep your Christmas in your own way and let me keep it in mine.
Keep it, but you don't keep it, Uncle.
Well, let me leave it alone then. What do you want? A Christmas gift, I've no doubt.
I came to wish you a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Merry Christmas. Much good may Christmas do you. Much good it ever has done you.
There are many things from which I derive good by which I have not profited materially, I dare say, Uncle. Christmas among the rest. But I have always thought of Christmas time as a good time. A kind, forgiving, charitable, pleasant time. And therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe it has done me good and will do me good. And I say, God bless it. God bless Christmas. Hurrah!
Let me hear another sound out of you there, Bob Cratchit, and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation. As to you, nephew, I wonder you don't go into Parliament. You talk enough nonsense.
Don't be angry, Uncle. I want nothing from you. I ask nothing of you. Why can't we be friends?
Good afternoon.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I've tried. A Merry Christmas to you, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year, too.
Humbug.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Bob, and the missus, and to Tiny Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Fred. Same to you, sir. Good day, sir.
Good day, Bob.
Nonsense. Twaddle. Lummery. Talking of Christmas and not 2 sixpences to jingle together in his trousers pocket. You there, Bob Cratchit. Come here. What are you doing there?
I was only putting a bit more coal on the fire, Mr. Scrooge. Seeing it's so cold in there, sir.
Well, you put that coal back into the scuttle. A fire. A fire, indeed. I can tell you, if you use coal at that rate, you and I will soon be parting company, Bob Cratchit. You understand that? There's many a young fella like your situation, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. My fingers were getting a little stiff with the cold.
Then put on your mittens. There's someone at the door. See who it is.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This is the firm of Scrooge and Marley.
Yes, sir.
I should like to see the head of the firm, if I may.
Oh, very good, sir.
What is it?
A gentleman to see you, Mr. Scrooge.
Huh?
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Marley's been dead these 7 years tonight. I'm
Well,
Scrooge.
now, Mr. Scrooge, at this season of the year, it's only fitting that we who are more fortunate should raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth. You may not believe it, sir, but many thousands are now in want of common necessities, and hundreds of thousands are in want of the simplest comforts, sir.
Are there no prisoners?
There are plenty of prisons, sir.
And the workhouses? They're still in operation, I trust.
I wish I could say they are not, but they are, sir.
The treadmill and the poor law are in full vigor, then?
Both very busy, sir.
Oh, well, I'm very glad to hear that. I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful cause.
No, sir, all these institutions that you mention are flourishing. But it's nevertheless true that some additional provision for the poor and the destitute must be made. A few of us upon change are endeavoring to raise such a fund, you see. And what shall I put you down for?
Nothing.
Oh, I see. You wish to be anonymous, sir.
I wish to be let alone. I don't make merry myself at Christmas time, and I can't afford to keep a lot of idle people and make them merry. I help support the establishments that take care of the poor. They cost enough. Let those who are badly off go there.
Many can't go there, sir. And many would rather die.
Well, then, my advice to them is to do so and decrease the surplus population. Besides, I've only your word for it that all this is so.
The truth, Mr. Scrooge.
Well, so be it then. It's not my business. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, sir.
I quite understand, Mr. Scrooge.
Cratchit, Show this gentleman out.
Yes, sir. This way, please. Sir, I couldn't help overhearing. I should like to contribute threepence.
Cratchit!
Yes, sir. It isn't much, but it's all I can afford. But there are others in worse situation than I.
You're a generous fellow. I wish I might say so of your employer.
Cratchit!
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Yes, sir.
Merry Christmas. Close the door.
Yes, sir. I have closed it, sir. 24, 31, 1 and carry 3. A new scarlet tippet for Tiny Tim. And a comb for Martha. 33, 3 and carry 3. Hair ribbon for Belinda. 4, 7, 12, 15.
I suppose you want the entire day tomorrow.
If it's quite convenient, sir.
It's not convenient, and it's not fair. But I suppose I can't do anything about it. If I was to stop half a crown of your wages, you'd think yourself very ill-used, I'll be bound.
Well, sir,
And yet you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work?
It's only once a year, sir.
Once a year. Once a year, indeed. A fine excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. But I suppose it's no good talking. You must have the whole day. Well, see that you're here all the earlier the next morning. Do you understand?
Oh, I will, sir. I will, sir, indeed. Good night, sir, and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
The office was closed in a twinkling, and Bob Cratchit, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling below his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill 20 times in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could pelt to play with his family at Blind Man's Buff. Scrooge, on the other hand, took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern. Having read all the newspapers and spent the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went to his dismal house. Darkness is cheap, and Scrooge likes it. The yard was so dark that even Scrooge, who knew its every stone, had to grope with his hands through the fog and the frost to find the door. Scrooge walked through his rooms to see that all was right. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa. Nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet. Closed the door. Locked himself in, double locked himself in. And took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown and slippers and his nightcap, and sat down before the fire to take his gruel.
Marley! I could have sworn I saw... humbug. Marley's been dead these 7 years. Humbug. It's all humbug. What I need is a good night. What's that? Someone's in the wine cellar. But the door's locked and double locked. It's coming. Something is coming closer. Outside my door. I won't believe it. It's humbug still.
Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge.
Oh, no. What do you want with me?
I want much of you, Ebenezer.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Are you very particular for a ghost? All right. Who were you then?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
Jacob Marley. But you're dead. You died 7 years ago.
7 years ago this very night.
You are a ghost, then?
What's wrong, Ebenezer? Don't you believe in me?
I do not.
You doubt your senses, Ebenezer?
Yes, because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheats. You can't be a ghost. You may be an undigested bit of beef, a blot of mustard, a crumb of cheese, a fragment of an underdone potato. There may be more gravy than grave about you, whatever you are. Humbug, I tell you. Humbug. Excuse me, Jacob. Excuse me. I do believe in you. You are a ghost, Jacob.
Thank you.
But why do you walk the earth, Jacob? Why do you come to me?
It is required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men and travel far and wide to witness what it cannot share but might have shared on earth and turn to happiness.
Oh, tell me, Jacob, what is that chain you wear around you?
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard by my own free will. Is its pattern strange to you, Ebenezer?
Cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, purses.
Yours was as heavy and as long as this 7 years ago. And you have labored on it since, Ebenezer.
Oh, Jacob, speak comfort to me.
Comfort I have none to give. I cannot rest, I cannot stay, I cannot linger. Weary journeys lie before me.
You travel fast?
Yes, Ebenezer, on the wings of the wind.
7 years dead and traveling all the time?
7 years, Ebenezer. 7 years of remorse. Ebenezer, do you know that no space of regret can make amends for one life's opportunities misused?
But you were always a good man of business, Jacob.
Business? Mankind was my business. Charity, mercy, benevolence, they were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business.
Oh, Jacob, don't take on so. Jacob.
Listen to me, Ebenezer.
I listen to you, Jacob. Go on, Jacob, speak to me. But don't be so flowery.
Ebenezer, I am here to warn you that you have yet a chance and hope of escaping my fate. Do you hear that, Ebenezer?
Yes, Jacob. You always were a good friend to me, Jacob. Thank you, Jacob. But go on. Go on. Go on. How shall I escape? Oh, I'm afraid, Jacob.
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Is that the only chance and hope, Jacob?
It is your only chance and hope.
Then I think I'd rather not.
Without their visit, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow, when the bell tolls 1.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
Ebenezer, look that for your own sake you remember what has passed between us. And remember, when the bell tolls 1, look for the first spirit.
Marley. Jacob Marley.
Scrooge awoke. He was lying on his bed fully dressed. Suddenly the curtains of his bed were drawn aside. Scrooge found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them. As close to it as I am now to you. And I am standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child. Yet not so like a child as like an old man.
Who's that?
Ebenezer Scrooge, I have come for you.
You are the spirit, sir, whose coming was foretold me?
I am that spirit.
What are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
Long past?
No, your past.
But, what do you want of me? What brings you here to haunt me?
Your welfare, Ebenezer Scrooge. Rise and walk with me.
Oh, no, not out of the window. I can't do that. I'll fall down. I'm not a spirit. I'm mortal. I'll fall.
Bear but a touch of my hand upon your heart, and you shall be upheld in more than this. Come, follow me.
Where are we? What's become of the city? And there's snow upon the ground. Where are we?
These are the shadows of the things that have been. You recognize this countryside?
Oh, I know every inch of it. Every rock, every tree.
And that bleak building over there?
That building. I was a boy there. Yes, I went to school in that horrible place.
Do you recollect that path?
I could walk it blindfold.
Strange you've forgotten so many years. Come, let us go closer. Look through the window into that cold, barren room. What do you see, Ebenezer Scrooge?
I see a boy.
A solitary child, neglected by his family, alone.
Yes, I see. I know that boy. Oh, I was so lonely. Poor boy.
Your lip is trembling, Scrooge. And what is that on your cheek?
It's nothing at all. I wish it's too late for that now.
What's the matter?
Nothing. The waits came to my door singing Christmas carols last night. There was a boy like that among them. A poor, thin, pale boy in a ragged coat. I'd like to have given him something, that's all.
Is that all? Come, Ebenezer Scrooge. Let us see another Christmas. Do you know this place, Ebenezer Scrooge?
Know it? Why, this is the counting house where I was apprenticed.
Listen.
Choose your partners.
Why, it's my old master. Bless his heart, old Fezziwig. My master, alive again, and hosting one of his Christmas parties. Listen to him.
Red Benito, and back to your places.
There's Dick Wilkins. Poor Dick. Dear, yes? And look, there's Mrs. Fezziwig herself, looking younger than any of them. And the tables all loaded with roast and cider and mince pie and beer. Oh, what a jolly time we used to have.
That carefree young man with the light heart and the gay smile. Do you recognize him?
Yes. Merciful heaven. How happy I was then.
A small matter for old Fezziwig to make those silly folks so full of joy.
Small matter? Small indeed.
Isn't it? He has spent only a few pounds of your mortal money. Is that so much that he deserves praise?
It's not that. It's not that, Spirit. Old Fezziwig has the power to make us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or heavy. His power lies in words and looks, in things so tiny it's impossible to count him up. The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost her...
What is the matter?
Nothing at all, Spirit.
Something, I think.
No.
Speak.
No. Only, it's just that I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk, Bob Cratchit, just now, that's all. My time grows short, and we have yet another journey to make. Where now? Come. This is our last visit to the past, Ebenezer. Here, in this little room, with a fair young girl by your side. Do you recognize yourself, Ebenezer? Oh, no. Spare me this.
You're older now, a man in the prime of life. Your face has begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. Your eyes are greedy, the eager, restless eyes of a miser.
No, please.
She knows it, too, that girl by your side. There are tears in her eyes.
It matters little, Ebenezer, to you. Very little. I know that.
Belle, have I changed towards you?
When we were engaged, we were both poor.
Was it better then? Better to be poor?
Better at least to be happy. You're changed. You were another man then.
I was a boy. Do you blame me because I've grown wiser? Have I ever tried to break our engagement?
In words, no. Never.
In what, then?
In a changed nature. In an altered spirit. In everything that made my love of any value in your sight. Shall I release you from your promise?
Belle.
Oh, at first it may cause you pain to lose me. A very brief pain. But soon it will be dim, like a half-remembered dream, an unprofitable dream, and you will be glad to be awake from such a dream. May you be happy in the life you have chosen, Ebenezer, for the love of him you once loved.
Spirit, it's enough. Show me no more. Take me home.
These were shadows of the things that have been. That they are what they are. Do not blame me.
No more. No more.
One shadow more. Come. Do you see this man, Ebenezer Scrooge? This man might have been you, and the woman beside him your wife. And that girl might have been your daughter, Ebenezer Scrooge. She might have called you father. She might have been a springtime in the haggard winter of your life.
Please let me go. Show me no more.
Listen now, while they speak, Ebenezer.
Well, I saw an old friend of yours today.
Who was it?
Yes.
How can I? It's... Oh, I know. Mr. Scrooge.
Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window. It wasn't shuttered, and there was a candle inside, so I couldn't help seeing him. His partner, Marley, lies at the point of death, I hear. And there Scrooge sat all alone. Quite alone in the world, I do believe.
Spirit, I can bear no more. Leave me. Haunt me no more. Take me back. Take me back.
Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen, when the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even, brightly shone the moon that night.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse, bringing you tonight the 5th annual presentation of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, produced by Orson Welles and starring Lionel Barrymore as Scrooge. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
When the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even, brightly shone the moon that night, though the frost was cruel, when a poor man came in sight, gathering winter fuel.
And now, back to the Campbell Playhouse and the 5th annual presentation of A Christmas Carol. A Christmas present from the makers of Campbell's Soups.
On the stroke of one, Scrooge awakened suddenly and sat him bolt upright in his own bed. He remembered the words of Marley's ghost and wondered from which direction the second specter would appear. At that moment, nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing. And consequently, when no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. Then, as he sat in his bed, he became aware gradually of a great blaze of ruddy light that seemed to shine upon him from the adjoining room. He got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. It was his own sitting room, there was no doubt about that. But it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove. And there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up, to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peeping round the corner.
Come in, Ebenezer Scrooge, and know me better, man.
You're...
I am the ghost of Christmas present.
Spirit, take me where you will. Last time I went against my will and learned a lesson which is working now. If you have anything to teach me, let me profit by it.
Touch my robe, Ebenezer Scrooge. Touch my robe.
Where have you brought me, Spirit?
To an humble dwelling in an humble street.
It's miserable enough.
Yet there is happiness there.
Who are these people? Who's that woman? And the children?
These are the family of your clerk, Bob Cratchit. See his wife, dressed in a twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, laying the table for their Christmas dinner. And there, assisting her, is her daughter, Belinda. And the young man with the fork in the stuffing, that's Master Peter Cratchit. And the two little Cratchits. Listen, Scrooge, and watch.
Here's Martha, Mother.
Quiet, children, quiet. Now sit you down before the fire, Martha, and have a warm, Lord bless you.
Where's Father?
He's been to church with Tiny Tim. They'll be along directly.
How is Tiny Tim, Mother? Any better at all?
Sometimes I think he is. And sometimes I think, oh, dear God, if anything should happen to Tiny Tim.
Oh, Mother, you mustn't even think of such a thing.
Greetings, everybody. Martha, welcome, my dear.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Father, and Tim. Merry Christmas, Martha. Oh, Tim, you darling. Oh, Father, I'm so glad to be home.
And we're glad to have you, Martha.
And how did little Tim behave in church, Bob?
As good as gold and better.
I like church, Mother. Oh, they sang the nicest songs. I hope people saw me there.
Saw you there? And why, Tim?
Well, don't you see? Because I'm lame. And if they saw my crutch, it might be pleasant for them to remember on Christmas who it was made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Bless you, my son.
Are we ready to eat, Father?
Oh, come on, children, you're all ready. Come, take your places and wait your turn. There's plenty of stuffing and dressing and plum pudding for all of you. Martha, take care of Tiny Tim and see that he eats plenty.
Yes,
he must
Mother.
get strong and well. Now sit down, everyone.
Yes, come on, Tiny Tim.
And now, my dears.
I see a vacant seat in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved.
No, kind spirit. Say he'll be spared. Say he'll live.
If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, Ebenezer, the child will die.
And to praise thy name. Amen.
Amen.
And now, my dears, with such a dinner, a toast. A Merry Christmas to us all, and God bless us.
God bless us, everyone.
And now to Mr. Scrooge. I'll give you a toast to Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast.
Oh, the founder of the feast, indeed, who pays you all 15 shillings a week. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast on, and I hope he'd have good appetite for
My
it.
dear, the children, Christmas Day.
It should be Christmas Day, I'm sure, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Bob. Nobody knows it better than you, poor fellow.
My dear Christmas Day.
I'll drink his health for your sake and the day's, not for his. Long life to him. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt.
And I say God bless him too, Mother, and everyone.
Yes, Mr. Scrooge.
Very well.
There was nothing of high mark in all this. They were not a handsome family, these Cratchits. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty and had known, very likely, the insides of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another and contented with the time. And when at last they faded, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim until the last. Many calls Scrooge made that night with a ghost of Christmas present. Down among the miners they went who labor in the bowels of the earth, and out to sea among the sailors at their watch, dark, ghostly figures in their several stations. Much they saw and far they went, and many places they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirits stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, and they were close at home. By poverty, and it was rich. In almshouse, hospital, and jail, where vain man in his little brief authority had not made fast the door and barred the spirit out, the spirit left his blessing. It was a long night. It was only a night. And it was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew older. Clearly older.
My life upon this globe is very brief, Ebenezer. It ends tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight at midnight. Hark. The hour has come.
Oh, not yet. Not yet. No, there are still more things I wish to learn.
These you will learn from still another spirit. Still another spirit, Ebenezer.
Scrooge looked about him for the ghost. It had vanished. But he found himself once more in his bed, in his dressing gown and his nightcap. He'd heard the clock strike. And then he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld the third spirit. A solemn phantom, shrouded in black, draped and hooded, coming towards him slowly and silently, like a mist along the ground.
I know you. You are the ghost of Christmas yet to come. You will show me the shadows of things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us. Answer me, spirit, ghost of the future. Oh, I fear you more than any specter I've seen. Yet, as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, lead on. Lead on! The night is waning fast. Time is precious. Spirit, why have you brought me here again? Into Bob Cratchit's home? It's not the same. Why is it so quiet? So very quiet here.
Mother, please. Oh, my son. My little son. Tim. I loved him so. Mother, dear, you mustn't. It's almost time for Father to be home. Don't let him see you crying.
Yes, Martha. He's late tonight. He walks slower than he used to. Yet I've known him to walk very fast indeed with Tiny Tim on his shoulder.
So have I, Mother.
But he was light to carry. And his father loved him so that it was no trouble. No trouble at all. Bob.
Good evening, my dear.
You're late, Bob.
I'm sorry, my dear. I went to the churchyard today. I wish you could have gone with me. It would have done your heart good to see how sweet and green a place it is. You'll see it often. I promised him. I promised Tiny Tim we'd walk there on Sunday.
Oh, Father, dear. It's God's will, Bob.
I'm trying to understand it, my dear. My son. My little son, Tiny Tim. And I loved him so.
Oh, that's cruel. Cruel. Spirit, can't you give me one ray of hope that I may change all that? That Tiny Tim may live? Churchyard, overrun by grass and weeds, choked with too much burying, desolate, a lonely, crumbling gravestone. Spirit, now before I draw nearer to that gravestone, answer me one question. Are these the shadows of things that will be, or are they the shadows of things that may be only? Will you not speak to me, Spirit? What is that grave to which you point? Now I see. There's writing on that stone. The name on the gravestone is Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge. Oh, Spirit. No. Spirit, hear me. I'm not the man I was. Why show me this if I'm past all hope? Tell me that I may change these dreadful shadows that have come, that you've shown me by an altered life. I'll honor Christmas in my heart, and I'll try and keep it all the year. I live in the past, the present, and the future. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Tell me, do, Spirit, please tell me that I can sponge away the writing on that stone, Spirit. I beg of you, Spirit, Spirit. I promise on my knees. I promise. What's this? It's my bedpost. I'm home. In my own bed. In my own room. And the sun. The sunshine. It's clear. It's bright. No fog. Oh, what a beautiful day. Glorious. Glorious. Boy. Oh, boy.
Yes, sir?
What's today?
What's that, sir?
What day is it, my fine fella?
Today? Why, it's Christmas Day.
Christmas Day! I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. All in one night. Heaven be praised.
How's that, sir?
Listen, my lad. Do you know where the poultry is in the next street?
I should say I do.
An intelligent boy. A remarkable boy. Tell me, do you know if they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging in the window?
The one as big as me?
What a delightful boy. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Yes, my buck?
It's hanging there now, sir.
Oh, that's wonderful. Now go around, will you, and tell him to send it to Bob Cratchit and his family on Broad Street. And mind you, they're not to know who paid for it. Now, hurry along, my lad. And here's $0.50 for your trouble.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And a Merry Christmas.
And a Merry Christmas to you, too, my boy. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm as light as a feather, as happy as an angel. I'm as merry as a schoolboy. A Merry Christmas. A Merry Christmas to everybody. A Happy New Year to all the world. Whoop! Whoop!
Next morning, Scrooge was early at his office. He went early for a reason. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late. That was the thing he'd set his heart upon. And he did it. Yes, he did. The clock had struck 9. No Bob. 1:15. No Bob. Scrooge sat with his door wide open that he might see him come in. And at last he came. His hat was off before he opened the door. His comforter, too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen, as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
8 and 17 and 15, carry the 1, 24, carry the 2, 31, carry the 4, 8 and 6 and 14, carry the 8.
Hello, you, Cratchit.
Yes, sir.
Step this way, Cratchit, if you please. Cratchit, what do you mean by coming in at this time of day?
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I'm behind my time.
You are? You are? Yes, I think you are.
Oh, it's only once a year, Mr. Scrooge. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir.
I'll tell you what, my friend. I'll not stand this sort of thing any longer. And therefore, Bob Cratchit, I'm about to raise your salary.
Mr. Scrooge, are you quite yourself, sir?
No. No, thank heaven I'm not quite myself. Merry Christmas, Bob. Merry Christmas, my good fella. A merrier Christmas than I've given you in many a year. I'll raise your salary, and we'll see what we can do for Tiny Tim and the rest of your family. We'll discuss it this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of smoking bishop. Bob, make up the fire. Take it up and buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I.
Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all, and infinitely more. To Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little heeded them. His own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further intercourse with spirits, but lived upon the total abstinence principle ever afterwards, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that be truly said of us, all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, everyone.
Joy through the world, the Lord is come. Let earth receive her King. Let every heart prepare his room.
You have just heard our annual presentation of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, starring Lionel Barrymore, brought to you by the makers of Campbell Soups. And now here is Orson Welles.
At this point in the program, ladies and gentlemen, it is my custom, as you know, to present to you with a few words of introduction our guest of the evening. With your consent, I shall dispense with this tonight to introduce tonight's guest to the Campbell Playhouse audience or to any other American audience is an extravagant and superfluous procedure. For if ever an actor has won for himself a lasting place in the hearts of his fellow countrymen through years of unsparing and inspiring service, that actor is Lionel Barrymore. Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
Thank you, Orson Welles. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 4th year I've had the pleasure of appearing in the Christmas Carol here on the Campbell Playhouse. And I assure you all it's a pleasure that never tires. As long as I can remember, this has been one of my favorite stories. When we were children, it was read to us regularly this time of year, as it is to millions of children right now. And like many of them, I'm sure, the three of us, Ethel, Jack, and I, with the aid of a sheet and some old ironware, made a play of it. As I remember, we had 3 Scrooges in that production.
Mr. Barrymore, who played Tiny Tim?
I think we had 3 Tiny Tims, too. But seriously, I can think of no part that I've enjoyed playing again and again as much as I have the part of that squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner, Ebenezer Scrooge. And I can think of no happier or more suitable choice for the makers of Campbell Soups to offer the people of America as their Christmas present each year than Charles Dickens' well-beloved story, Christmas Carol. Good night, Orson. Good night, everybody. And a Merry, Merry Christmas to you all.
Good night, Mr. Barrymore. Merry Christmas to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, for next Sunday night, we're happy to announce our version of a great and truly American story by a great American novelist, Come and Get It, by Edna Ferber. Against a background of the mighty forests of Miss Ferber's own Wisconsin, it tells a stirring tale of the men and women who live and die in the woods in order that lumber may come down the rivers every spring into the cities of the modern world. Like so many of Miss Ferber's epic romances of American life, it was made from a best-selling novel into a highly successful motion picture. Now we bring it to you on the air. The story of a man and his son and the girl they both loved, Lotta, played for us by one of the loveliest and most accomplished of Hollywood's younger dramatic actresses, Miss Frances D. And so until next week, until Come and Get It with Frances D., my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours. But just a minute, Benny, ladies and gentlemen, it's the night before Christmas. And all through the Campbell Playhouse, not a creature is stirring that doesn't join Lionel Barrymore in wishing you a Merry, Merry Christmas. This goes for all of us, from my sponsor, from myself, from all of us, from Don McBain, who runs the machinery in the control room, to Miss Helgren, who types the Campbell Playhouse scripts. A Merry Christmas from Benny Herman and his band of Merry Melodians. Merry Christmas. get the idea. From Max Sayre's choruses. From Harry Esman and his crew of sound effects technicians. Thank you. And from Orson Welles and his considerable aggregation of dramatic talent, which includes, among others, Mr. Frank Reddick, Miss Georgia Backus, Miss B. Benaderet, Mr. Ray Collins, Mr. Everett Sloan, Mr. George Coulouris, Edgar Barry, Erskine Sanford, Tommy Lane, William Allen, Betty Lou Walters, Eric Burtis, and, of course, myself and George Spelvin. A Merry Christmas. How about it, ladies and gentlemen?
Merry Christmas.
And finally, as Tiny Tim says...
God bless us, everyone.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you Edna Ferber's Come and Get It with Miss Frances D. as our guest. Meanwhile, if you have enjoyed our 5th annual presentation of A Christmas Carol, won't you tell your grocer so this week when you order Campbell Soups? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and a Merry Christmas to you all. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ceiling Unlimited.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. This radio show is brought to you by the men and women of Lockheed and Vega. Tonight's program is dedicated to the navigating men on the big Navy patrol planes, to the Army bombers, and to the jobs they're doing. Our planes are named after the stars, Lockheed and Vega. Orion, Electra, Lodestar. The Vega, that was Matten's plane, and Post and Gatti's. One Vega set a round-the-world record. It took another Vega to break it. Then Howard Hughes and another Lockheed did better yet, circle the world in 3 days, 19 hours, and 9 minutes. The Lodestar, that was a commercial transport. Today it's re-engineered and armed to the teeth. We call it the Ventura Bomber. Today, the Ventura Bomber, the Hudson Bomber, and the P-38 Lightning are helping to write history among the stars. Gazing up at the stars, earthbound philosophers and poets used to say,
Behold the enormity, how great it is, not to be measured, not to be conceived of. How small a thing is man.
Astronomers cataloged the stars, and navigators put them to man's use. The navigator tells the ship where to go. He's just as important in the air as on the sea. Not so many years ago, a pilot could only tell where he was going by sticking his head over the side of his plane and looking for landmarks. Then came radio beams, locators, and nowadays, dead reckoning and celestial navigation, flying by the stars. Now, here's a navigator, name of Carl W. Jones. You haven't read that name in the papers. Not yet. Unless you happen to subscribe to the Hodgetown Daily Scimitar.
An honorable mention went to Carl W. Jones for jackknife and hatchet trailblazing through McGrundy's woods.
That's the last time Carl Jones' name appeared in the press, and that was some time ago. It's been almost 10 years since Carl was active in the Boy Scouts. Mrs. Jones still has the clipping. Mrs. Jones used to get in the papers all the time.
The Ladies Forward League met Wednesday afternoon at the home of Mrs. Walter Jones on 513 North Elm Street. Bridge was played at 3 tables, after which delicious refreshments were served by Mrs. Jones, and the guests left with many an expression of gratitude for a delightful afternoon.
Mrs. Jones doesn't save those clippings.
Of course not. All the girls who belong to clubs or groups get their names in the social notes. There's nothing special about me, except I'm Carl's mother.
Carl has a girlfriend. And her last moment of celebrity was the time she won a prize for Best Eleanor Powell Tap Dance Imitation at the annual A&P Wiener Roast.
All hearts were captured by the cute and skillful dancing of little Lucy Carter.
Oh, gee, I forgot about that.
We have a very extensive research staff, Miss Carter.
Why'd you pick on us?
Because of Carl.
Mrs. Jones, your son is a typical navigator. That's why we picked him. This program isn't dedicated only to Carl.
Why not?
Well, he got the 5th highest rating in his class in training school.
He always got good marks in grammar school. A and neatness, always. At the grocery store, Mr. Nedick said he never had anybody working for him so accurate or careful. Just give Carl a pencil, Mr. Nedick used to say, and watch his dust. Never a mistake. Mr. Nedick said he ought to be a bookkeeper.
Bookkeeper? Mrs. Jones, wouldn't you say that helped him to be a navigator?
I'd say it helped.
Before we go on with the show, Mrs. Jones, have you anything you'd like to say about the war?
No.
Miss Carter?
Mrs. Jones does a lot. She's fingerprint clerk at the school 4 afternoons a week, and she serves on the draft board Monday and Tuesday nights. Millie, that was the hired girl, went to work in the shipyard.
Most women do their own housework, Lucy.
I'm taking lessons in spot welding. Oh, Mrs. Jones goes to classes on first aid, too.
Nutrition and first aid. Wednesday and Friday.
Well, that doesn't leave you much time for your women's clubs, Mrs. Jones.
All the girls are busy now doing things for the war.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Thank you, Miss Carter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, about Mrs. Jones' son, Carl. I'll give it to you fast. Carl Jones enlisted in the Air Force. At the grocery store where Carl used to work, they said he'd make a good bookkeeper. Carl can add and subtract like 60, but he wanted to fly. And the truth is, he'll never make a first-rate fighter pilot.
Jones?
Said his commanding officer.
Jones, I'm afraid that's about it.
I want to fly, sir. If I can't fly.
I told you Carl wanted to fly, and besides, there was all that expensive training he'd had. Carl hated to see that going to waste.
Jones?
Yes, sir?
How would you like to be a navigator?
A navigator, sir?
Why all the astonishment?
Well, sir, you've got to know mathematics backwards and forwards to be a navigator. I didn't make headlines in geometry.
Can you add?
Yes, sir.
What Carl really meant was...
And how?
Make many mistakes at it?
No, sir.
Then you can be a navigator. We'd like you to have a try at it, Jones.
So Carl took the pencil from behind his ear, so to speak, got himself a sextant and a Bowditch's Practical Navigator and Weems' treatise on aerial navigation and drawing instruments and precision dividers and several Mercator charts and a stopwatch and a few dozen extra pencils. He worked at it hard for 15 weeks, took his place beside a lot of other boys from the stores and offices and colleges of America. Took his place beside a navigator by the name of Christopher Columbus, a trailblazer named of Daniel Boone, who never got lost, no, but he was bewildered once for 3 days. A lot of other pathfinders. Carl learned to stand in the plastic glass turret of a bomber and take some sights on the stars and then make some passes with that yellow pencil of his. And lo, he knew where he was. It was magic. Carl Jones, fresh from wrapping butter and cartoning eggs, could intercept starlight, traveling at 180,000 miles a second. Consult his almanacs, fool with his sliding skill, make a few passes with his yellow wand, and by Jupiter, he knew where he was.
Holy cat, it works.
Floating around in space, 1,000 miles from anywhere. Carl could find out where he was by Jupiter and by Polaris and by Sirius and by Lyra and by about 40 other stars, as well as the sun. He could tell where he was and where he was going and when he'd get there. By the lodestar he could. And all at once, Carl came to an important realization. He found out he wasn't just a clerk in the big bombers he navigated and practiced. He was the manager. He told the pilot where to go. Well, pretty soon, Carl got so good they sent him to an airbase in a jungle island in the South Pacific. It was so small that from 10,000 feet it looked like a sprig of parsley. A nice location for a thriving business, though. Customers weren't long in coming.
Men, our reconnaissance reports a very powerful enemy task force in our vicinity.
The vital information goes up on the blackboard. Pencils come out. Carl Jones takes down his biggest order to date.
Enemy bears 320. True distance. Enemy disposition. 2 aircraft carriers. 4 cruisers. 8 destroyers. Objective. Intercept. And attack.
So this is it. A far cry from the grocery counter to the plyboard desk of a 4-engine bomber loaded with big trouble.
Wind is from 60, 15 knots. Going to make an airspeed of 280. Track of 320, true. Brings us out on the enemy's vector to the airspeed ring.
Thus, Carl,
Relative speed,
the Jones boy who ground your coffee medium, now prepares to grind the enemy fine.
Speed of 290. Means I'll be coming back steering 142, making a track of 230 miles.
It comes to 43 minutes anyway, before they intercept the enemy fleet. Then, for 43 minutes. And exactly on schedule. Rendezvous. The enemy under the wings. The bombers dodging the ack-ack fire, watching for fighters make their runs. Pieces of flak rip through the cabin walls. Machine gun bullets whine through the ship. A port engine is hit. The enemy fighters swarm around the bomber. Then from the bombardier...
Bombs away! Let's beat it out of here!
So they beat it out of there. And with machine gun slugs spanging and humming through the ship, Carl Jones makes some vital corrections for a crippled engine, a false course to throw off pursuit ships who might find the secret landing field, the change in wind direction and velocity. Very routine. Very.
Now, let's see. 145 degrees. Making a track of 235 miles.
Unperturbed, the yellow pencil moves across the board. The grocer's clerk makes his calculations. In other bombers, clerks and college boys and coal miners hand up slips of paper to the pilots with estimated times of arrival calculated correctly, almost to the second. Theme song for pilots. Show me the way to go home. Nightfall. The bomber has shaken its pursuers. Her course has changed. More calculations for the Navigator. Look at him. Less than 6 feet tall, with his head among the stars. Stands there with a sextant to his eyes and puts the universe to use. Puts the giants of heaven to work for him. Outside his plastic turret gleam stars, bigger through the middle than our entire solar system. They work for him. Carl Jones, whom you used to know, peers at them and steers by them, homing. For he wears the universe like a wristwatch, balances it like a pencil, orders and uses it like a navigator. Estimated time of arrival at base 23.27.
There she is, boys. We're home. Something went wrong. I don't know how it could have happened. My estimated time of arrival was off. 12 seconds.
Ex-grocer's clerk takes 4-engine bomber out to sea, engages enemy, attacked by enemy fighters, hit by flak, engine knocked out, change of course necessitated, wind changes, brings 4-engine bomber home again to a 1-cent postage stamp somewhere in the South Pacific. Wonders where he dropped 12 seconds. Earthbound philosophers and poets, gazing up at the stars, used to say,
Behold the enormity, how great it is, not to be measured, not to be conceived of. How small a thing is man.
Americans, this is 1942. Look up, what do you see? Enormity, the glittering cosmos. And Carl Jones, he's up there in the middle of it.
He's doing a great job.
That's what the Air Forces say.
I always knew he would.
How about you, Miss Carter? You're going to marry him.
I think he's wonderful.
Surprised?
I shouldn't be. He hasn't changed any. I guess he was wonderful before. We're just finding it out.
Miss Carter, I don't want to embarrass you, but you're wonderful, too. Carl up there in the stars thinks you're wonderful. And you, Mrs. Jones? I dare anybody to make a joke about an American woman's club now. While we're about it, is there anybody who thinks it's funny or dull to be a bookkeeper? Your boy Carl may never make the headlines, Mrs. Jones, but he's proving an important point. It concerns the dignity of man. He doesn't look very small up there compared to the universe. He looks very big. Well, that's all for tonight. Please listen next week. Till then, good night, Americans.
This program has come to you from the Lockheed and Vega Aircraft Corporations of Burbank, California. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Campbell Soups present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, listeners. This is Ernest Chappell speaking. Tonight, the Campbell Playhouse presents Orson Welles in his own radio version of that great sea story, Mutiny on the Bounty. But first, a word from our sponsor. Any day you look on the lunch or dinner menu of the most popular restaurant in town, you will likely find that one dish featured is chicken. Ask the proprietor about this, and he'll tell you that chicken is a best seller, not only with the regulars, but with people who are eating out in style. And it's true wherever you go. Chicken is usually first choice when the meal is to be something specially fine. I mention this because it seems to me the widespread liking for chicken is one reason Campbell's chicken soup is enjoyed so eagerly by families everywhere. You see, this soup is chicken through and through, so that as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. In the aroma that drifts up as this soup is set before you, there's an unmistakable promise of chicken. There's deep-down chicken flavor in each spoonful as you taste it, and tender pieces of chicken meat, too. That's what makes this such a grand soup, the lavish emphasis on chicken. Why don't you surprise your family with Campbell's chicken soup for some meal this weekend?
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. On the 12th of September, 1792, there occurred in England the most remarkable court-martial in maritime history. 7 naval officers and men were on trial for their lives before the Lords Commissioner of the Admiralty on charge of high treason. Revelations at this trial of conditions prevailing on the ships of the British Navy came finally to exert a powerful influence in humanizing the administration of the world's navies and making more tolerable life at sea.
Roger Byam, midshipman.
Here, sir.
James Morrison, boatswain's mate.
Here, sir.
William Purcell, ship's carpenter.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Burkitt, seaman.
Yes, sir.
John Mills, seaman.
Here, sir.
Thomas Ellison, seaman.
Here, sir.
You are here to be tried by a special court of naval inquiry assembled aboard His Majesty's flagship Duke under Article 19 of the Naval Articles of War, which read as follows. If any person in or belonging to the fleet shall make or endeavor to make any mutinous assembly upon any pretense whatsoever, every person offending herein, being convicted thereof by the sentence of the court-martial, shall suffer death.
First witness to the Crown, Captain Bligh.
Captain Bligh.
Yes, my lord. Captain Bligh, Have you any statement to make to this court concerning the mutiny aboard His Majesty's ship Bounty while under your command in the Great South Seas?
I have, sir. I have prepared a statement which I now beg the court's permission to read.
The court will hear your statement, Captain Blythe.
I respectfully beg to submit to the Lords Commissioner of the Admiralty the information that His Majesty's armed vessel Bounty, under my command, was taken from me by some of the superior officers and men on the 28th day of April, 1789, in the following manner. A little before sunrise, Fletcher Christian, who was mate of the ship and officer of the watch, together with the accused and certain others of the crew, came into my cabin and while I was asleep seized me in my bed and, with cutlasses and bayonets fixed at my breast, threatened me with instant death if I spoke or made the least noise. I was hauled on deck in my shirt and without a rag else. The boatswain was ordered to hoist the launch out, and the officers and men who remained loyal were ordered into the boat. We then veered astern, and all 19 souls. The boat was so lumbered and deep in the water that it was believed we should never reach shore. The size of the boat was 23 feet from stem to stern, rowed 6 oars. After considering our melancholy situation, I was earnestly solicited by all hands to take them toward home. Therefore, after commending our souls to God, I bore away for New Holland and Timor, across a sea but little known, in a small boat laden with 19 souls, without a single map of any kind, and nothing but my own recollection and general knowledge of the situation of places to direct us. After enduring dangers and privations impossible to describe, we sighted Timor on the 12th of June, and on the morning of the 15th before daylight, I anchored under the fort of the Dutch settlement at Kupang. This voyage, in an open boat, I believe to be unparalleled in the history of navigation. One thing I wish to add, that on the night preceding the mutiny, coming up on deck during the middle watch, according to my custom, I discovered Fletcher Christian, the ringleader of the mutineers, in earnest conversation with Roger Byam, midshipman, one of the accused. In the darkness of the deck, I was not observed by these men who were standing on the starboard side of the quarterdeck between the guns. Nor had I any apprehension at that time that their conversation was not innocent. But as I approached unseen, I saw Roger Byam shake hands with Christian. And I distinctly heard him say these words, "You can count on me," to which Christian replied, "Good. That's settled then." The moment they discovered me, they broke off their talk. I have not the slightest doubt that this conversation concerned the forthcoming mutiny. It is all, my lord.
Roger Byam, stand forth.
Roger Byam, you have been accused with others of mutinous and piratical seizure of His Majesty's armed vessel Bounty. You have heard the Crown's witness. Roger Byam, do you plead guilty or not guilty?
My lord and gentlemen, I declare before God and the members of this court that I am innocent, that I have never been guilty either in thought or in deed of the crime of which I am charged.
Roger Byam, the court is now ready to receive whatever you may have to say in your own defense.
My lords, I joined His Majesty's armed transport Bounty as a midshipman on the 21st of December, 1787. We were off Spithead, lying to for stores and crews to come aboard. I remember my first sight of the Bounty. The crew crowded in the afterdeck around the huddled form of a man, lashed to the capstan spar, and Captain Bligh reading from an Admiralty order.
If any person in or belonging to His Majesty's fleet shall strike or endeavor to strike an officer, he shall be flogged in turn on board every ship of the fleet. Master at arms?
Yes, sir.
How many lashes are due from our ship?
2 dozen, sir.
Very well. Mr. Morrison?
Yes, Captain Bligh.
2 dozen lashes.
One moment, Captain.
Yes, Surgeon.
The prisoner is dead, sir.
Lucky devil, we were only the 5th ship. Well, Mr. Morrison, what are you waiting for?
But the man is dead, sir.
Yes, I heard the surgeon's report. Come, my dinner's getting cold. 2 dozen lashes, Mr. Morrison. 2 dozen lashes, dead or alive.
2 dozen it is, sir.
On the morning of the 23rd of December, with 45 officers and crew aboard, and as the guns of the fleet fired a farewell salute, the Bounty set sail for Tahiti and the great South Seas.
Lieutenant Christian.
Aye, Captain Bligh.
Take charge of raising anchor, sir.
Very well, sir.
Fryer, the topsails.
Aye, sir.
Purcell.
Aye, sir.
Stinkler.
Aye, sir.
Sergeant Hoggin.
At your service, sir.
Sergeant Hoggin, you'll moderate both your voice and your rum rations. At your post.
Very well, sir.
Mr. Morrison, we're ready, sir.
Aye, sir. All hands out or down here. Lash and carry.
All men to their stations. All men to their stations.
Hold short, men.
Loose the topsails.
Are you asleep on the forehooks? The main topmen off the iron. Are you alive? You crawling caterpillar. Way anchor, men.
Yo heave ho! Yo heave ho! Loose the foreguard. Ho! Get the mainsail at us. Ho! Heave hearty. Ho! Heave hearty. Ho! Heave ho!
Lord the main tack, be lively.
Ho! Heave ho! Ho! Ho!
On Christmas Day, we passed Land's End, and the Bounty headed away to sea with topgallant set. She was a small ship, as you know, of little more than 200 tons. And the great cabin aft was rigged as a garden for the transportation of breadfruit trees from the island of Tahiti to the West Indian plantations. Thus, the ship's quarters were more than usually crowded, a circumstance which undoubtedly affected the temper of its company. The officers messed in a screened-off space on the lower deck, aft of the main hatch. At the captain's table sat Mr. Fryer, this ship's navigator, an elderly man long in the service of His Majesty's Navy, and Mr. Christian, the mate, a man of only 24, of fine presence, from a good English family.
Don't you talk to me about seamen, Mr. Christian. I know them better than you. Curse them, a lazy, incompetent lot of scoundrels. Heaven knows the captain has trials enough with such a crew. Dregs of public houses. They don't know a sheet from a tack.
I venture to differ with you, Captain Bligh. I should call Ellison and Mills first-class seamen. Even Burkett, though he may be willful...
Willful, eh? Burkett's an insolent hound. I have my eye on him. Slightest report of misconduct, I'll have him seized up and flogged.
If I may express an opinion, Captain Bligh...
Yes, Mr. Christian?
Burkett's a man to tame with kindness rather than with blows.
La-di-da, Mr. Christian. On my word, you should apply for a place as master in a young lady's seminary. Kindness, indeed. A fine captain you'll make with such ridiculous notions. Our seamen understand kindness as well as they understand Greek. Fear is what they do understand. Without fear, mutiny and piracy would be rife on the high seas.
Aye, there's some truth in that, sir. I can't agree. Seamen don't differ from other Englishmen. There are some, the best of them, who will follow a fair and kind officer to the ends of the earth.
Rot. As far as I trust them as the end of a yardarm. If you have to talk such nonsense, Mr. Christian, don't do it in my mess where I have to listen to you.
Very well, Mr. Bligh. In the future, I shall dine where my opinions are more acceptable.
From that day on, and for the rest of the voyage, Captain Bligh took his meals by himself in his cabin. In latitude 39 degrees north, just off the coast of Tenerife, we ran into heavy weather. A huge wave stove in 3 of our longboats, carried away our cases of beef, and spoiled a large part of our stock of bread. We laid into Santa Cruz for fresh supplies of water and beef. The meat that was taken on ship was so tainted the men threw most of it overboard. Captain Bligh kept the men at work, repairing the ship's boats from morning till night.
Captain Bligh.
Yes, Mr. Fryer.
Men are asking when they can start shore leave, sir.
So they can get drunk in the taverns, I suppose.
We've been at sea nearly 8 weeks, sir.
Maybe 8 months before they set foot in land, and might just well get used to it. No shore leaves, Mr. Fryer.
Aye, sir.
We left Santa Cruz at the end of February. We carried no purser. Bligh filled the office himself, assisted by Samuel, his clerk, a smug, tight-lipped little man who was believed to be the captain's spy. On Monday of every week, he and Captain Bligh opened up the casks and checked over the supplies in the storeroom.
18 pounds salt beef.
18 pounds, sir.
What's wrong with that keg bucket?
Seems like it's been opened, sir.
Oh, so it has. Mr. Fryer, come here at once, sir.
Mr. Fryer, Captain Bligh calling you, sir. Yes, Captain?
One of these casks has been opened and 2 cheeses are missing.
Well, they may have been short-weighted when we were provisioned, sir.
They were not, Mr. Fryer. I checked them. These cheeses were stolen.
Well, perhaps you'll recollect, sir, that while we were at Spithead, a cask was opened by your order and the cheeses carried ashore.
Hold your tongue, Burkett. Boat is manned by a pack of thieves.
Surely, Captain, you don't think that
You're
I...
all in collusion against me, officers and men. But I'll tame you, by heaven I will. I'll make you eat grass before I'm done with you. Samuel!
Yes, sir?
If the allowance of cheese is stopped, and the officers too, mind you, until the deficiency is made good.
Yes, Captain.
And Burkett, if I hear another word out of you, I'll have you seized up and flogged to the pole. Samuel, you lock the storeroom. Bring the keys to my cabin.
So help me. Bligh ordered those 2 cheeses taken out at Spithead.
I can bet you there, Burkett. I carried them myself. 2 cheeses and a cask of vinegar to Bligh's house.
So that's the game, is it? Lining his pockets by starving us.
Curse his blood. I'll be hanged if I do any more work on this ship. If he puts back our cheese rations. I'm with you, lads. No more work by any in this mess.
And I'll give the word to Quintal's and he'll pass it on. No more work.
No more work. No more work.
No more work.
No more work.
Come in.
Captain Bligh.
Yes, Mr. Clifton.
As officer of the deck, sir, I feel it my duty to make a report.
Well, what is it?
The grumbling in the forecastle, sir. It's becoming serious.
Ah, is it? What are the scoundrels grumbling about now?
Many things, sir. Chiefly the food.
Well, they're not satisfied with the rations, sir. And by heaven, they'd better make up their minds to be satisfied.
Captain Bligh, a second officer. I am in a measure responsible for their conduct. If I may suggest, sir, I think it would be wise to listen to their grievances.
You may keep your suggestions to yourself, Mr. Christian.
I think it only right that you should hear what the men...
I am the only judge, sir, of what's right and wrong on the ship. I'm tired of their bloody complaints. Since you seem to be their advocate, Mr. Christian, you can tell them this. The first man to complain from now on will be placed in chains.
About 100 leagues off the coast of Brazil, the wind chopped around to north and northwest, and the Bounty lay becalmed. Here, another incident occurred to aggravate the resentment of the men. We'd been at sea 6 months, and for 10 weeks now, outside of the officers' mess, there had been no fresh food of any sort on board the Bounty. Taking advantage of the calm, the crew employed themselves with fishing for shark, with pieces of rotten pork for bait.
There he goes, look, the shark!
Right under the bows.
Give him the bait there. Slack the line.
He's thinking of lads, look smart.
Got him, Burkett? Hook, by heaven. He's on.
He's a big one.
Go to the little tomahawk is on deck with him. Heave
ho!
Heave
ho! Here he comes. He's a big one, all right.
Heave ho! That'll settle him. Straddle him now.
At him, boys. At him with your knives.
Slice him up, men.
Careful there, Mills. With that cutlass, watch where you're cutting.
Shark meat's good eating. It's better than dried dog's meat any day.
Look out. Someone's coming.
It's Samuel.
Samuel. Captain's spy. He doesn't get a scrap of the shark's meat. You hear, men? Not a scrap.
A fine catch, eh, men? I say it's a fine catch of fish you got there. I must have a slice, eh, Mr. Burkett?
So you must have a slice, Mr. Samuel. Well, I must have a glass of grog and a stiff one, too. If you eat shark today...
Come, my good man. You have enough fish there for a dozen.
You have enough grog stored away for 1,000, by heaven.
It's for the captain's table I want it.
Catch him a shark yourself. This is mine. He gets the best of the bread and the pick of the junk cask as it is.
You forget yourself, Burkett. Come, give me a slice. That large one, and I'll say nothing.
Double with you. You take your slice right in your sneaking face!
Burkett spent the night in irons. His messmates saved in their entire allowance of grog to fortify him against the flogging they knew to be inevitable. At 6 bells, Mr. Bligh came on deck.
Christian?
Yes, Captain Bligh?
Call all hands on deck to witness punishment.
Yes, sir. All men on aft deck, Forson.
Aye, Mr. Christian.
All hands out on deck! All hands!
All hands, sir! All hands!
I report all men on deck, Captain Bligh.
Very good, Mr. Christian. Rig the gratings, Mr. Purcell.
Gratings are rigged, sir.
Thomas Burkett, step forward. Anything said?
No, sir.
Strip! Mr. Norton, seize him up.
Seized up, sir.
Thomas Burkett, for mutinous conduct, I sentence you to 3 dozen lashes. Morrison.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Morrison, see that you lay on with a will. Report to me at breakfast when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Did you see Burkett when they cut him down? Black in the face he was.
The bone showing through the flesh.
And now the old devil's got Purcell in irons. I say, Mr. Fryer and Bligh ain't speaking no more.
Pretty past that for a ship what's got half the world between her and England.
Wait till we get back. It'll be a day of reckoning for old Bligh.
Aye, and maybe before we get back.
What are you saying, Mills? We gotta get back to England, don't we?
We could get back without Bligh if we had to. There's a man that could take the bounty home. I ain't a better man than Bligh.
Christian, you mean? Christian. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Christian.
Mr. Christian.
Fortunately for Captain Bligh, a gale blew up that night, and all hands were kept busy keeping the ship from being swamped. Day after day we scudded before strong westerly to southwesterly winds, carrying only the foresail and close-reefed main topsail. At last, on the 20th of November, we rounded Cape Horn. 5 weeks later, we sighted the first coral reefs and saw the great mountains of the island of Tahiti.
Land ho! Land to the starboard!
Land to the starboard!
Mr. Christian.
Yes, sir.
Taking sounding.
Yes, sir. Mills?
By the Mark 8, by the deep 7, water shoaling.
Fair anchor.
Yes, sir. Morrison, all men to their stations.
All men to their stations!
Well, there it is, Mr. Christian. The Isle of Tahiti. Long, hard voyage. By heaven, there it is at last.
Looks like a beautiful island, Captain Bligh.
It is. Captain Cook, under whom I sail these waters, loved it. Only next to England. Were I an old man and my work done, I should ask nothing better than to end my days under its palms. Mr. Christian.
Yes, sir.
Sounding.
Mills?
By the deep 5, 1/2 less 5, sir, and shoaling fast.
Lower away.
Lower away there.
Aye, sir.
Natives coming aboard, sir.
Lower the line.
Aye, sir.
Mr. Christian.
Yes, sir.
Set a watch. See that those thieving yellow devils don't steal anything when they come aboard.
The next day, the crew went ashore. The danger of the mutiny seemed past. The hardships of the voyage were soon forgotten. We lived on the fat of the land, amongst affectionate native friends. Those were the happiest weeks I ever spent. Our host was the chief of the island. He had 2 daughters, Hina and Tahani. Mr. Christian and I used to visit them often. The 4 of us would go swimming, sporting in the breakers or lying on the white sand of the coral beach. Hina.
Yes, Byam.
The tide is high. Swim with me out to the reef underwater. How about it, Christian?
Oh, Byam, you're not lazy enough for the South Seas. I'll stay here with Tahani.
Ready, Hina?
Ready?
Come.
You English, you swim like that.
I'll show you when we get to the reef.
Christian,
Yes?
are you a chief in your own land?
Small one, perhaps, Tahani.
I knew you must be. And have you no wife?
None.
I have no husband.
Tahani.
Why do you stop? Tehani is listening.
When the ship sails, Tahani, I must go with it.
But it will be 2 moons before the ship sails.
2 moons are soon past, Tahani.
We have a legend, Christian, here in Tahiti, that time is a long lizard that sleeps with its tail in its mouth. And to those who keep their hearts within its circle, no harm can come.
No harm will come, Tahani. What are you doing with those flowers?
Tehani make a wreath to go around your neck.
White flower, a long stem. What do you call it?
This one, the tafano.
Looks like the lotus. In my country, we have legends too, Tahani. In my country, they say a sailor who once tastes the lotus never goes home.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Mutiny on the Bounty. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a minute or two, we will resume our presentation of Mutiny on the Bounty, starring Orson Welles. Meanwhile, may I say a word or two about mutiny in another form? Over many years, modern genius has been showing women the way to give their families better food with less kitchen time. And call it mutiny or call it evolution, women have been quick to take full advantage of these benefits for their families and themselves. No longer does the good housewife feel she must spend long hours each week making her own bread and churning her own butter. To give her family their favorite dishes, it is no longer necessary to spend so many hours in her kitchen. Her household shelves are laden down with many of these foods, ready prepared for her and of a quality equal to her own good homemade kind. Among these fine foods are soups, Campbell's soups. If you have never tried them, I invite you to try a can of Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow. I cannot think of a finer way to introduce you to Campbell's soups than that. Once you've tasted Campbell's chicken soup, I feel certain you'll be convinced that soup making at home is a task you can well turn over to Campbell's chefs. And now, back to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Mutiny on the Bounty, starring Orson Welles.
Stand forth. Roger Byam, midshipman.
Yes, sir.
James Morrison, boatswain's mate.
Yes, sir.
William Purcell, ship's carpenter.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Burkitt, seaman.
Yes, sir.
John Mills, seaman.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Ellison, seaman.
Yes, sir.
Roger Byam, have you anything further to say in your defense?
I have, my lord. Toward the end of March, it became evident to all hands that the Bounty would soon sail. More than 1,000 young breadfruit trees in pots and tubs had been taken on board. The relaxation of discipline now came to an end. Captain Bligh ordered Samuel to seize all the gifts, which the friendly natives had given the men. With abundance around them, the crew were again put on slender rations. 2 of them, deserted to the hills, were caught and severely flogged. On our last visit ashore, Mr. Christian was more than usually silent.
Christiane, you are going to sail. Is that not so?
Yes, Tahani.
When?
Tomorrow. Sunrise.
Oh,
Where will you be, Tahani, when we sail?
here on the shore, waving my hand.
I'll watch for you.
Christiane, will you think of Tahani sometimes in your own land?
I will not stay in my own land. I shall come back, Tahani.
Here, Christiane. These are for you.
Black pearls. Tahani, where did you get these?
I swim very deep one morning off Coral Reef. Our people say pearls make men never forget.
Your people say right, Tahani.
And I shall wait, Christiane. I shall wait for you to come back. And every noon I shall watch for your ship. Me aloha paoli, Christiane. Me aloha paoli.
Mr. Christian, Mr. Byam, you're late. Both of you.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize...
Set no definite time for our return, Captain
Come
Bly.
right a minute. Sure you'll be back by 4 bells. What you got there, Mr. Christian?
Some gifts, sir, from our friends on shore.
Mr. Samuel,
Yes, Captain.
you will take charge of these Indian curiosities which may be useful for trading in other islands.
Yes, sir.
One moment, sir. These things were given me as gifts for members of my family in England.
Mr. Samuel, who heard my orders.
Your bundle, Mr. Christian. Captain's orders.
Very well, then. Take it.
Mr. Christian, you still have something in your hand. Come, let me see what it is. Well, pair of pearls. They appear to be remarkably fine stones.
Yes, sir.
Give them to Mr. Samuel, please. Black pearls are highly prized in the Friendly Islands where we shall do some trading.
Surely, sir, you won't take these. They were given to me by a very close friend.
Hand them over to Mr. Samuel.
Captain Bly, I've obeyed every order you've given me, and some of them with the utmost distaste. But this I refuse. I intend to keep this gift, sir, as long as I live.
Very well, Mr. Christian. I accept your refusal, and I shall remember it.
On the 4th of April, 1788, the Bounty with her cargo of breadfruit trees set sail from Tahiti. All went quietly enough until the evening of April 14th. That morning we left the island of Namuka in the Friendly Archipelago, where we did our usual trading with the natives. A great many coconuts had been brought aboard and piled up on the quarterdeck between the guns under the captain's eye. At about noon, some of the coconuts were found to be missing.
Mr. Morrison.
Aye, sir.
Are all the officers assembled on deck?
Aye, sir.
Gentlemen, attention. I regret to inform you that several coconuts have been stolen. I expect you to help me find the culprits. Well, speak up. Speak up! Some of you must know the guilty party. Mr. Christian, step forward, please. I wish to know the exact number of coconuts you purchased for your own use, Mr. Christian.
I really don't know, sir.
How, you don't?
But I hope you don't think me so mean as to steal yours.
Yes, I do think so. You must have stolen some of mine. You'd be able to give a better account of your own. You may be officers, but you're rascals and thieves. The lot of you! I'll break the spirit of every man of you. You'll wish you'd never seen me before we reach the Indies. Mr. Samuel!
Yes, sir.
You'll stop the officers' grog until further orders. And instead of a pound of yams per man, you'll issue half a pound to all the messes. Understand?
Yes, sir.
And by heaven, I'll reduce you to a quarter of a pound if I find anything else missing. Make you crawl on your bellies for that.
It was feverish hot below deck that night, and there was an uneasy stirring in the forecastle. I couldn't sleep and went up on deck. It was then about 1 o'clock, and with the exception of the watch, there was no one on deck but Tinkler, curled up asleep under one of the guns. Mr. Norton, the watch, was standing at the rail on the opposite side of the deck. I could make out his form standing in the starlight. Someone appeared at the after ladderway. Who's that?
Oh, it's you, Byam.
Oh, hello, Mr. Christian. Have you seen Captain Bligh tonight?
Did you know that he invited me to sup with him? Why? Can you tell me that? After spitting at me, wiping his feet on me, sent Samuel to ask me to his table.
He didn't go?
After what happened, I should say not.
Maybe he's got a conscience, Christian. His invitation might have been a way of letting you know he was sorry.
I might have believed that once, but not now. Byam, we're in his power, officers and men alike. He considers us so many dogs to be kicked or fondled as he pleases. There can be no relief, none, not till we reach England. Heaven knows when that'll be. Heaven knows if I can stand it till then. Heaven knows if the men can stand it. Byam.
Yes, Christian?
Something I wish you'd do for me. On a voyage like this, one never knows what may happen. If for any reason I should fail to reach home, I'd like you to see my people in Cumberland. That'd be too much trouble for you?
Not at all, Mr. Christian.
Just before I joined the ship, my father asked that I make such an arrangement with someone on board. In case anything should happen, he said that it would be a comfort to him to talk with one of my friends.
You can count on me, sir.
Good. That's settled, then.
Well, Mr. Christian. You're up late.
Yes, sir.
And you, Mr. Byam. Can't you sleep?
It's very warm below, sir.
I hadn't noticed it. A true sailor can sleep in an oven if the case requires, or on a cake of ice. Good night, Mr. Byam. Good night, Mr. Christian.
Smith, wake up. It's 3 bells.
Burkett, where's the other lads?
Thompson's gone to the arms chest. Come with me and be quick about it.
Aye, that and I will.
Coleman. Oh, Coleman.
Huh? What do you want, Thompson?
The key to the gun locker. Hurry, man. It's hanging above the hatch.
Thompson, is that you?
Aye, Burkett.
What did you get, man?
10 muskets and a brace of pistols.
Pass them around, mate.
Smith.
Aye, I'll take one.
Quintal.
Aye, give me one with a bayonet.
Ellison. Thanks. Churchill.
Aye, I'm with you.
Where's the rest of the lads, Burkett?
On the aft deck. They see Mr. Christian.
Aye, we need Christian, we do. He's the man that'll rid us of that swine. Aye, Christian.
Mr. Byam! Mr. Byam, get up!
Yes? Yes?
Put on your clothes!
There's no time about it.
Oh, what is it? Have we been attacked?
Have we been attacked?
No. We've taken the ship.
Captain Bligh is a prisoner.
What?
Burkett, are you mad? Have you any idea what you're doing?
We know what we're doing. Bligh brought all this on himself. Now, by heaven, we'll make him suffer.
I'm going to shoot the dog.
And don't you try any of your young gentlemen's ideas on us, or we'll murder some more of you. Seize them up, Burkett.
They're not to be trusted.
Hold your tongue. Mind the gun locker. Come, gentlemen, hurry into your clothes. Oh, Quidel.
Yes, Burkett.
Stand fast by that door there. No one's to come forward without my orders, you understand?
All right.
Now then,
Come on,
get
boys.
going. Up the ladder way. On deck with you. Captain Bligh. Stand back. Don't move a step.
Isn't there a loyal man among you?
Will you hold your tongue, Mr. Bligh?
Or shall I shove this bayonet into your ribs?
Go ahead, Christian. Murder me. Go on ahead.
I'm master of this ship now, Mr.
Master
Bligh, and
of
by
the
heaven,
ship?
I'll stand no more of your
Christian,
abuse.
you traitor! I'll see you hung. I'll have you flogged.
Hold your tongue or you're dead this instant.
Let the dog's throat.
Let him have it.
Quiet! Quiet, the lot of you.
I'll give the orders on this ship. Beckett, get the other officers on deck.
They're fetching him up, sir.
Mr. Christian, think what you do. Release me. Lay aside your arms. Let's be friends again, Mr. Christian. Mr. Christian, I give you my word that nothing more shall be said of this matter.
Your word is of no value, Captain Bligh.
What do you mean to do with me?
Shoot you swine!
Seize him up at the gratings, Mr. Christian.
Give us a chance at him with the lads.
Silence! Silence!
We'll give you justice, Mr. Bligh. Which is more than you've ever given us.
What's your plan, Mr. Christian?
We've a right to know.
Aye, that we have.
Mind what you're about, Thompson. I'm master of this ship.
You're a mutinous swine! That's what you are, Christian!
They'll never listen to you. They're...
Maybe that'll teach you to hold your tongue.
Mr. Christian.
Stand back, Bam.
Think what you're doing, Christian.
This is my affair.
Up the steps, Rosie.
Fryer,
Put down the guy.
Purcell. Over on that side of the deck with Bam and Morrison.
Mr. Christian, are you in this?
Yes, Mr. Fryer. I've taken the ship. None of you will be hurt unless you resist.
What are you going to do with Captain Bligh?
Kill me! That's what the villain's going to do.
Oh,
Kill
Mr.
me!
Bligh, no, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to put you adrift in the longboat.
Longboat?
Turn him adrift! Turn him adrift!
Turn me loose in that rotten little boat, will you? 3,000 miles from land? What else is that but murder?
Giving you a chance, Mr. Bligh. It's more than you'd give me. Mr. Mills.
Aye, Mr. Christian.
Near the launch and be lively.
Aye, sir.
Ellison, Quinton, give me a hand with the davits.
Now, gentlemen, you have your choice. The rest of the men who haven't joined us, you stay on ship with me, or you go with Bligh.
I give you warning. Come with me and I'll see you hung.
I'll stay. I'm with you, Mr. Christian.
Stand on this side.
I'm going with the captain.
Not me.
Over here, then. Mr. Fryer?
Mr. Christian, listen to
I've
reason.
no time, Mr. Fryer. Answer my question.
I've sympathy for you, the wrongs you've suffered, but none whatever for what you're doing now.
I have not asked for your sympathy, Mr. Fryer. Mr. Byam, what's your decision? Mr. Byam.
I shall go with Captain Bligh.
Very well. Over here, then. On that side. Purcell?
No matter what I think of Mr. Bligh, I know my duty as an officer.
Mr. Purcell, I shall remember that.
All that are going. Mr. Bligh, ready to man the launch?
She's ready to lower, sir.
In the boat, men. First, Mr. Bligh.
I'll never leave my ship of my free will.
Very well. Carry him, men.
Into the longboat with you.
Stand back. Stand back, gentlemen. Cratchit, keep your musket ready if anyone makes a move. That's it. Into the boat, men.
Keep him in, lad.
Now, the rest of you, Fryer, Purcell, Nelson, all of you that are going, keep moving. Ellison's up in the supplies. In you get.
We can't take any more. Christian, we can't take any more. Don't send it anymore. She's overloaded, Christian. She's overloaded with swamp. No more men. Don't swamp the boat, men. I'll see that justice is done you.
Very well. Back the rest of you. Byam, get back.
Yes, Mr. Christian.
Lower away, men.
Aye, sir. Lower away.
One more chance, Christian. One more chance to surrender.
Too late for that now, Mr. Bligh.
You'll pay for this, every one of you. You'll pay.
Give us some cutlasses at least, Christian. Some maps.
Ellison, throw down some cutlasses.
Aye, sir.
Cowards! Are these all the arms you'll give us?
You'll get a belly full of lead. Now, then turn around the swivels on it. Give him a whip of grape.
Wait from that gun, Quiddle. I'll put you in irons. Cast off there below.
You scoundrels! Murderers! Traitors! I'll have vengeance on you. I'll see you swing a yard arm before 2 years have passed. If I have to go to the edge of the earth to get you.
The launch was soon 100 yards from the ship, with Bligh and 18 men crowded aboard. There was no chance of my joining them. A northeast breeze freshened and the Bounty began to gather way. Under Christian's command, we put back to Tahiti. There we parted. It was his intention to turn his back forever on civilization and settle in some remote island in the South Seas. The rest of us well determined to return to England. With him aboard the Bounty went 8 members of the crew, 8 native women, and Tahani, his wife. The last I saw of the Bounty, she was standing off the shore of Tahiti with all sails set, heading north into uncharted waters where the light easterly breeze had been.
Prisoners, stand forth. Roger Byam.
Here, sir.
James Morrison.
Yes, sir.
William Musprat.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Burkitt.
Yes, sir.
John Mills.
Yes, sir.
Thomas Ellison.
Yes, sir.
Do any of the accused have anything further to say in your defense?
No, my lord.
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 Having heard the evidence produced in support of the charges made against you, and having maturely and deliberately weighed the whole of the evidence, This court is of the opinion that the charges have been proved against you. It doth therefore judge that you shall suffer death by being hanged by the neck on board any of His Majesty's ships of war not later than 1 month from this date, and at such a time and such a place as the commissioners for executing the office of Lord High Admiral of Great Britain and Ireland shall, in writing, under their hands, direct.
Our story tonight is the true account of an adventure at sea. It is not fiction, it is history. And history seldom accommodates us with a happy ending. The boundaries of fact reach farther than the boundaries of romance. And even when the last of the principles of any action have died, it cannot surely be said that any human event has ended in the sense that a story ends. If our hero tonight was Captain Bligh, then our story concludes with the fulfillment of his promise. For Captain Bligh, sailing without charts or instruments, against thirst and hunger, against heat and cold, after 41 perilous days on the open sea, brought the launch of the Bounty with its crew of 19 souls into the Dutch port of Timor, 3,618 miles from where they had been set adrift. He kept his word, returned to England, brought 7 of the mutineers to trial and saw them convicted to treason and condemned to death. If our hero was Roger Byam, then the story still has a happy ending. For in spite of Captain Bligh, and quite in keeping with the best traditions of melodrama, he was reprieved from hanging at the 11th hour and lived to marry a girl and to become a captain in the British Navy. As to Mr. Christian, the end of his story has not been written. It has been told that with his wife Tahani and a few of the mutineers, he sailed the Bounty far off the trade lanes to an island they called Pitcairn. They may not have lived happily ever after, but for almost 150 years their descendants have continued in existence, free from the bondage and misery against which Fletcher Christian rebelled.
In a moment or so, Orson Welles will return to the microphone with his guest of the evening, Mrs. Dorothy Hall, a person who has had direct contact with the descendants of the mutineers and who has been recently and dramatically associated with life on Pitcairn Island. While we are waiting for them, let me remind you of something I was talking about a little while ago, of the lavish emphasis on chicken in Campbell's chicken soup. Actually, all the good meat of fine government-certified chickens goes into the making. The broth bubbles slowly and softly in shining kettles until it takes on a golden glint, and the flavor of chicken is rich in every drop. Pieces of chicken meat, cooked deliciously tender, go into the soup, too, along with snowy rice. Every woman knows that the merit of a chicken soup depends on the amount of chicken used in making it. And since that is so, then as surely as you like chicken, you like Campbell's chicken soup. You like it for lunch, for supper, for family meals, whenever the idea of chicken sounds good. Why not put Campbell's chicken soup on tomorrow's shopping list and have it this very weekend? And now, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last, or at least the latest chapter in the strange story of the mutiny on the Bounty, we're going to tell you tonight, before this broadcast is over. It was written only last summer, and only a few miles from this studio. Hack is a taxicab. It is also what you call a writer if you're mad at him. Quack is what Donald Duck says, and what you should never call a doctor. Ham is the most distinguished reference you can make to an amateur radio operator. But there are two kinds of hams, and smile when you call a radio actor a ham.
Say ham to Mrs. Dorothy Hall, however, and she'll just smile. I'd like to make this quite clear before I go on. When you say radio ham to me, it is either dramatic criticism or fighting words, depending on how big you are. But okay around Mrs. Hall, because ham is just a pleasant reminder in the queer vernacular of her own people that she has passed tests A and B of the Federal Communications Commission and belongs to the elect among amateur radio operators of the world. Mrs. Hall's kind of ham pioneered radio. Mrs. Hall's kind of ham stays up late and gets up early, eats irregularly, rescues flood victims, and talks like an E. Phillips Oppenheim spy into an H.G. Wells machine, thinking nothing of such phrases as QRM, QC, QRT, and QSL, the exact meaning of which I am not entirely certain. 88, however, means love and kisses. This I have committed to memory in several languages. 88. Y15KG is what Mrs. Hall assures me she calls His Royal Highness Crown Prince Faisal Ghassel of Iraq. I said Crown Prince Faisal Ghassel of Iraq. And there are a lot of other hams, Mrs. Hall's kind. I mean, there is W5DEW, for example, who is Mary, the Dewdrop of Texas, and the mother of 4 children. There is Howard Hughes. There is Wilmer Allison, the tennis star. There is Dr. James Hard, the John D. Rockefeller of Mexico, who's invested $150,000 in amateur radio. This is the son of Herbert Hoover, too, and Andy Sinella, the band leader, and about 85,000 others, including Amos of our own Campbell Soups, Amos and Andy. I don't know what makes a ham. Mrs. Hall's kind, I mean. But I do know that it's very lucky for an awful lot of people that hams do exist. And 214 of those lucky people are especially lucky and especially grateful to Mrs. Hall. They are the 214 great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren and great-great-great-grandchildren of the crew of the HMS Bounty. Remember the headlines? Pitcairn Islanders face starvation, Bounty survivors isolated by typhoid rumor, Queen's woman rallies British to aid survivors, radio amateur acts to save starving inhabitants. Well, that was only last summer, and only last summer it was that the rumors of a dangerous epidemic forced the little island into a tragic quarantine that threatened to erase all life from Pitcairn. That same Pitcairn, that same paradise that Mr. Christian and the rest of them founded 150 years ago in tonight's story. What happened was this. Stories of a contagious disease on Pitcairn Island spread faster than any disease through the islands, from Panama to Tahiti, from Samoa to New Zealand, and boats, all of them, from the biggest traders to the littlest tramps, kept off. The harbor was closed. Pitcairn Islanders watched them, boats with food and, most vital, with medical supplies, sail past them almost within shouting distance and away into the sky. And so it was that slow death and death by torture faced a community in the very presence of civilization, faced a people whose ancestors had known this torment and this kind of death. And here's how another chapter was written in the saga of the Bounty. Andrew Young, descendant of midshipman Edward Young, latitude 25 minutes, 4 seconds south, longitude 130 minutes, 6 seconds west, fighting time, fighting the ebbing power of his radio transmitter, found an old friend in the ether whom he knew well and whom he had never seen 7,740 miles away. A colleague in the great good fellowship of radio hams. Found and gave the word to Mrs. Dorothy Hall, 18618 Williamson Avenue, Springfield Gardens, Queens, Long Island, New York. And here she is. Mrs. Dorothy Hall, who picked up the message and gave it to the world. I'd like you to meet Mrs. Hall.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Mrs. Hall, will you please read the entry which you made in your log on July 19th of last year?
Certainly, Mr. Wells. Here it is. 4:38 a.m. While in contact with VR6AY, he requested that I contact the British consul that no ships had stopped for trading since May 25th, and they needed food and medical supplies.
Mrs. Hall, when did help finally reach the islanders?
Just 9 days after I received the message.
They must be tremendously grateful for what you've done for them.
Well, they're very nice people.
I think you're understating the situation, Mrs. Hall. I must tell you that since Mrs. Hall rescued Pitcairn Island, I found out from other sources she's become what amounts to its unofficial consul general, purchasing agent, advisor, and guardian angel.
Well, Mr. Wells, that's quite a title.
Tell us, Mrs. Hall, what do you think is the outlook for the islanders?
I'm afraid not so very encouraging. They are entirely cut off from regular professional medical attention, whereas they recovered from this epidemic, which incidentally has never been diagnosed. It is more than possible, particularly with the threat of cholera, that someday a ship will pull into the harbor and find no one alive.
Mrs. Hall, certainly something should be done about this. The people at Pitcairn Island need a doctor. They need someone to tell them what they've got when they're sick and someone to cure them when they've got it. They need at least the simplest medical supplies. I don't know what can be done, but maybe somebody, somewhere, who's listening to this will know the answer. Let's hope so. And now, before wishing you good night, Mrs. Hall, and thanking you for visiting us at the Campbell Playhouse, I'd like our listeners to hear what I found in your log when I visited your home the other day. It's your most recent entry regarding the island. It's just a sentence, but I think it's very eloquent. It's from the Chief Magistrate of Pitcairn Island to Mrs. Dorothy Hall. Quote, "You do what is for our good. It's okay with me." Signed, Richard Edward Christian. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just before I lose my voice and just before we say good night, just a minute of next week's story. A preview is what the movies call it. Music, if you please, Professor Thurman.
When Mr. Phippeny took the mules out of the traces to lead them down to the stream to drink, he noticed that his wife continued sitting on the spring seat staring ahead of her, and that Addie, now 10 years old, remained in the wagon under the canvas. When he came back, they were as before.
Josephine, are you feeling all right?
Fine.
Don't you like this camping place?
As well as any camping place.
Well, what about supper?
I don't plan to cook any more suppers in this fine, free out of doors.
Well, how come?
Tomorrow, Addie and I is going back to some town to live or die. Some town like Natchez.
And leave me?
We, too, are going back to that town to live or die.
Perhaps Mr. Phippeny's poker playing, in spite of his wife's frequent corrosive remarks about it, had given him some helpful training. At any rate, Mr. Phippeny leaned down and began pulling at Breekstill's long ears.
Breekstill? We don't want to go to town, we do. We're ashamed of the old wagon. Who are we anyhow? Why, we're the chicken wagon family and ain't got no home except only such as this. Yes, Breekstill, yeah. We can't be chicken wagon people no more. It's disgraceful. We're ashamed. We're going to town, we is, Breekstill, and... Hey, we're going to town. And by dogs, we're going to the biggest downtown in the world. We're on our way to New York City.
Mrs. Phippeny screamed.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you've just heard comes about at the beginning of next week's broadcast, and the voice you heard telling you the story, because he happened to visit the Campbell Playhouse in this studio tonight, and because he was nice enough to do this for us, was the voice of America's finest actor, Mr. Burgess Meredith, who is the star of next Friday's story, which is a queer story, a funny story, a very, very good story, and a very, very human story, called The Chicken Wagon Family. Until then, until The Chicken Wagon Family, Burgess Meredith, who is next week's star, my sponsor and I, and all of us on the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
In tonight's broadcast of Mutiny on the Bounty, Captain Bligh was played by Orson Welles. Roger Byam was played by Carl Frank. Joseph Cotton was Fletcher Christian. Thomas Burkett was played by Ray Collins. Mr. Fryer by Frank Reddick. Morrison by Myron McCormick. Edgar Barrier was Purcell, Richard Wilson was Thompson, William Allen was Samuel, and Memo Holt was Tehani. Don't fail to listen in next Friday night when Orson Welles brings to the Campbell Playhouse Burgess Meredith in that lovable, laughable bestseller of a dozen years ago, The Chicken Wagon Family. This is Ernest Chappell saying good night on behalf of the makers of Campbell's Soups. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The makers of Campbell's Soup present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. Our offering for tonight deals with those fabulous creatures who are rapidly becoming a race apart, the professional flyers of the world. While not exactly unheralded and unsung, not that is in regard to their spectacular conquest of the air in which they span whole continents and oceans without pause or stop, but in such everyday routine affairs as getting the mail through, no matter how inaccessible the destination, how menacing the elements. It's a fact that their achievements are taken much too much for granted. But tonight we deal with such a group of men. In this instance, flying all over a South American republic whose capital is here called Barranca, who themselves see nothing more unusual or heroic in what they're doing than if there were so many radio producers. Only Angels Have Wings is the title of our offering. It's still remembered happily by those who saw it as a Columbia picture production with Cary Grant, Gene Arthur, and Richard Bosseman. Our guest star tonight is the beautiful and animated young lady from Hollywood who has rapidly worked her way into the affections of all of us with a number of distinguished and memorable characterizations, Miss Joan Blondell. But before our story begins, Mr. Ernest Chappell would like a word with the ladies especially. Chappell, sir.
Thank you, Orson Welles. And I'll be direct and to the point. Tell me, do you still go to the trouble of making vegetable soup at your house?
Frankly, Mr. Chappell, I do. When it comes to the other soups, I serve Campbell's, but my mother and her mother before her...
I understand, madam. Making vegetable soup is a sort of a tradition in your family. Is that so?
Why, yes, you might call it that.
And I respect that tradition. But that's just the reason I'd like you, particularly, to try Campbell's vegetable soup. Quite apart from the kitchen time it will save you, you'll find when you taste it that Campbell's vegetable soup has the same slow-simmered, rugged beef stock as yours. And in it, 15 different kinds of vegetables, wholesome and tender and flavorful.
15 different vegetables, did you say? Well, that's many more than I ever think of using.
Yes, I guess it is, but that's what helps to make Campbell's vegetable soup so extra tempting that when home cooks try it, they decide then and there to let Campbell's make their vegetable soup for them.
Well, I'm going to try it, Mr. Chappell. It certainly sounds like the kind of vegetable soup I want my family to have.
I think you'll find it so. And I hope that every woman listening who hasn't tried vegetable soup as Campbell's make it will do so too. Will you? Soon. And now, Only Angels Have Wings, starring Orson Welles and Joan Blondell.
All the for Barranca.
Oh, Purser.
Yes, Miss Lee.
How long do we stay in Barranca?
The ship sails at 4 a.m. We're sorry,
From the
but
looks of this place, that'll be long enough. Where's a good place to go?
there's only one place, the cafe at the airport. It's called the Dutchman.
If I had a quarter for every time I've been in a dump in the tropics called the Dutchman, how do you get there?
Just up that street, miss. It's the only one.
Cut off my legs and call me Shorty. Yeah, I'm going to talk to that dame, Les. Right off the ship like that, I got a notion she'd like to meet up with a nice guy like me.
Yeah, the last time you had a notion like that, Joe, you got your jaw broken.
Yeah, well, how was I to know she was a female heavyweight champion of the Argentine? Hey, hiya, babe.
If you banana cowboys don't go away and leave me alone.
Hey, we're not the banana
What do you
cowboys.
guys want?
It ain't fair to ask us that quick. We just want to buy you a drink.
Are you American?
Beautiful, we're so American, we don't even know the words of the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, I just say so. I'll buy you a drink.
Fair enough.
Oh, it sure sounds good to hear something that doesn't sound like pig Latin. Where you from?
Well, I'm Les Peters. Yeah, and I'm Joe Sutter. In New York and Kansas, that's us. Hey, what's your name?
Bonnie Lee.
Well, boys, I'm glad you found some social life for yourselves, but where's the mail?
We dropped the mail bags in your office, Dutchie.
That's good, Les. That's where we first spotted you, Miss Lee, down at the boat when we was getting the mail.
The Dutchie, this is Miss Lee.
How do you do?
You. Miss Lee, this gentleman here is postmaster and leading banker of Barranca.
Also the owner of the general store, when you're right, and...
Manager, cook, waiter, and general staff of the hotel and restaurant you're in right now.
And outside of that, all right.
Pay no attention to them, Miss Lee. My name's John Van Ryder. Shake.
Hello, Dutchie.
Hey, Dutchie, bring us a bottle of scotch, huh?
Sure. Wait, just wait, Miss Lee. My scotch is marvelous. My scotch is marvelous.
Want to have a drink with us,
Dutchie? Sure, thanks, I will, but I'll have bourbon. I'll bring it right away.
Yeah, he makes his own peanuts, too.
Say, what are you fellas doing down here?
Yeah, same as everybody here. Working for the Dutchman.
Working at what?
We fly a little mail.
And things.
Here and there.
Who'd ever think there was a flying field in a place like this? Where is it?
What, the flying field?
Yeah.
Outside the door.
Yeah,
She owns that, too.
Yeah, you see, Dutchie owns the flying field, and we call it...
And muchas gracias,
Hello,
Dutchie.
Well, what you doing down here, Miss Lee? On your way back to the States?
Yes, if I don't get a job in Panama.
Ah, professional, eh?
I quit a show in Valparaiso.
Hey, Dutchie, leave that bottle on the table.
Hey, you boys, better go easy.
Yeah, what for? Why?
One of you has to fly the mail tonight.
Hey, I thought Tony was first out.
Now, Tony's got a touch of fever.
Hey, can you
Either
please
you
do
or
a nice
Joe.
thing?
Hey, he's right about drinking. If you boys are worried about...
We're not worried about who's going.
Yeah, what we're worrying about is...
Who is going to take you to dinner?
Yeah. Who said anything about staying for dinner?
Well, we'll send you a formal invitation later.
Yeah, say, how do you like your steak?
I don't know. You mean real American steak?
Well, I don't like to brag, Miss Lee, but how do you think I keep those boys down here?
Then I guess I'm staying for dinner.
You hear that noise. Ooh.
Joe Sutter, you're up next. Hey, Joe, stand by. Check this clearance.
Not me, Jeff. I'm having dinner with Miss Lee.
What's going on here?
This is Miss Lee, Mr. Jeff Carter.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Lee. I'm sorry, Joe. The mail goes on schedule, and so do the pilots.
Now, since when, Jeff? Anyway, Les can take
I want Les to go to the warehouse and check over that stuff that came in on the boat.
Hey, that's an all-night job. What'd you think that up?
Just now. Come on, get going, Joe.
Yeah, but what about Miss
Don't
Lee?
you worry about Miss Lee. I'll be glad to take up where you left off.
Look here, mister. I got something to say about this, you know.
Chorus girl?
No, I do a specialty.
So much the better. Pick up that stuff on your way back from Las Cruces, Joe. See you later, Miss Lee.
Oh, you will you? Hey, who does that guy think he is?
He don't have to think who he is. Yeah, he's the boss.
Well, he's not my boss.
Don't you bet on that.
Well, so long, Bonnie. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, Joe.
Now, be careful, Joe. No chances.
How can he fly in this fog?
Well, it's just on the ground. It's only 200 or 300 feet thick. And what he's waiting for is the heavy stuff piled up in a pass.
Sounds like double talk to me.
The only way of getting inland from here is through a deep pass. It's about 14,000 feet in a low spot. We keep a lookup out there all the time to tell us when it clears.
Call in Barranca. Call in Barranca. Call in Barranca.
Okay, Tex, go ahead.
That's the lookout I was telling you about, Bonnie.
How's the look up there, Tex?
Jeff, you better hold Joe down there for a while.
I can't. He's already gone. You ought to be able to see him by now.
I can't see the tip of my nose. Jeff, it's closing in again. You can't tell what this stuff will do.
Okay, Tex. Les, you better stand by and put out a flare in case I don't get hold of him.
Never mind the flare, Jeff. Little Joey heard every word. What'll I do, come back?
Yeah. Look, Joe, it's pretty thick down here. Start letting down. You get over the fog. I'll line you up and talk you in.
Say, Jeff.
What?
Will you tell that beautiful blonde I'm still in the running, huh?
Will you stick to business, Joe?
Well, all I want to do is order 2 steaks for dinner.
Come on, everybody, out in the field.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, I said all I want to do is order 2 steaks for dinner. How about it, Dundee?
It's okay, Cutter.
Okay, Joe. Let's get going, kid.
Whatever you say, Jeff.
Plug in that field set. Get the big light ready.
Already done,
Turn it
Jeff.
straight up.
Straight up it is. Awful cold out here.
Light the bulbs.
Okay.
Joe Southard, Joe Southard.
Okay, Jeff. Coming down. On top of the fog is 1,500.
He's higher than I thought, Jeff.
You too. Watch carefully, Joe. We're turning on the lights.
Here they go.
There you are, Joe. Can you see him?
No, not a thing. Can't even see the glow.
Must be thicker than it looks.
It's pretty thick, all right.
Hey, pipe down on that piano. Cut it with a knife, all right, if you can see through to find a knife.
Cut that out!
I know just how Joe feels.
Now, look, Joe. Joe, pay attention. It's all closed in down here. You're west of the field. Joe, west of the field. You fly due east. Fly due east. Joe?
Fly 1,500 due east. Due east is 1,500.
Blink your motor, Joe. All right, Joe, you're passing over the field. Now go 1 mile, turn 180 degrees, and start letting it down. Watch for the lights.
He sounds a little south, Jeff.
Joe, you're a little south. A little south.
Okay, Jeff. Turning north.
I'll switch the light, Jeff.
Here I go. 1,200. 1,000. 800. 600.
Hey, Joe. Joe, you're coming in too high. You overshoot the field. Hey, it's Joe. Joe, make a turn. Go further back. Try it again.
Okay. I'm turning.
Look, Joe, can't you see the lights?
Nothing that even looks like a dim candle.
His line was okay, Jeff.
Yeah. Joe, your direction was perfect. Be sure to keep the same line.
All right, Jeff. I'm turning. Here I go.
Cut up 100, Sid.
500. 400.
Take it easy, Joe. Take it easy.
Shut up, Dutchie.
300.
Go now, Joe, cutter.
I'm down to 100 now, Jeff.
Jeff, that doesn't
Joe, pull her up. Pull up. You're heading for the tree. Look, Joe. Joe, you had the wrong line, Joe. You're way off.
Okay, Jeff. Jeff, it's all the lights. I'll get it next time.
Nothing doing, Joe. Don't take any more chances. You got 3 hours gas, so you better stay up there and cruise around.
And 3 hours, oh, Jeff, you'll be almost on the boat by then.
Listen, I told you to stick to business. Now get up on top and cruise around till it opens up down here.
That's right, Jeff. Don't let him do it.
Oh, Jeff, give me one more chance. Hey, Jeff, I think there'll be a hole. Yeah, I do see one.
Joe.
I'm coming down, Jeff.
Listen, Joe, you got your orders. Stay up there and quit worrying about that blonde.
It's all right, Jeff. I see the light. I'll make it easy.
Listen, Joe. Joe, pull up. Pull up. You're heading for that tree. Joe. Get away. Come on, Ferris, here, in case you have to cut him out.
Okay, Jeff.
Dutchie, telephone the police. Tell them to clear the field and keep it that way. Hurry up.
Jeff, right away. You don't know you call you could, Jeff.
Yeah, Mr. Wise Guy, all right.
Do something. You need your life. Don't stand there. What are you standing there doing?
Cut it out. Haven't you caused enough trouble?
Call in Miranda. Call in Miranda.
Go ahead, Tex.
Hey, Jeff, it's all cleared up now. Hey, Jeff, the path is clear. Jeff, did you get Joe down all right?
All except for one tree that's stuck up too high.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
Yeah?
Mr. Carter, do you think... I mean, do you think it was my fault what happened out there?
Sure, it was your fault. You were going to have dinner with him. The Dutchman hired him. I sent him up on schedule. The fog came and a tree got in the way. All your fault. Forget it. If you want the honors, come on, let's eat.
I will not.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi, Les. Where you been?
Yeah, down at the warehouse, checking up on those spare parts for you, like you told me. Here I missed all the excitement around here.
You sure did, Les. Gonna eat?
Sure.
Are you gonna change your mind, Miss Lee?
Certainly not.
Here's your steak, miss. Here's the other one who wants it.
Put it right here.
Si, senor.
Hey, coffee.
Will you have some coffee, miss?
No.
Yeah, the steak looks fine.
How can you do that?
Do what?
Eat that steak.
Hey, what's the matter with it?
It's his.
Look, what do you want me to do? Have it stuffed?
Haven't you got any feelings? Don't you realize he's dead?
Who's dead? You know anybody around here who's dead, Les?
News to me. Who's dead?
Joe.
Joe?
Joe who? Anybody know a Joe?
What's the matter with you? You were sitting here talking with us and laughing just a few minutes ago, and now...
Well, how do you like that? Don't say I told you, Jeff, but she slapped your face.
I know. Hey, you. You little fool. Why don't you use your head? Come on, stop it.
Oh, I don't know how you can act like this. Why, that poor kid.
Yeah, I know. He's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
That's right. He's been dead for about 20 minutes. And all the weeping and wailing in the world won't make him any deader 20 years from now. If you feel like bawling, how do you think we feel?
I know how I feel.
You go on outside and walk around, stay there, and you can pull all that together. If you can't do it, don't come back at all.
Hi, lady.
Oh, I didn't mean to make a scene, but
Don't call me mister. Call me kid.
Oh, okay, kid. You see,
I know. That's why I followed you out here. I kind of figured...
Kid, can you kick real hard?
Well, maybe you don't need it.
I think I'd feel better. You know, all my life I've hated funerals. Fuss and the bother that never brings anybody back and just spoils them, remembering them as they are. And yet when I see people actually facing it that way, I'd act like a sap. You know, this flying business is all new to me.
Oh, you'll learn, or you won't, and then it won't make any difference.
This sort of thing happens very often.
Well, that depends on the weather and the luck. We've drawn spades twice in the last 3 months, not counting this one.
Suppose you'll be at it again tomorrow.
Tonight, if it clears.
You must love it. Flying, I mean.
Oh, why do you think we came to this kind of a place?
Just like being in love with a buzzsaw. There's no future in it. What is there about it that gets you?
Huh?
I said, what is there about it that gets you?
Oh, I've been in it 22 years, and I couldn't give you an answer that make any sense.
That's funny.
Well, what's so funny about that?
My dad used to say.
Flyer?
No, trapeze, high stuff. He wouldn't use a net.
Not much future in that, either.
We found that out. So tell me about this head man, this Jeff over here. Does he go up too?
Well, only when he thinks it's too tough for anybody else.
Well, that just goes to show you how wrong you can be.
Well, I've been Jeff's closest friend ever since he was old enough to have friends. And you can take it from me. You got no idea how wrong you can be about him if you're a girl. He's the greatest guy in the world, but he's an awful good guy for a gal to stay away from.
I'll remember that. Thanks.
But stick it on if you want to. You want a drink or two, help yourself. Good night, Miss Lee.
Bye, Dutchie.
Drop in again sometime when you come this way.
Thank you, I will.
All finished?
All finished.
Yeah.
Goodbye, mister. Too bad Barranca's so far from Brooklyn.
What's your hurry? It's only a few minutes after 12. Your boat doesn't sail till 4 o'clock.
When are you going to get some sleep?
After your boat sails. How about a drink?
Aren't you just wasting your time?
Well, that's a point that's open to argument.
But I'm afraid of.
What?
Those arguments.
What's the matter with them?
Oh, they're too one-sided.
Well, no hard feelings.
Your apologies accepted. Say, tell me something, will you? What was she like, anyway?
Who?
That girl that made you act the way you do. Still carrying a torch for her, aren't you?
Got a match?
Don't you ever have any?
No, don't believe in laying in a supply of anything.
Matches, marbles, money, or women?
That's right.
No looking ahead, no tomorrows, just today.
That's right.
Is that why she gave you the air?
Who?
That girl.
Listen to me. I wouldn't ask any woman. Did you ever know a woman who didn't want to make plans, map out everything, get it all set?
Well, if
I
that's
don't
a
blame them,
crime.
I guess. It's the only way they can operate, run a home and have kids.
Didn't you ask her to?
Who?
That girl.
I told you I wouldn't ask.
What if she was willing to?
That's what they all say. Women think they can take it, but they can't. The minute you get up in the air, they start calling the airport. When you get down, you find them waiting for you, so scared they hate your inside.
Oh, girl.
No, if there's anything else you'd like to know about me, I'd be only too glad. Would you like to go over to my room? Got some letters from home. Pictures of my father and mother. Pictures of me the first time I went up in the air. Pictures of my first crash.
Pictures of you when you were a baby?
I don't remember. Want to go and look?
Sure.
Okay. See that door?
Uh-huh.
Okay. We'll open it. Keep right on going. Just follow your nose, and it'll take you right back to the boat. And take care of yourself, you silly kid.
To take care of myself. I've been taking care of myself since I've...
Jeff. What is it, kid?
Tex just called from the lookout. He says the pass is cleared.
All right. Wind up number 7, put some coffee in it.
Already did.
So long, Bonnie. Have a nice trip.
Hey, wait a minute. Gone up yourself?
Sure.
When will you be back?
Next week, 2 o'clock.
What is it now?
Just gonna kiss you goodbye. There.
What do you want me to say? Thank you?
That's what you feel like saying. Let's try it again. I kind of like it. So long.
Things certainly happen fast around here, kid, don't they?
Uh-huh.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings with Joan Blondell. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Te he buscado por donde quiera que voy y no te puedo hallar. No sentir otros besos y tus labios no me quieren ya besar. Y tú, quién sabe por dónde andarás, quién sabe qué aventura tendrás que lejos estar de mí. Si puedes tu conmigo saber, pregúntame si yo alguna vez he dejado de
This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of Only Angels Have Wings. But first, if you want to know what people eat, ask your grocer. I have a grocer friend I see quite a lot of. I like to check my ideas with him, so to get his ideas about the things I tell you from week to week. The other afternoon, I was chatting with him, and I asked him, among other things, if he had noticed that more and more of his customers were giving up making soup at home. He nodded and pointed to the shelf where he keeps his Campbell soup. Every morning, he said, I stock that shelf full. Well, look at it now. That's the best answer I can give you. And you know, to me, that seemed a pretty good answer, too. Now, I'm wondering, perhaps you are drawing regularly on the Campbell soup shelf at your grocer's. Perhaps you're enjoying your favorite soup as Campbell's make them. Fine-flavored, nourishing, really home-like soups. But if not, if you haven't yet turned your soup making over to Campbell's, won't you try them? I believe your family will enjoy them so keenly that, well, you'll decide then and there to let Campbell's make all your soups for you. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings, starring Orson Welles and Joan Blondell.
What are you doing, Jeff? Setting records? That was a pretty quick trip you made.
Shut up, kid.
I still say it was a pretty quick trip.
What do you mean quick?
Well, it wasn't slow.
When you're in a ship, you go as fast as the ship. You ought to know that by now.
Sure, and a ship's got to go as fast as you want it to. I know that, too.
All right. Let's have a hot cup of coffee. Carlos, a hot cup. What do you say? A prisa, pronto.
Yeah, voy.
Have some, kid?
Nope, I had already. But if you're looking for company for breakfast, that table right back of the post.
What do you mean that table? Oh. What are you doing here?
Have my breakfast?
Is your boat still in? I don't see it from here.
No, you don't.
Aquí está. Váyate. You happen to get left behind.
Oh, just...
Yeah, well, go on.
Well, I told the man to put my trunk on the dock.
Why?
Well, I couldn't stay over without having anything to wear now, could I?
It's been done.
That's funny. Here, by all rights, I ought to be sound asleep on that boat, far out to sea, and yet...
She's not so far out to sea as you think, lady.
What isn't?
The boat. Hey, kid.
Yeah?
Put some more gas in number 7, call up Santa Maria, and have them hold the boat till we get there. Where's your luggage?
Over there.
Good. Well, what are you waiting for, kid?
That boat doesn't stop at Santa Maria this trip.
Why not?
They have no bananas.
They have no bananas?
Yes, they have no bananas.
Look, mister, you don't have to bother about me.
James, not me. I don't get burned twice in the same place.
There's another boat leaving next week. I'll be on it.
Good. I gotta get some sleep. See you later, kid.
Well, Barney, if you're going to be here for a week, we better find some place for you to park.
Thanks, kid. I won't need a parlor, just a nice room with a bath.
To tell you the truth, Barney, I know we ain't got a room with a bath. I hope I can find you one with a room.
Hey, Dutchie.
All right. I'm only the owner. What is it?
What I mean, you're behaving like a guest.
Oh, I got to go someplace, eh?
Right, you gotta meet the southbound boat, Dutchie.
Why don't you send less?
It ain't polite to send less. We got that new flyer coming in. Go on, Dutchie. Make him feel good. You know, go and meet him in person. You kind of get the idea you care. See what I mean?
You sure you ain't just sending me down because I look comfortable?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons.
Oh.
What's that new guy's name, Les?
Byfield, eh?
Yeah, that's it, Byfield.
Well, who is he? Where'd the...
what's the difference, Dutchie? As long as he can fly, we can't afford to be too fussy down here. Go on down and meet the boat, Dutchie.
All right. The owner should go. The owner should sweep out, too, and the owner should make the drinks, and the owner should...
Number 7, calling Barranca. Number 7, calling Barranca.
Go ahead, kid.
Let me talk to Jeff, will you?
Hello, Grandpa.
Say, Jeff, you need an elevator to get down in this place.
I told you nobody could set down that canyon, Jeff. It don't make sense.
Makes sense if you do it. What's the matter? The wind bad?
Man, did you ever sit down in here, Jeff?
Yeah, once. It's about as easy as getting a piano over a transom. Come on back if you can make it.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Well, here's the mail.
Hello. Where's the new pilot?
He's putting his things in his room.
I'll give you a hand with those bags in a minute, Dutchie.
All right.
Don't strain yourself.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Quite all right, Dutchie. Quite all right.
You're all right, Mr. Byfield. It'll do. Well, let's get you acquainted around here. This is Mr. Byfield, our new flyer.
Welcome to our fair city.
Les Peters.
How are you?
Hello? Pete Shelton.
How are you?
How are you?
Too early to buy a drink? Yeah, I guess not. Let's sit down. Hey, where you from?
Mexico City.
What kind of stuff are they using up there?
Oh, some old Fokkers and Fords.
Oh, Jeff.
Yep.
This is Mr. Byfield.
Yeah. Glad to see you, Mr. Byfield.
Well, gents, drinks?
No, we won't be drinking with this guy.
What's this all about?
Your name isn't Byfield at all, fella. It's Ashton Stevens.
Did you say Stevens, Jeff?
That's what I said, Les.
Pat Stevens?
That's right, my name's Stevens, Pat Stevens.
Well, what of it, Les?
He's not the first guy that came down here under a different name?
No, Pete, but he's the first pilot who will have bailed out of his plane and let his mechanic crash.
Oh, that's the way you tell it.
Yeah, that's the way I tell it, Stevens. If you like to make
Cut
anything out of it...
Les. Stevens, did you know the kid was working down here?
What?
He is.
No, I didn't know it.
Look, Jeff, maybe you tell poor old Dutchie what this is all about. He doesn't know anything. What's the kid got to do with it?
Nothing. Except that it was the kid's younger brother that was killed when this guy took to his parachute.
What? Yeah, I've had enough of this guy.
Me too. Come on, Les, let's find another tape.
Right. Come on, Jeff.
That's good enough for me.
Oh, you're not so particular, huh?
No. I don't think even you could spoil my breakfast.
Thanks. I'm not used to these small favors.
Sorry I said it. Not used to being around people like you. As long as I got to talk to you, Stevens, here's a piece of news for you. That was the kid that come in on that ship just now.
What? Jeff, what are we going to do? What are we
Quiet, Dutchie. Better make yourself scarce, Stevens, because for your information, the kid carries a gun.
Say, you're getting kind of careful of me all of a sudden,
I'm not worrying about you. I just wouldn't like to have the kid. It'd be kind of inconvenient for me right now if they slapped the kid in the hoosgown.
Well, I'll have to meet him sooner or later, won't I?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Anyhow, it's your funeral. Might be, too, at that.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, kid.
Whew, it's hot down here on the ground. Give me some cold water, Dutchie.
Okay.
Who's got a match? Hey, what's the matter? It's like walking in the graveyard. Oh, hello there. You the new guy?
He's the new guy.
Well, welcome to our city.
Hello, kid.
Hey, wait a minute. I know you.
Yes, I think you do.
Yeah, sure. Long time no see, Stevens.
That's right. Take it easy, kid.
Okay, Jeff, okay. You know what I think of you, don't you, Stevens?
Let's go ahead.
2 years ago, I'd have broken your neck.
Well, there's nothing I can say, I guess.
That's right. Just you keep out of my way. I might still do it.
It's none of my business, Jeff, but I don't know why you stopped.
You're right, Les. It's none of your business.
Father, listen, you got to believe me. I had no idea that
Nothing
he was
you
down
can say that I'll believe, Stevens. As long as you fly where I tell you, all right.
Jeff, you're not going to put this guy to work.
You remember we was talking about things that were none of your business, Les?
Now, wait a minute, Jeff. I'm not going to allow
Who's
you...
running this airline, Dutchie?
Wait.
You are. That's what I mean. Come on with me, Stevens. You do some pretty queer things, Stevens.
Byfield's the name.
Yeah, Byfield, that's what I'm talking about. What made you think you could get away with coming
Let's get
down
this over with. When does the next boat leave?
Got enough dough for your passage?
No.
That's swell. Wonder if I could...
Could what?
Cram you down their throats.
That bunch out there? Well, I wouldn't mind choking a few of them.
Well, here it is. Every now and then we get a job around here that I wouldn't send a friend of mine out on, see? Wouldn't even go myself. Well, it looks like that might be a spot for you.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Kind of nice for me, having someone I can send out in any kind of weather, any kind of job, and only worry about the ship getting back.
Yeah, some of those ships aren't worth much.
Mm-hmm, it's just it. Still want the job on those terms?
I don't know any other way I'd want it.
Hey, Jeff.
What is it?
Well, they're loading number 8 with nitroglycerin.
I know. Taking it to the oil fields on your way out.
But say, Jeff, we aren't supposed to fly this company to mail?
I know we aren't, Dutchie.
There's nothing in my contract that says I'll fly nitroglycerin.
You're getting $1.50 a mile for doing
Not me.
What?
Jeff, I saw a guy blow a tire once. I was way down on the other end of the field, and it broke a bottle in my hip pocket.
Give me a map, Pete. Byfield.
If you're figuring on me flying nitroglycerin...
That's just exactly what I'm figuring. You took this job with the understanding...
Okay. Only nitroglycerin. Well, you weren't kidding me, were you?
I never kid people I don't like. Hey, Dutchie.
Yeah?
Figure out Pete's time. You're through, Pete.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Wait a minute, Jeff. You can't blame that boy.
I'm not blaming him, but he's fired, that's all. Sorry, Pete.
Jeff, I don't like the way you're...
We better clear the field before Byfield takes off, Dutchie. It's nitro, you know.
My goodness, yes. I didn't think of that at all.
And it'd be a little late to think of it after he hits the nitro.
Hey, don't come in. Don't come in.
Who's that?
Me. I'm taking a bath.
Now, this is my room.
Take it in my room if I could. Can't bet take a bath in a wash basin, you know.
All right, hurry it up.
I'm hurrying.
What's that?
What's what?
All this cooking.
Oh, that's coffee. Don't touch it. It's hot.
Yeah.
You'll burn yourself.
Boiling, wait a minute.
Ouch! I told you so. Let me see this. That is a burn. I'll put some butter on.
I don't want any butter on
My
it.
grandmother always used to use
You
butter.
kid, I want you to take this coffee pot out of here.
Ooh. I thought you never did that.
Did what?
Get burned twice in the same place. Where do you keep those pictures?
What pictures?
Those pictures of you when you were a baby.
Yeah, we're right back where we started, aren't we, Bonnie?
Oh, that was a million years ago. I know you a lot better now.
Oh, hey. Oh, your foot.
I slipped on the porch.
You little chump, don't go walking around on it. It's
Nothing's the matter with it. I just...
Hey, here, let me put you down somewhere.
It's not sprained. I just lost the heel off my slipper, that's all.
Now, why'd you say so?
Don't I have the darndest luck losing one heel right after another?
You're a queer duck, Bunny.
So are you.
Hey, Bunny. I want to ask you something, Bunny.
Go ahead.
You want me to kiss you like this, carrying you, or you want me to put you down on your feet first?
Well, you can kiss me like this, and if you put me down, that way you'll get another chance.
Thanks. You just got no vision, I guess.
Jeff, you don't have to be afraid of me anymore. I'm not going to tie you down. I don't want to plan. I don't want to look ahead. I don't want to change anything. I love you, Jeff. There's nothing I can do about it. I just love you, that's all. I feel the same way about you the kid does. Anything you do is all right with me.
The kid?
Yeah. He doesn't ask you for anything or get in your way or bother you, does he?
He drives me nuts.
Hey, Jeff. Oh, I'm,
Come in, kid.
Well, the boys are ready to test those motors, Jeff.
Okay, kid. So long, Bonnie.
You don't mean you're...
There you go. I told you.
believe it.
I'm a sucker for telling you this, Bonnie. I'd go anyway, but right now it's more important than ever. Dutchie's got a test contract with the government that expires tonight. If we make this flight okay, everything is jake. If we don't, forget I explained it to you, will you, please?
Okay,
I didn't say
I'll
it.
forget, only...
Only you won't. What a sap I am.
That's something I'll
Oh,
remember.
by the way, Bonnie, take a look through this box. Maybe you'll be able to find it. It's somewhere in there.
What is?
That baby picture we were talking about, it's kind of cute. I'm nude on a bare rug.
I can't wait.
And keep the coffee warm, will you?
On time. This kind of a storm, I thought sure that she'd be a little bit late.
Yeah, that'd be a lesson to you, kid. Even you can be wrong. Calling lookout! Calling lookout! Call lookout! Go ahead, Jeff. Stand by, Tex. The boat's in, number 4, taking off as soon as the mail gets up here. Jeff, you can't get through this stuff. I don't expect to, Tex. Gonna try to go over the top. That doesn't sound so good to me. Me either, only I ain't sounding it, I'm flying it. Okay, Jeff. Thanks for that ship, kid.
All set, Jeff. Can't do any more. I took out all the seats and stripped it clean.
Well,
got out almost 400 pounds. You know, that's just more than twice what I weigh.
That's all you can do.
Now, look here, Jeff.
I heard you the first time.
But, Jeff...
You're not going, kid. Forget it.
Why not?
Forget it because I am. I'm not asking anybody to go out on a night like this.
You don't have to
I'm
ask
not letting
me.
anybody else go but me either.
I'll toss you a coin for it. Heads, I go.
All right, we'll toss. Only heads I go.
Oh, let me have heads, will you, Jeff?
No, heads I go.
But I'd rather have heads. I'm superstitious.
Give me that
way.
coin.
Well, Jeff,
Oh. You're superstitious about heads, are you? Heads on both sides, that's all it is.
Well,
no wonder I've been buying you drinks all year.
Well, what do you know about that?
Dutchie, you went down to meet the boat.
Well, why ask me, Mr. Carter? What have I got to do with it? You are running this airline, aren't you? Stevens kind of pick up the mail, Jeff.
Thanks, Joe.
For your information, Mr. Carter, I want to ask you a question. Don't you think you're crazy to try to fly in this kind of weather?
Get the lights ready on the field, kid.
Okay, Jeff. I've told you so many times that whatever... Oh, Jeff, whatever you do, don't think you have to do it for me. I know what it means, but I'd rather be broke. I don't care whether we get the contract or not. Understand?
Don't strain yourself, Dutchie. I'm flying. Using my room to take a bath once, but if you're starting in housekeeping...
I thought you might want a little coffee. Careful. Boiling hot when I put it there. Don't burn yourself again.
Thanks, I won't. Anything else?
No. Oh, have a nice trip, Jeff. We'll see you in the next week. 2:00.
Where you going?
Back to the States tonight.
Hey, isn't that the outfit you came to shore in?
How'd you remember that?
I got systems for remembering things. Got a match?
Hey, don't you think it's about time you started carrying some?
Pretty late to begin getting new habits, isn't
You never
it?
carry matches. No matter what anybody says to you, you never carry matches.
What's wrong?
You carry matches now and then,
What's
Jeff.
all this?
Oh. I'm sorry to be so silly. I wanted to do this just the way you'd want me to. And I was all right up to the time yesterday, Madge, wasn't I?
Yeah, you sure was. Say, Bonnie, are you sorry about anything?
You.
No, I'm not. So long, Bonnie.
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Sure.
Oh, Jeff, I can't let you go.
Give me back my gun.
No, I won't.
You're crazy. Give me that gun.
You're not going to go, Jeff. You're not going to stay there.
put that down.
I want to see this out.
Bonnie, you're just like all the rest, aren't you? Every other
You
day.
really intend to go?
Yes, Oh. Go away, Bonnie. Go away. Get out of
I didn't mean to. I just didn't want you to go.
You don't aim good. All you got was my shoulder.
Hey, what's going on, Pete?
Shot.
Where's the first aid?
Over in the corner. I've been covered there.
Send for a doctor, somebody. Who did it?
I did.
You? How did it happen?
I didn't want him to go.
Well, he's not going now. Now, Barney, put some water on this stove. What about the bullet, Les?
It didn't come through. It's still in there. How's it look, you lad?
It's all right. But you're not going to do much flying with it.
Hello, Bat. Oh. Hey, Bat, it's almost too much to ask you, Bat, but I guess you'll have to do it.
Yeah, I always arrive in time for good news. How were you going to get through all that stuff?
Over the top, the new tri-motor.
Will she go that high?
I'll see. You find out.
I'll see what you find out.
You want to take a kid with you?
Anything you say if it's orders. Well, let me alone. Let me go alone.
Now, kid. You don't have to go Byfield. It's not that kind of a job.
That's fair enough. I'll see you out on the field in 5 minutes, kid. What's our altitude, Stephen? 2,500. Don't you think we ought to get a radio check? Yeah, give me the mic. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, kid.
Hiya, Jeff. Radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait a minute, kid. Wait a minute. You're covered. Try it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's better, but there's a lot of half, kid. You may have to repeat everything.
Okay. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. We're 3,500. 3,500. Still on instruments. Still on instruments. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 8,000. 8,000. On top first layer. On top first layer. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 14,000. 14,000. Picking up a little ice. We're to climb 320. To climb 320. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 15,600. 15,600. Near ceiling. Near ceiling. I don't think she'll take much more. Yeah, she's beginning to mush. Hold your hand. Here she goes. You all right, Stephen? I'm all right. What do we got under it? You'll save for 6,000. I'll wait till the air gets heavier, then I'll straighten her off. Yeah. I never saw one of these things yet that could sail through the side of a mountain.
I wonder what's wrong with the kid. There he is. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. Go ahead, kid.
Jeff, we can't make it. Got almost 16,000 and the bottom came out.
All right, come on back.
Well, not a chance, Jeff. We're not coming back. We're going through the pass.
Listen, kid. Tex says it's closed in tight. Turn around, come back. Those are orders, you hear?
No thanks, Jeff.
I order you.
Well, I haven't heard you for the last 5 minutes. Signing off.
Get Tex, Les. Tell him to look for them. Here, calling lookout. Calling lookout.
Go ahead, lad.
Now watch for number 4, Tex. They're going to try the pass.
They can't make it. It's closed in thicker than glue.
We're not going to make it, Stevens. Get in one of those chutes and jump. Is there any reason I can't stay with the ship, too? You don't have to. Which way is the path from here? 10 degrees north and 3,000 up. Okay. To the left.
Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
They just went by here throttled down and feeling their way. I tried to talk to them, but they wouldn't answer.
Keep trying.
Okay.
How you coming, Stevens? Okay, only I don't like these big birds around here. Oh, the pass is full of them this time of year. Condors. Hit one, she goes right through the windshield. I don't like them. It's tough enough not knowing your direction without... Oh! Are you all right, kid? Are you all right? Yeah. Get out quick, jump. Oh, I must have broken my... I can't move. You'll jump yourself. No, not this time. We'll get down. Go on, jump, you fool. I made my last jump. We're turning back, and we're making it if we can. Oh, if I could only move, I'd pick you up and... There, we're burning. Yeah, we've been burning for over a minute.
Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
Jeff, number 4 is on fire. Left outboard, nose motor. They're headed back to you, and I don't think they can make it.
Out on the field, everybody. Plugging that outside set. Listen, kid. Yeah, their receiver's no good if they're burning, Jeff. Kid. Calling number 4. Calling number 4. Look, Jeff. There they are.
There's a big torch. I don't see how they...
They'll never get it down. Kid. Stevens, number 4. Jump. Sail out. Here comes Street. Go on this way. Keep on pulling. Get him on. Come on now. You all right, Stevens? I'm all right. But the kid's hurt pretty bad. Plenty of him. Take him over there, boys. Okay, easy now. Come on. Look out, he's hurt bad. Easy. Take the kid inside, boys.
What's this?
Just a pat on the shoulder.
I'm all right, I tell you. If this doctor'd only quit. Oh, Jeff, tell this guy to quit fussing with me, will you? I'm all right.
Better leave him alone, Doc.
Oh, Jeff, give us a cigarette, will you?
Yeah.
How's the other guy?
Hands burned. One side of his face is on.
Stephen's all right, Jeff. He could have jumped, but he didn't, even after we was burning. He just sat there and took it like it was an ice cream soda. So, Jeff, buy him a drink for me, will you?
Sure, I'll buy him a drink.
Oh, God, if it hadn't been for those birds, we'd have made it.
Sure you would.
Yeah. I might design a windshield at an angle, then they'd bounce off.
Not a bad idea.
I'll make you a present of it, Jeff.
Hey.
When I get on my feet, we'll work it out. Or will we?
Your neck's broken, kid.
Well, no wonder I couldn't feel anything. Well, I guess this is it, huh?
always a chance.
Sure. Hey, Jeff, don't let anybody else in here, huh?
Whatever you say.
Oh, you see, I don't want them to see me. I'm not afraid, Jeff. I ain't scared, but well, I don't want anyone else to see me.
Sure, I know.
It's like doing anything new. It's just like my first solo. I didn't want anybody watching me then either. You see, Jeff, I don't know how good I'll be at this.
You want me to go too, kid?
Well, Jeff, I'd sure hate to pull a boner in front of you.
Sure, I know. I'll go. So long, kid.
So long, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Jeff, I think I'm going to take it fine. Yeah, I think you're going to be proud of me, Jeff.
Calling lookout.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Let me know the minute it clears, Tex. We're all set to go down here.
What about the kid, Jeff?
Broke his neck. Took off a few minutes ago.
Oh.
Hello, Pete.
I took care of everything on the field.
Thanks. Give me a drink, will you, Dutchie?
Yeah, you better make me one too, Dutchie.
What is it, Stephen?
Somebody said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, the kid asked me to buy a drink.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Dutchie, put it over on the table here, will you?
Well, wait a minute.
What is it now?
Why not have it with us?
Sure. Why not?
Have a cigarette, Stephen.
How are the hands coming?
Well, not bad.
Here's your drink.
Careful with those hands. You got it?
I'm all right.
Well, here's how. Here's to you, Bat.
Here's to you, Bat.
Thanks.
Well, so long, Les.
You going, Bonnie?
Nobody asked me to stay.
Well, but aren't you going to say goodbye to Jeff?
Why?
Well, I think you ought to.
You do?
Yeah, I think he wants you to.
You sure?
Well, he might not act like it, but I think he would.
Well, if you think I ought to...
Yeah, I think you should.
I don't mind doing it if you say so.
Yeah, I do say so.
You do? Well, guess I better go ahead and do it then.
Hello, Bonnie.
I thought I ought to... Well, Les said that he thought that before I'd go, I'd better... Gee, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, then.
Well, all I wanted to say is that... Well, he said that you'd like it, but I don't know. You know.
I know. You want me to carry matches from now on. Well, Bonnie, I make you a promise. I'll carry matches all the time.
Jeff.
All the time.
Jeff, you're crying.
You're crazy.
You're crying, Jeff. Oh, please don't. I'd never be
You'll never be able to what, honey?
I'd never be able to say it.
Say what?
I was going to say goodbye.
Well?
Jeff, do you want me to stay or don't you?
Well, Bonnie...
Call in Barranca. Call in Barranca. Say, what's the matter down there? Call in Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
Say, Jeff, the storm's breaking up.
Yeah?
The wind's bumping down to a whisper.
Okay, how's the patch?
It's clearing up faster than a cat can lick up cream.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, what is it, Jeff?
Wind up number 7, the path is clearing.
The moon's breaking through.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay.
Here she comes. She's shining harder than $700.
Yeah?
On your way, Jeff.
Well, Dutchie, what do you say to that?
What can I say? Nobody cares.
The path is clearing. We just got time to make it.
Well, who's going to fly?
I've got one good arm, haven't I?
Oh, yeah.
Dutchie, your contract's as good as in the bag.
Come on, Jeff.
So long, Bonnie. Keep that coffee warm. I'll be back for breakfast.
I won't be here. Going on the boat.
What?
Nobody asked me to stay.
Oh, they haven't?
No. You wouldn't ask anybody to do anything, would you?
That's right. Here, we'll flip a coin. Tails, you go. Heads, you stay. It's heads. Hey, you're not going to renege on this, are you? It was the kid's coin.
I won't stay that way.
You won't? It's got heads on both sides.
No, I got... What? Oh, Jeff.
That's better.
Well, aren't you going to kiss me?
When I get back. Yeah, but maybe if I was to kiss you now, I wouldn't, Yeah. When I get back, Bonnie.
I guess it'll always be like that. When you get back.
You have been listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings with Joan Blondell. Mr. Welles will be back with us in just a moment, and in that moment, something of moment, particularly to the men among our listeners. Let me ask you, doesn't old-fashioned vegetable soup fit in with your idea of a hearty good eating? Picture a piping hot plateful of Campbell's vegetable soup at your place at the table. Its inviting look and the rich aroma in the curling steam sharpen your appetite. You dip in and bring up brimming spoonfuls of the deep-flavored beef stock and tender, luscious garden vegetables. And as spoonful follows spoonful, you continue to enjoy this vegetable soup of Campbell's down to the very last. And now tell me, isn't that a picture that appeals to you? Then don't you want to remind your wife to have Campbell's vegetable soup at supper tomorrow? And now, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Miss Joan Blondell.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Orson Welles.
It is, ladies and gentlemen, with a slight feeling of presumption that I venture to introduce Miss Blondell this evening because, as you know, Miss Blondell, in private life, is the wife of Dick Powell, who was master of ceremonies on this very program for many months.
That's right. That's when Dick and I were married.
Yes, well, we all not only happily remember Dick, but also your own appearances on the program. And while I'm about it, let me thank you for your distinguished performance tonight, Joan.
I'm always delighted to appear here.
It must be a lot like coming home, what with Dick having been a master of ceremonies for Campbell's and you having been a guest star for Campbell's.
Say nothing of the two children eating Campbell's soup every day.
Isn't that nice of you? Thank you.
Don't forget that.
I'm not likely to. You've certainly earned the right to regard yourself, Joan, as being one of the most important members of the Campbell soup family.
Right, I'm very proud of it.
We're very glad you are, and thank you again, Joan Blondell. Please come back to us very soon again. Miss Blondell, of course. Bonnie Lee. Here's the cast. Regis Toomey was the kid. Mr. Toomey's most recent picture, incidentally, is Northwest Passage, which he gives a distinguished performance as Mr. Webster. Edmund MacDonald is Les Peters. Edgar Berrier, known to all Mercury fans, is Ashton Bat Stevens' alias Ernest Byfield. George Coulouris, another pillar, played Dutchie. William Allen is Joe Salter. Richard Bear Tex, the voice on the talkback. Richard Wilson was Pete, the piano player, and special hot piano effects were the responsibility of Mr. Ivan Ditmars, who was conducted and in part composed by his maestro Bernard Herrmann. Mercedes and Carlos Rufino were the Spanish singers, and Jeff Carter was your obedient servant. And now, as to next week. There's been in recent years a pleasing revival of public interest in the field of fiction for stories dealing with our beginnings as a nation. Easily the most distinguished worker in this field is Kenneth Roberts, whose series of early American novels has become a bestseller. High among these, along with his Northwest Passage, is Rabble in Arms, a fascinating chronicle of General Burgoyne's defeat at Saratoga by the desperate revolutionists under the inspiring leadership of a beloved officer, later to become even better known in American history as Benedict Arnold. For our guest star, we're pleased to announce Miss Frances D., happily remembered for her performance a few weeks ago in Come and Get It. She'll be with us again, as she promised. And so until then, until next Sunday in Rabble in Arms, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soup join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present Kenneth Roberts' Rabble in Arms. And as our guest star in Rabble in Arms, you will hear Miss Frances D. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Vegetable Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Theater on the air. Tonight, Orson Welles produces and directs the 19th broadcast in the Mercury Theater series of dramatized great narratives. There have been a number of famous authors represented in the broadcast, but none so young as Ellis St. Joseph, whose name many of us may be hearing for the first time tonight. The story is one which Mr. Welles has long considered, and he takes great pleasure in presenting A Passenger to Bali by Ellis St. Joseph, one of the great short novels of recent years. The young author was born in 1911 and gathered material for A Passenger to Bali during a trip on a freighter in the Pacific. Though all the characters in his story are imaginary, the hurricane and certain other of the incidents actually took place. The freighter upon which he traveled was making its last voyage, and his story carries the weight of first-hand experience. The Mercury Theater on the Air presents A Passenger to Bali, starring Orson Welles as Dr. Albie Walsh.
My name is English, Captain English. Perhaps the telling of this story will serve to expel from my mind my last lingering glimpse of Walk as I left him. A vision that appears more real in retrospect than it did at the time. It has grown real in the 14 years that have passed. It was what some men call chance and others destiny that link our lives on the dock at Shanghai and alike disrupted them 200 miles out at sea. I merely accepted him as a passenger on the steamship Roundabout, a tramp steamer flying the British flag, carrying a crew of 3 white officers and 20 Kanaka boys, which I owned and put to trade in the Southern Pacific.
Listen to that. Oh, blimey. Fog's getting colder and thicker every minute. Cammy, that's what it is. There gives you the creeps not to see 5 foot in front of you. Only white wherever you look. Dan Olson. Fog is fog. Well, sometimes it is and sometimes it ain't. Superstitious, Mr. Randall? Now, look here, Mr. Stagg. You might be first mate and me only second mate. But we're both sailors. And I says it's a little queer. Fog like this ain't natural on the Yangtze River this late in the year. The anchor ain't lifted yet. Captain broke. Bad omens, that's what.
Saw a rat dive overboard this morning.
You're joking. We don't want to joke about a thing like that. That wreck's leaving a ship. No seafaring man is...
Shanghai. Port police.
What are they snooping around here for? Like blooming ghosts.
Contraband, maybe.
There may be worse, eh? What I wants to know is what brings them here. Here, Mr. Stagg, to the roundabout. I got a feeling about this here ship.
Gentlemen. Oh, is that you, Mr. Randall?
Yes, Captain English.
They finished putting the coal on board. Will you pay them off as quickly as possible?
Yes, I'll do that, Captain. Time's money, that's what I said.
Dirty fog, sir. Notice how she's closing in, blowing right up the river in our faces. Worse luck.
Mr. Stagg, have you noticed anything unusual tonight?
Like what, sir?
Well, for one thing, Shanghai Port Police.
Yes, I did, sir. Not more than a minute back the launch went by. Anything wrong, Captain?
No, I'm certain of it. We should have been out of the harbor and down the river 2 hours ago.
Oh, what would be in the wind, Captain?
Just for instance, some sort of trouble on the waterfront, I suspect. I knew something was brewing when we had trouble getting our deckhands.
Oh, is that all, sir? I was worried for a minute.
It's quite enough, Mr. Stagg. You can go right on being worried.
No, I thought from the way them police looked, it might have something to do with us, sir.
What? With the roundabout?
Personal like.
Well, it will if we don't clear this harbor. Not a very pretty world where peaceful men have to go about carrying a gun.
Never knew you to tote one of them before. Protection, huh? From what, sir?
From the Yangtze Kiang here, and the river pirates that shark it. From my own Kanaka boys, if they get the right meaning of the wrong words. From such a night as this.
Captain, is that you, Captain?
Yes, Mr. Wrangle.
I paid that clothing gang double quick, Captain. What I says is, save time, save money, eh? Time's money.
Right you are, Mr. Wrangle. We've got precious little of both of them. Well, let's be off. Give the orders, Mr. Stagg.
Yes, sir.
That was the first time I heard that man's voice, calling my name. It's been ringing in my ears ever since. That was the first time I saw his enormous figure in its bell-shaped greatcoat. A figure that haunts me still. Haunts me. Mind you, I accept no more responsibility for his end, if it was an end, than I do for his emergence from the fog that night.
Captain English?
Yes? Who is it?
Have I the honor of addressing Captain English of the roundabout?
I am Captain English.
Allow me to introduce myself, Captain English. I am the Reverend Dr. Rob Walks, a Dutch missionary. A missionary, Captain, bound for Bali, there to distribute Bibles and spread the word of the Lord.
Well, what can I do for you?
Your hand, sir. The Lord has brought us together tonight, Captain. What the Lord has put together, let no man put asunder.
Isn't that your marriage sermon, Dr. Walks?
Well, Captain, our first meeting is a marriage.
Or a parting.
Captain. So, you're looking at this thing men call my face. Have you seen it before?
No.
Good, so much the better. Then we can start from scratch.
Captain! Captain! Ready to rise?
I'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Stagg. Excuse me, you see, we're ready to sail, you see.
I'm not giving to wasting words in mundane affairs, Captain English. Not I save my breath. You see how very brief I can be. Captain English, I am told that your boat puts in at Gulalong, the port of Bali. Is that correct?
Quite.
In that case, here you will find a Dutch passport, several papers for identification, mostly clerical, and about 400 in American dollars. Be good enough to examine them. If the papers, the money, and myself meet with your approval, I shall sail with you tonight.
Oh. Well, your passport seems in order. The photograph is you?
Yes. My shadow in the sun. Yet a man must hold his shadow or lose the earth it falls on. Captain?
The visa seems proper. These letters?
Testimonials of faith, sir.
And the money?
Testimonials of faith of another kind.
Well, I'm afraid it's unfeasible, Dr. Walks. The roundabout is a trading seat.
Name your price.
Well, I admit you tempt me. Funds are a bit low right now.
Now's the time, then. Decide, sir. You own the ship as well as commander.
Yes, I know.
Then hoist your British flag, Captain, and be off with your Dutch passengers.
Wait a minute. You say you're a Dutchman, yet you don't have much of an accent.
Captain English, the
Lord speaks in many tongues.
It's odd that you should have waited until the last moment, Dr. Walk.
His work knows no other time than the present.
It's very irregular, you understand. Accepting at the last moment without proper investigation a stranger who...
A stranger? A minister of the Lord. Well, Captain?
There's a police launch again. The third time tonight.
Well, Captain?
Very well. I'll take you.
The meeting, sir, is a marriage.
10 minutes later, with Dr. Walks and his 2 large packing cases on board, we set sail from Shanghai. The following days faded into each other and blurred into weeks. First it was cold, then it was hot. Nothing disturbed the ordered routine except the presence of Dr. Walks. He threw a palpable shadow over the whole ship. Something you couldn't put your finger on. A sort of restlessness, unspoken dissension among the crew, even the officers. I pretended not to notice. And then one day it was useless to pretend any longer. Mr. Wrangler and I were on our way down to the mess room for lunch. From inside we heard the voice of our Chinese cook.
All right, Chinaman. Now, what more did he say?
Just what he say. He got fella love God, hate devil.
What else did he say? Come on, spit it out or I'll break your wrist.
What's this, Mr. Stagg?
Ask him, sir.
True?
No, Captain. Excuse, please, Captain.
I think I'd rather hear it from you, Mr. Stagg. Chu, you may go.
Thanks very much, Captain.
Chu's been breaking place, sir. Gave me some lip, guilty of insubordination. You saw the way he backed out.
Your word's enough, Mr. Stagg.
Thank you, sir.
Though I hardly see the necessity for handling it, well, handling him as you did over a broken plate.
Ah, blast him up. More than the plate.
Well, what was it?
That Dutchman, sir. He's up to something. He's been talking to the crew.
We'll not discuss the matter any further, Mr. Stagg. Gentlemen, shall we sit down? Dr. Walks is late for lunch, as usual.
You make up for it, he will, when he sees the grub in front of him. Ain't natural for a man of the cloth to eat so much. And what I say is, how can any man be godly on a full stomach?
Much easier, I should say, than on an empty one.
What use does he put his belly to, I wants to know? Don't bend it to no work. Shoves it into the prow of the boat and stands there all day like a bleeding figurehead. What for?
Well, what's a figurehead for?
But is it natural, sir? Always to have him ahead of us wherever we goes? It gives you the feeling that he's taking the boat where he wants.
He's too big for his clothes, if you ask me. I don't think he's even a reverend. And I don't care if he is or not. He makes my gorge rise. Just the sight of him and that smile of his.
There is something queer about him, all right. You feel it yourself, Captain.
Gentlemen, I'd rather not discuss Dr. Walks.
Captain, you can use words better than I can, but I'm right and you know it. It was a bad night when you picked him off the wharf without knowing no more of him than you could see in the fog.
Mr. Stagg, are you questioning the behavior of a superior officer?
I'm sorry, sir. It's simply that I...
Good day, gentlemen. Another day, another lunch. Yes, a good lunch, too, I see.
Good day, Dr. Walks.
Thank you. Mr. Stagg and Mr. Wrangle, I see, prefer a silent grace, as usual. Yes, maketh me to lie down in the green pastures. He prepareth the table for me in the presence of my enemies. Amen. Gentlemen, I have an excellent appetite today.
I congratulate you, Dr. Walks. You've made a conquest of our cook.
The quickest way to a ship's heart is through its belly, sir.
Well, why not go straight to the heart?
A practicing missionary, Captain English, cannot afford an impractical idealism. Opportunism, strategy, even lip service, sir.
Oh, do you really believe that the end justifies the means?
The essential means is strength. The essential end... success.
Oh, you believe even in violence, then, Dr. Walks, to attain your end?
Even without an end, Captain English. Force. sport, sir. Grab what you can in your fists and throw the scraps to the weak. The law of nature, sir. Time to kill, time to heal. Time to break down and a time to build up.
Look here, I don't know where you gets that kind of talk from.
Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 3. A time to be born, a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted.
You ain't got no right to talk like that. It's unholy, that's what. Not a good mind to report you to your bishop.
Gentlemen,
Read man's past in water. Gentlemen, read man's past in water. Read his future in sand. Today is the time to tear down. Tomorrow, time enough to build.
Mr. Stagg, did you hear that?
I won't sit at the same table with a...
With a what, Mr. Stagg?
I don't know what. That's no name for the likes of you.
Well, Stagg has had his fill. How about you, Mr. Wrangle?
If that's the kind of thing you preaches to the natives, I'm sorry for them, I am. Excuse me, Captain.
Well, we're alone now, Captain. Are you with me, sir?
No, Mr. Walk. You are with me on my ship, which you seem to have forgotten. Count the days to Bali. We lay over at the Philippines, and then we stopped at Surabaya. Meanwhile, our passenger consorted with the crew, a companionship I didn't discourage, for it relieved us of his presence. Moreover, there was an epidemic of surreptitious drinking upon this particular trip, difficult to cope with. It seemed to have some connection with him, although what I couldn't tell. He got on altogether too well with the native crew. Night after night, his loud laughter mingled with theirs and carried up to us in the wheelhouse. And then, the evening before we reached Bali...
Listen. Yeah, listen. You could hear it with 6 foot of dirt near the ears. Try to sleep through that. Look at them down there, prancing around that lantern like it was a bonfire. And him in the middle and leading them like he was Queen of the May.
Oh, shut that door. Captain, are you going to stand for it?
What can I do, Mr. Stagg?
Put him in chains.
Well, we'll be rid of him tomorrow in Bali.
What about that native crew down there? Ain't they going to be on board after tomorrow?
I'll take my chances with them when Dr. Walks is ashore.
Well, we know you're not scared, sir, but...
It doesn't matter whether you think I'm a coward, Mr. Stagg.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
Yeah, you know, Captain, it's going to be a sad blow to lose our passenger. Come to love him we have, haven't we, Mr. Stagg? Yes, sir. Bali's in luck to get a man like him. Holy and wholesome he is. Ain't every day we have a passenger like Mr. Walks.
Say, what's that?
Someone coming up from below.
Captain English. Captain English.
What do you want, Mr. Walks? This is the wheelhouse. Passengers are not admitted.
Captain English!
What is it?
Oh, sir. I am come to you from the ends of the earth, from the brine of the sea, a gift that fortune has bestowed upon you. Captain English!
Mr. Wrangle, kindly help Dr. Walks to his bunk.
My bunk. Bunk. What for, Captain English? Shall I close my eyes and count sheep? Man has no time to sleep. He'd count them all.
Dr. Walks, you have a fever. You're heavy clothes in this heat.
Sleep.
Sleep is a rehearsal of death. I want to live.
Yes, but Dr. Walk,
Captain English, I would like the inestimable privilege of your help in going ashore. Tomorrow, in Bali. The Balinese, very ungodly, very ignorant people. Ignorant, Captain English. You worship the Karuga bird, an evil spirit.
Dr. Walk.
I shall free them. Free them from the Karuga bird.
Fainted. Take the wheel. Franco, give me a hand with him. Come on.
His heart's beating, sir.
Why? He's drunk.
Drunk, is he? Oh, blimey.
Well, at last there's something's got the best of that blasted Dutchman.
The next morning, we lay off the shallow water of Dulalong. As I leaned across the deck's railing, looking gratefully at the white coastline of the island that was to relieve my ship of its unwelcome passenger, waiting impatiently for the arrival of the government launch, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I glanced backward into the Dutchman's face. An impersonal smile buttered his lips.
Captain English, sir, I beg a word with you.
Surely, Mr. Walks, you're not so poor in words that you need to beg one.
I would buy it if I could, sir.
Oh, no need. If it's farewell, you're welcome to it. Gladly.
Captain English, I am a miserable and a repentant sinner. The devil has used me for his own ends. If you can find it in your heart to forgive and forget, Captain English, I am sure we can come to an equitable arrangement.
Your conduct is no concern of mine, Dr. Walk.
Precisely. You weren't paid to watch me, but if you're agreeable, I should now like to make my welfare your business. Here, here's $200 in the currency of God's own country.
Well, what's this for?
I'm hiring one of your lifeboats for the brief period of a half hour. Get ashore.
Well, it seems you're not yourself yet, Dr. Walks. Perhaps I'd better hold your money until you're master of it.
I knew I could rely on your discretion. Now for the lifeboats.
Very well, sir. As soon as the port authorities have come on board.
No. Now.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Good Lord, man, that's what I'm paying you for. If you think I want to wait on your deck until my papers are inspected, do I have to explain?
I understand you well enough, sir. I prefer not to know the details. I'm as anxious as you to have you off my ship. But if you double the bribe, I wouldn't lower a line to save you.
Must I swim for it?
I wouldn't if I were you. That's the government launch now. See? Over there on the starboard side.
Ahoy there! Aboard the roundabout! And you make it?
There's still time. Now listen, man. It's your last chance. Yours as well as mine. Listen to me. Get me off this boat, or take the consequences. I swear it. You ransack the four corners of the globe, looking for this minute. Don't let it slip through your fingers. There's eternity in it.
A moment later, the authorities came on board.
Captain English.
Welcome, sir.
Oh, are you the captain?
I am.
I am Ben Matsis, Chief Inspector of the Port of Dulalong.
A pleasure, sir. We've anticipated your arrival with impatience. We are anxious to clear port as soon as we can.
So I look over your papers. Bills of lading, cotton goods, manifest. Thank you, Captain. Oh, what is this? The declaration. A passenger? You say here is a passenger?
As you see.
But what is this passenger doing on your ship? Here is not room for passengers, no?
A missionary. Will you examine his papers, please?
A missionary?
You are sure? Yes.
So? Very peculiar.
Oh, I see nothing peculiar about that.
But, Captain, there is not the possibility for a missionary here at Bali.
What's that?
We are not permitting a missionary here for many, many years. All the world knows this.
Well, I didn't know it, sir. I wouldn't have carried him if I had.
I can believe you, Captain. Sir. Well, perhaps now we could see this passenger?
Of course. Mr. Stagg.
Yes, sir?
Ask Dr. Walks to step to the side of the deck.
Yes.
He is called Walks, this man?
Yes.
Walks, eh?
Dr. Walks. I'm here, Van Metzes.
Glad to meet you, sir.
Dr. Walks, eh?
Yes, Dr. Walks.
This morning I wake, the birds sing, the sun is shining. Why is no volcanic eruption warning me that you are coming, Dr. Walks?
My good sir, I am the eruption.
One moment. I don't understand. You mean you know this man?
Certainly I am knowing this man, your missionary. I am knowing him very well.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he is such a clever man.
Yes.
How is it possible you are coming as a clergyman here to Bali? For so wrong.
But what is
My
it?
dear sir, this was the only suit that would fit me. I had no time for shopping.
You're not making clothes big enough to fit you, eh?
No.
No, nor countries either.
Here's my passport, sir.
A passport? This is a forgery. A clever forgery. What a pity. You have such a great talent, Mr. Walker.
Yes, that's true.
Such a good copy, this passport. It should be framed.
Thank you, sir. If it's that good, I should like it returned for future use. Thank you.
Such a talent. You could have been a Van Eyck, a Van Ostad, a Rembrandt van Rijn. If only you had been so lucky to be born a Dutchman.
What's that? What? He's not Dutch?
No, this gentleman is not a Dutchman. He is not a missionary. He is not even his own name.
What is he?
Here is an international figure, Captain. Everywhere he goes, he's making trouble. He's making trouble first in the West and now in the East. You have a famous man on your boat.
Oh, please be clear, sir. What does he do? What has he done?
Always he is making trouble with the natives. Last year, 5,000 coolies were following him from the cotton mills in Wuzhou, not 2 hours from Shanghai.
6,000 coolies, sir.
Yeah, 6,000, I beg your pardon. And in Cebu, he was leading the Filipinos in a trouble but was nearly closing the port.
It closed the port.
It closed the port, he knows. Now they have cabled us from Shanghai. He is wanted there by the police, so now he is hoping he is landing here in Bali. But we are being too smart for him.
But what's his name? What's his country? What am I to do with him?
He has many names, but he has no country. Somebody is knowing, of course, but nobody is telling. The Dutch East Indies are closed to him. I do not know where is not closed to such a man. I doubt you will lose him. Ever.
But to whom does he belong, Herr Van Metzes? I refuse to be burdened with him.
You have no choice. Captain, I am sorry for you. Here he is on this ship. He belongs to you.
Would you turn me into a flying Dutchman, sir?
A flying Dutchman, that's right. Mr. Fox, that's what you are. You will sail from now until eternity.
Yes.
A flying Dutchman.
A flying Dutchman.
Listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in A Passenger to Bali by Ellis St. Joseph. The play will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with The Passenger to Bali by Ellis St. Joseph, starring Orson Welles in the role of Raube Walks.
After Bali, the first 7 days were a week of doomsdays. The news of our Flying Dutchman flew like a screaming gull before our masts. In Makassar, Benjamin, Rembang, Batavia, Koba, Pekan, Singapore, Bangkok, the answers were all the same.
Captain, you cannot land him here. We don't want him. We won't have him. We want none of him. We know him. He's a pest, a plague, this man. We don't want him here.
This port is closed to Mr. Walk. Moreover, so long as he is on your ship, the port is closed to your ship.
You can't land him here.
You can't land him.
You can't. Not here.
Not here.
Not here.
Not here.
No, not here.
Not here.
Mr. Walks never attempted to escape, although heaven knows we gave him every opportunity. One day, we opened his 2 packing cases, which he had said were loaded with Bibles. One was filled with gin, the other with empty bottles. It is impossible to say when or how, but slowly, imperceptibly, our passenger came to take possession of the ship and all its crew. The native crew fell more and more deeply under his spell. I was their captain in name. He, in fact. Also, inevitably, as he filled the officers' minds, he ousted all other thoughts until he possessed them by their very hatred of him. We felt the restrictions of our forced association far more than he. We were his prisoners, not he ours. And when, at Mr. Spragg's suggestion, a concerted plan was attempted to put Walks into Coventry at mealtime, Walks, without opening his mouth, except to eat or closing it, except to smile, silenced the entire company. He all but emptied our stores of his huge appetite. At last, sacrificing all hope of profit, all hope of everything but emptying our ship of that loathsome passenger, we set our course west under ballast to Shanghai. Shanghai, where he was wanted by the police. Where we took him on. There, we would finally put him off. I felt that the ship would rise 5 feet out of the water once relieved of the Dutchman's weight. We steamed up the Yangtze River early one morning and anchored off Shanghai. The port officials informed us that the British consul was to favor us with a personal visit. It was noon before he came aboard.
Captain English, he's here.
Mr. Chisholm, the consul?
Coming aboard, sir, with his portfolio under his arm like he was going to Geneva, and a monocle in his eye like the rising sun, but never sets on the British Empire.
Ah, Mr. Chisholm, I'm Captain English.
Oh, yes. It's so nice to meet you.
If you'll excuse us, Mr. Wrangler, I'd like to...
Yes, sir.
I'm very grateful to you, sir, to take so much trouble to come down personally to...
No, not at all, my dear man. The Chinese port authorities informed me of your predicament and asked me to handle it in my own manner.
Oh, so much the better for all of us.
According to their specific instructions.
Why, I don't understand.
My dear fellow, don't try. It's diplomacy. Only the stupid try to understand diplomacy. And they spoil the game for the rest of us. It's like playing blind man's buff with a really blind man, and that makes it too macabre. I say, won't you ask me to sit down?
Oh, well, please.
Thank you. I say there's a cold draft on my back. Would you mind closing the door?
A draft? What, in this heat?
Diplomacy, dear boy. A diplomatic way of suggesting we may be overheard.
Oh, and now, Mr. Chisholm.
Oh, yes. Where were we?
We hadn't begun.
To be sure, you're Flying Dutchman.
Yes, I'm awaiting your verdict.
Incredible man. Incredible situation.
Unendurable, sir.
Well, of course, you can't land him here. Shanghai doesn't want him. You'd better take him somewhere else.
What did you say?
Your passenger, what's his name? Mr. Walks. The man's a bounder, you know. Shanghai has its quota of bounders.
But I understood Shanghai wants him. The police are looking for him.
They were. They aren't now.
But how can that be?
Inevitable, my dear fellow. It's the philosophy of the flea. If you have them, you hunt them. If you don't, you don't go looking for them.
Did the Chinese tell you to say that?
The thought is theirs. The phrase is mine.
Good heavens, but how can they refuse him if he's broken their laws?
Mr. Walks would certainly be arrested if he sets foot on land, but he will not be given the opportunity. This saves the Chinese government a complicated legal procedure which might prove embarrassing.
And what of my embarrassment?
And likewise dispenses with the trouble and expense of providing for him.
And what of my trouble? What of my expense?
Really, my dear man, my heart bleeds for you, of course. It has its humorous aspect.
What did you say?
If one suspends one's emotions and thinks.
Humor, Mr. Chisholm? All very well for you, but what of me? I'm the butt of the joke.
Really, my friend.
A man is on my boat and I can't get rid of him. No port will accept him. Worse than that, no port will receive us while he's on board. They've turned him into a Flying Dutchman, and they've turned us into a phantom ship. My crew is not allowed to land, not even to desert. You realize what that is? The sentence of death. Wholesale slaughter. Oh, what have I done to deserve this?
You accepted him.
Well, is there nothing to be done with him? Absolutely nothing.
I'm afraid that your famous passenger is a man without a country. I'm helpless in the face of that.
Then what can you do for me, Mr. Chisholm? Am I expected to sail him around the world all the rest of my days?
It looks that way, doesn't it?
I'll scuttle the ship first.
Not a bad idea.
Oh, I'd hope that at least you, Mr. Chisholm, at least
if
you...
I might suggest...
Yes.
Mr. Walks is a child of nature. He relies upon force. You might meet force with force.
Force?
Remember this, my dear Captain. The man you have on your ship carries no passport, is claimed by no country. Legally, he doesn't exist. As such, no flag protects him. He has no rights, and if he were suddenly to disappear, no questions would be asked. Do you follow me?
Yes.
If I were in your shoes, Captain, I'd go for a walk with him on some dark night, around the deck and talk. You know, talk. Keep on talking to him until you come to the railing's end. And then...
But that's murder.
I fail to see how you can murder a man who doesn't exist.
He does exist. It's what none of you seem to realize. He's a man, the same as you and I.
He might commit suicide, you know. Well, I must leave now. I shall anticipate a bit and report that your passenger does not exist. I found no one on the boat that remotely resembles Mr. Walks.
Am I a ghost, gentlemen?
He moved in so quickly that we'd not noticed his coming.
Is this the English consul? The august representative of Great Britain?
As I was saying, Captain, I shall report that there is no such person as Mr. Walks. Your passenger doesn't exist. Nevertheless, I must take the proper precautions. I shall report that I found plague on board. Cholera, I think.
Would you turn me into a disease?
No, bubonic would be better. Your ship will be placed in quarantine. Needless to say, no one will be allowed on nor off, and you will depart as soon as possible.
Shall I swing a bell and shout, unclean, unclean?
China can control bubonic, but she has no antidote for Mr. Walks.
You are quite clear, Mr. Chisholm.
Good day, my dear Captain.
No, sir. You don't, Mr. Chisholm. I'm big enough to fill this doorway. I wouldn't try to pass if I were you. I'm a catching disease. I warn you. The captain and the crew have caught me, and I'm fatal to them. Try to pass me, and you'll catch it yourself. You see, Mr. Chisholm, when I'm in your way, you've got to take notice of me. By heaven, I do exist, after all. That's all, sir. You may leave. With my permission. Well, Captain English, we are as we were.
No, Dr. Walker.
No, how so? Shanghai, your last chance to lose me. It's out. I'm yours.
No.
No?
I must take Mr. Chisholm's advice.
Oh, she suggested one more port, still another. Is there such a place, such a land on earth?
Have no doubt. They will accept you there.
Will they? I should hardly have thought it possible. Even if I were to die, I doubt if you would lose me. You'd probably carry me back and forth between heaven and hell.
Mr. Walks was still on board when the roundabout weighed anchor and passed with the river out to sea. At night, the ship began to roll. The barometer fell. We headed the ship into the wind. I was unable to stay in the wheelhouse alone with my thoughts. Mr. Chisholm's whisper was blowing like a foghorn through my brain, urging me. I fled to the deck in the welcome company of my two mates. Mr. Wrangle.
Yes, sir.
Report to the wheelhouse. Take the wheel yourself, and don't let it out of your hands.
Very good, sir.
And Mr. Wrangle.
Yes, sir.
If the wheel starts to kick up, call me. We may need to lax her.
Yes, sir.
What's bad, sir? Well, we're in typhoon waters, Mr. Stagg. What's bad, sir? Well, we're in typhoon waters, Mr. Stagg.
But it's past the season, ain't it?
A shark's tail is more dangerous than its tooth. I don't like the look of that hammered water or those oily clouds on the horizon.
Captain, I've been thinking a good deal these last 2 days about, you know, this situation of ours,
Yes.
about Walks. Now, I got an idea.
What is it?
I don't know how to say it. Well, why not? What's to keep us from giving him a light boat and some food and setting him adrift?
Starve to death.
But we wouldn't be there to see it, would we?
Oh, no, that's impossible. It's inhuman.
Well, I suppose you'd sooner see him drowned. Kinder, eh?
Drowned?
Why not, sir? It's going to be a dark night, isn't it? A man fell overboard tonight.
Who told you to say that?
Why, nobody, sir. Stands to reason.
It's beyond reason.
Listen, sir. We can't carry him from now until the day of judgment. If he were on land, the law would do it for us. You're the law at sea.
I refuse to discuss.
Think of him, sir. You think it'll be pleasant for him to spend the rest of his life at sea? Never to put foot on land? Have you thought of that?
I've thought of it. I don't want to think.
He's a Jonah, I tell you. Should be thrown to the whales. It isn't safe to have him on board.
Stagg, we're going to the engine. Full speed ahead. Fire the boilers. Stop steam. Keep her headed into the wind.
Yes, sir.
Batten down the hatches. Call all men on deck. Sit down in the engine room. Secure everything. I'll see to the wheel. Yes.
Dirty weather, eh, Captain?
What?
Why are you surprised? Were you thinking of me? Or were you conspiring with the wind and the waves?
What do you want? I told you before, you're not allowed in the wheelhouse.
Never?
Never.
I wish to speak with you.
I have nothing to say to you.
But I insist. Shall we take a turn about the deck? You're out.
Very well. I'll be brief. There's a storm coming.
Yes, dark nights to say, but perhaps we won't notice it if we talk, you know. Talk. Keep on talking. You prefer to stop.
No, let's be going.
Railings in. Oh, but this is an excellent place. Chance has guided us. Pure accident. The railings in.
I must go onto the bridge, Dr. Walks.
Tell me, sir. Why do you hate me?
What?
This is no time for equivocation. If you must spare me that. Give me the reason, one good reason why you hate me.
You tricked me into accepting you on this boat, knowing very well what would happen if you were caught.
But your animosity began long before you knew me for the villain I am.
You had a demoralizing influence on the whole crew.
Before that, sir, it began before that.
Your ideas.
Captain English, think back. Certainly it began before I attempted to corrupt you with my ideas.
It began?
Yes?
The night I picked you up off the wharf. I suffered a physical revulsion the moment I laid eyes on you. I found my reasons later. That night, Mr. Walk, I disliked you without cause.
Thank you. You disliked me before you knew anything about me. And you must have disliked me for some reason within yourself, Captain. Perhaps you do right to blame me for making you conscious of it.
Mr. Walk, I must go on to the bridge.
Wait a minute. You hold me responsibility for the undesired linking of our lives. That's no responsibility. It's yours to blame, not I. You and the civilized world, your world. They bound me to you.
Let me go. Let go my arm.
But civilization is rotten, Captain, because its origin is fear. The vacuum that nature abhors, like the center of this hurricane, upon which the four winds of the earth are converging.
I must get to the pit. Let me go with you.
Listen to me! Your society is tottering. For 2,000 years, the strong have been sacrificed to the weak. And with what result? To imprison the strong, the weak have imprisoned themselves. The wheel, Captain English, the wheel! That's why you abominate me, Captain, because I destroyed your illusion of freedom and betrayed you to yourself. I am the opposition. The wheel, Captain English, help! Now, Captain English, I know what the British Council and your Mr. Stagg told you to do. Well, here we are at the railing's end. Why don't you do it?
To what?
If our positions were reversed, Captain, do you think I'd hesitate for a minute? I'd move quietly. I'd take a sudden step forward.
By heaven, I will. You...
You're not strong enough. This ship is mine now. Mine. I'll never leave it. Get up! Give you back your life. You would have died with your conscience. You would never have survived me.
The wheel, Captain! The wheel! Rope! The wheel's loose! The wheels! You get size! The wheel!
He managed, I don't know how, to gain the wheelhouse. A flash of lightning showed the ocean pouring in through the broken portholes. Another flash, and we saw the whirring wheel, a huge wooden wheel in blurred outline, spinning. The rifle lay in the corner, crumpled in unnatural angles as the wheel had thrown him. He was dead. His body bore mute witness to the wheel's horrible force. It would chop our hands off if we touched it. It was overwhelming, inexorable. It had a diabolical mind of its own, intent upon our destruction, and we danced about it like idiots. The ship was shrieking in a death agony. Her life was a matter of moments. With an uncontrollable rudder, she would drive herself down into the deep. The great waves struck the walls and broke in the door and descended upon us. As the ship raised her shoulders above the sea and the water washed out through the whirring wheel, we saw looming in the doorway of the wheelhouse an immense figure, with the salt water running down him, dripping from his face and fingers. Mr. Walks might have risen from the sea itself.
Out of the way!
Mr. Walks, you can't stop that wheel!
And I?
Annie, you man! It'll kill you!
I'm not afraid of it. I'll stop it if I have to smash it.
Walks, he's got it. He's got the wheel on his back.
I have. I've got the ocean. The whole ocean on my back.
Can you hold it? Stagg, grab the wheel. Help him. Here, let me get at it, too.
Good.
Rope. There's rope coming. Do you hear? Yes.
My collar. Open my collar. That's better.
We can hold it till the
I can hold it. Gentlemen, I doubt if it will be necessary.
What's that? What's that you say?
We're holding nothing. The ship's rudder just snapped.
Forasmuch as it has pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear brother Angus Randall, here departed, we therefore commit his body to the deep, to be turned into corruption, looking for the resurrection of the body when the sea shall give up her dead, and the life of the world to come to our Lord Jesus Christ, who at his coming shall change our vile body
that it may be like his glorious body, according to the mighty working whereby he is able to subdue all things to himself. Amen. Next morning, we took toll of the havoc. Through heaving silvery water and swirling fog, the roundabout drifted aimlessly. Lifting 30 degrees to starboard, the ship was a corpse, floating, face upward, wrecked and mangled beyond all recognition. All but one lifeboat was stove in or gone. 4 Kanaka boys had been washed overboard. Others had broken limbs. None of us was without a bruise of one kind or another. I took our bearings. We were 200 miles off the coast of China. We had no wireless. And the roundabout, past control or repair, might sink before she was sighted by another vessel. After a brief consultation with Mr. Stagg, I decided to abandon ship.
And your mind is made up, Captain?
Yes, Mr. Stagg. Are all men on deck?
Yes, sir.
And then who has been ringing the ship's bell?
Ghost!
No, sir.
A ghost bell. On a ghost ship.
Flat out, Walk. Rope is broken, Captain. Bell's ringing by herself. It's the swaying that does it.
This is the Flying Dutchman. Demon vessel. We drift rudderless in the fog in all directions. And to no port. Let the spectre bell boom its warning to all ships. Beware!
He's done, sir. Been at it ever since last night.
Let Mr. Walks talk. Let the bell toll. There's no time for either of them. Men, we're abandoning ship. Get what belongings you have, nothing heavy. We're taking to the one lifeboat left.
Children, first!
2, go to my cabin. You'll find the log there and my sextant. Bring them here.
Captain, lifeboat leaks pretty badly.
You'll do with bailing.
You have to do.
Be sure there's something to bail out on board.
Yes, sir. I'll get it myself.
Horse! Captain, ride around the deck and give your orders on horseback.
What's that? What are you talking about?
The roundabout is no more. This is manifold, the vast boat that is the whole world. The mountains are a mast. The nails of her hull are a pivot for the moon. Her cables are the circumference of St. Peter's Dome and extend around the globe.
The ship is sinking, Mr. Walks. I've more to do than listen to fairy tales.
Fairy tales is more truthful than the use of force.
2, go get provisions and water ready.
I tell you, this is manifold, Captain Manifold. Look about you. Her lower masts are so high that a boy becomes a gray-headed man before he reaches the buttock shroud. It takes 100 years to tack. And when another sailors die, she buries civilization.
I've no time for you, Mr. Walks.
Captain.
Yes, 2.
Log, 2 sextants here.
I don't need both of these. Put the log on one of them in the boat. Here, I'll take the other.
Yes. A long way to row, Captain. Me and Joe, who'll pick up a doomsday passenger. Row on, sir, row on. Captain, Captain, thou art mine. Captain, Captain, I am thine, thou mine, I thine. So long as the sea be brine.
Come on, men. Hurry up. Get your things in the boat. See that they don't overload, Mr. Stagg.
Yes, sir.
See, they leave room for me. I'm a man that likes to stretch his legs.
Are you so sure of yourself?
Sure as I am of you, Captain, I can say anything, do anything. And it wouldn't make any difference.
I suppose you can.
I rely upon your charity, pity, mercy, your holy virtues that are oil for the faulty machineries of justice.
Then it would be just to leave you behind.
You won't. You'll take me with me. You don't dare leave me behind.
How well you know me, Mr. Walks. I suppose you even rely upon my gratitude.
Gratitude for what?
You saved the ship last night.
Gratitude, I saved you last night as a soldier infested by lice might crouch beneath cannon fire and thus rescue himself and them from a common death. I gave you no thought.
I see.
Captain, better make it fast, sir.
How's she below, Stagg?
Water up her boiler, sir.
All right, Stagg, we're ready. Give the order to abandon ship.
Right. Abandon ship! All right, take it easy there. Don't foul.
Careful, men. Watch it. One at a time.
Captain, this time I obey your order gladly.
It wasn't meant for you. Mr. Walks, you are not going.
What's that?
You always wanted my ship. I'm giving her to you. She's yours.
I'm not going!
Now you're the captain. I needn't remind you of a captain's duty to stay with his ship when...
You leave me on the roundabout?
She may float for a week or an hour. You'll be safe for a while, and there'll be food enough even for you.
I wish you a pleasant journey, wherever you're going.
I'll see you rot first.
The one consideration that might have made me take you was my gratitude for what you did last night. But your explanation has made things clear. Ready, Mr. Stagg?
Yes, sir.
Into the lifeboats, men!
Don't listen to him, sir.
Well,
Captain, I have no excuse. I'm the lowest of the low. My home is deeper than the grave, deeper than the sea. You're right to desert me. It's only justice.
then there's nothing more to say.
Now stay. The ship won't sink while a dying man repents. I am evil. Vile. I deserve to drown, and yet... Have you no pity, Captain? No charity? No mercy?
Oil, you called it.
Oh, I was drunk.
You still are.
I had a mother.
I don't believe it.
I don't ask to be excused, only to be forgiven.
I forgive you, Mr. Walks, and forget you. Into the boats, men!
Take your time now. Take your time now.
Goodbye, Mr. Walks.
Not so soon. Don't forget I'm your shadow, you doppelganger. You doomsday passenger.
Mr. Walks, I warn you, it's...
The end of your world, Captain, the beginning of mine. You stay on the roundabout. I'll take the lifeboat.
Look out, Captain.
Mr. Walks, stand back.
Your voice isn't loud enough for me to hear.
Stay where you are. Now, if I shout through the muzzle of this gun, you may hear the whisper.
I hear you very well now.
It's a pity that to end this way, I would move heaven and earth.
Heaven and earth will stay where they are, sir. And so will I.
Ready to lower the boat, sir.
I'm coming, Mr. Stagg. My sextant, Mr. Walks. You'll need it.
Not I. I'll shoot the sun and stars with more than a sextant before I die. Get along, son. Whistle for the wind. We'll be meeting soon again. Lower away. Lower away.
We pushed off with no other sound than the movement of our oars. Walks followed us around the deck and finally lifted his hand and waved. We moved apart as the loom of the great hull grew shadowy, only a little heavier and darker than the enveloping whiteness. His colossal figure, like a ghostly apparition, appeared to dwarf the vessel. The roundabout rose gradually out of the black and silver water, and heaved too, in midair, as though awaiting a message. Then the hulk dilated in the fog and faded on the horizon like sea mist in the morning sun. We could see nothing. Our own strange faces dimly in the murky light.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations have presented the Mercury Theater on the Air in its 19th broadcast of dramatized great narratives. The story was A Passenger to Bali by Ellis St. Joseph. The adaptation for radio was made by the author himself, and Orson Welles directed the entire production. In the cast tonight were Captain English, played by George Coulouris, Mr. Stagg, Frank Reddick, Mr. Wrangle, Eustace Wyatt, Ben Mattis, Ray Collins, Mr. Chisholm, Alfred Shirley, and Mr. Walks, Orson Welles. The orchestra was directed by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. Your announcer is Dan Seymour. Sunday night at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air will bring to life a masterpiece of humor. Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome, one and all, to the sign of the Flying Red Horse. The makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you your radio almanac with Orson Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Orson Welles. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to say just a word to our studio audience. Folks, I know our listeners won't mind if you interrupt this program occasionally for hearty laughter. You will, I know you will. If you don't, I'll tell the OPA how you got here. A lot of our listeners, a lot of our listeners don't know that live people come to these broadcasts. That's where we get the expression, a live audience. A live or studio audience is a group of people who are out apartment hunting and who just happen to be passing here when their feet hurt. Oh, I'd appreciate it if you don't spread this around, but a cousin of mine on my mother's side has a brother-in-law who knows a girl who goes out with a fella who prints for rent signs. And he's been mopping up lately with a little special he's got, says no vacancy. Well, this fellow who prints signs tipped me off about an ad that was in the papers. Here it is. For rent, lovely 10-room furnished house, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, den, patio, swimming pool, lovely residential district, near transportation, $50 a month. Now, if anyone's interested, I'd be glad to give it to them after the broadcast. It appeared in the Los Angeles Times, April 3rd, 1934. I only mention this because I've been looking for a place myself. I nearly had a place yesterday. I answered all the questions. She asked me if I had any dogs or cats. I said no. She asked me if I had any children. I said no. And she said, good, let's keep it that way. And I've heard folks say it's very simple to find a place to live out here if you know the why and wherefore. I don't know about the wherefore. I'm living at the why. That is, I was until this morning. This morning I said to Gristlehorn, Gristlehorn is the man who takes care of my rabbits when I do a magic show. I said, Gristlehorn, perhaps we'd better show you just what happened.
Here we are at last, Mr. Wells.
What page are you on? Well, thanks anyway, Lud Gluskin, for the lovely mood music. Oh, this is Lud Gluskin, everybody, looking bright and shiny. Just had his head Simonized for Easter. Lud Gluskin, everybody. I think you might greet him. And now... Now back to the script. All right, Gristlehorn, you've just got to find an apartment for me.
But what's wrong with the apartment you had last week? The one with all the modern improvements? Why, it even had an electric eye that opened the kitchen window.
Yes, but one night the darn thing got nearsighted and opened the bathroom door. Was I embarrassed? Standing there washing my bobby socks. So it was, ladies and gentlemen, that Gristlehorn and I went apartment hunting. Just by chance, I happened to run out of gas, mobile gas, in front of a real estate office. And I opened the door, walked in, and said, how do you do? I'd like to rent an apartment.
I'd like to kiss Hedy Lamarr, but where does that get us?
I don't know about you. It'd get me in quite a jam. How about houses? Do you have any houses to rent?
Yes, here's something nice. Lovely 10-room furnished house, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, $50 a month.
That sounds great. Where is it?
916 Elm Street, Yuma, Arizona.
Have you got anything more convenient? Say, within walking distance of breakfast at Sardi's.
No, the last thing I had, I rented an hour ago. You wouldn't have wanted it. A broken-down clapboard shack I had in my hands for 10 years. No plumbing, gas, lighting, and the roof leaks.
Yeah. I'd like to see that guy's face when he moves in.
Yeah. I got $200 a month for it. The fellow gave me a $50 bonus.
He did?
Yeah, some sucker by the name of Gristlehorn.
Well, I guess we'd better go right on to the next scene.
Well, here we are at last, Mr. Wells.
Now, you finally got the right page, I think. Well, Mr. Wells...
Mr. Wells, here's the house.
Well, that's your line. We've both got the right page. Let's divvy up on the parts. I'll play well.
Here's the house,
To
Mr.
win.
Wells. Here's the house. How do you like it?
Looks like a hideout for Mrs. Pruneface.
But, Mr. Wells, the rental agent assured me that this place was only 15 years old.
15 years old. Look at those two hearts carved on the porch.
Well, that only means a couple of lovers with spooning.
Yeah, but look what it says. John Smith, I love you. Signed, Pocahontas. Let's go in. Did you see that, Gristlehorn?
Oh, it was nothing, just a little mouse.
A little mouse. It ran out with my suitcase. Let's look the place over. What are those sawdust trails all over my front lawn?
Oh, your next-door neighbor, Jack Benny, sprinkles that sawdust from his house to this house every morning.
Oh, what for?
He sends his termites over here for breakfast.
I wish he sent over a couple of his writers. I really shouldn't have said that. No, my writers work like beavers. As a matter of fact, two of them are beavers. Wish I could figure out which two. I'll talk to him. Get me Crestview 92911. Sprinkle sawdust over my... Hello? Moe's Delicatessen? Will you please run around the corner and call Jack Benny to the phone? Oh, he's there now? Thank you. Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Orson Welles, your new next-door neighbor. I wonder, could you lend me a lawnmower? Well, yes, it is necessary. You see, the grass is so high your termites can't follow the sawdust trail. Then you send it right over? Yes, I understand. 25 cents an hour. Thank you.
Say, Mr. Wells, just come over here and look at this master bedroom. The agent told me that this bed belonged to Whistler's mother.
Let's see what it feels like. Now I know why she always sits on that rocker. Gristlehorn, this place depresses me. It's so dark and dreary.
Well, at least you've got a roof over your head. Knock wood.
Sunny in here, isn't it? I don't know. We could go on like this, ladies and gentlemen, but I think we'd better get on with the music while the sound effects man gets himself together. Music, jazz to be exact. Now, ladies and gentlemen, jazz isn't just brass and beats. Emphatically, it isn't what people usually call swing. Those of our listeners who are hearing real jazz for the first time from the all-star combination, which is a regular feature on this program, are advised to separate the different instruments by a conscious effort of the ear. You won't miss tonight's solo by Zooty Singleton, who is almost certainly the greatest drummer alive, but listen for Jimmy Noon's clarinet, Kid Ory's trombone, Mutt Carey's trumpet, Bud Scott's guitar, Ed Garland's bass, and Buster Wilson's piano. The number is... That's a plenty.
remember the good old days when you used to drive into a gas station and say, sort of careless, fill her up? Well, today you say, please, mister, give me what's coming to me and tear that coupon gently. Gasoline. Boy, it's a fabulous fluid these days. So now what matters most is mileage. Every gallon of your gasoline has got to spread the miles out thin as paper. That's where Mobil Gas comes in. Mobil Gas, the nation's favorite. Mobil Gas today is giving all the miles it gave in peacetime. All the miles you got in peacetime. In the making, Mobil Gas is balanced just so. It will make a ration coupon do its utmost. That's why Mobil Gas gets around, down to the store and out on the state road and heavy traffic on your way to work. Try it. Try this mileage-packing gasoline. You know where to find it. At the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Master?
Yes, what is
There's
it?
a young man here wants to see you.
Excuse me, please. I have a lawnmower for Mr. Wells from Jack Benny. Sign here.
What do you know? It's Dennis Day.
Will somebody take this lawnmower off my back?
Why, certainly.
Thank you. Say, which one of you two is Orson Welles?
Well, I'm Orson Welles.
Glad to know you, kid. Well, here I am, ready to start. What do you want me to do?
What do I want you to do?
Yeah, don't you remember? You won me from Mr. Benny in a crap game.
Oh, I did? I must have been using Rochester's dice. Dennis, how... I'm sorry I said that now. Sorry I said that about Rochester, and I'm sorry I said it. Dennis, how can you allow that man to make a chattel of you? How can you allow him to make a chattel of you, to put you up on the auction block and to toy with your very life?
Oh, you have no idea what a jerk I am. What's a chattel?
Well, Dennis, you'd better start mowing the lawn.
What? Me mow the lawn? Nothing doing. I'm a chattel. Gee, I hope it's not dirty.
Dennis, all I want you to do is to cut the grass.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wells. I gotta go now. I've got a date.
A date? What's a date, Dennis? After all, what is a woman? A rag, a bone, a hank of hair?
No use. I gotta have a talk with this kid.
Now, what I mean, Dennis, in Hollywood, beautiful girls are a dime a dozen.
If that's the ceiling price, I'll take 8 cents worth.
Look, Dennis, if you do a good job on my lawn, I'll arrange a date for you. You've heard of Betty Hutton, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I once worked in a picture with Betty Hutton. She's a nice girl, very cooperative. I like her attitude.
Her longitude is bad either.
Ooh, what he said.
Oh, come now, Dennis, really. You're old enough to be thinking about girls, settling down, getting married.
Oh, I can't get married now.
Why not?
My mother hasn't finished shellacking my hope chest. But, Mr. Wells, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you.
Excuse me, Dennis, I was just looking up in that window.
Where? Oh, not bad.
I'll say.
That's Mr. Benny, you know.
What'd you spoil it for? I'm nearsighted. Come on, Dennis, you mow the lawn now, and I promise you there'll be something in it for you.
Really? What?
All the gophers you find, you can keep.
Oh, boy, you've got a deal, Mr. Wells.
Good. Where's my secretary, Miss Grimmett?
Here I am, Mr. Wells, and I'm quitting.
Quitting? Oh, Miss Grimmett, you can't do this to me. You're the best secretary I ever had.
I didn't want to be a secretary. You told me you'd get me in the movies. You promised me a part in your next picture.
Well, Miss Grimmett, the feminine lead in my next production calls for... They're laughing at the thought that I'll have a next picture. Well, Miss Grimmett, the feminine lead in my next production calls for a young person.
Really, Mr. Wells? There's nothing wrong with my figure. And it has been said that I have the face of a girl of 20.
She's going to be awfully upset when she sees what you've done to her.
What did you say?
Nothing at all. I was just thinking maybe I can give you this part, providing you stay on as my secretary.
Oh, Mr. Wells, I'm so happy. What is the part like?
Well, here's the script. I'll go over it with you. You enact the role of a woman betrayed. Let's try the scene where the man returns. You hear his footsteps now. Go ahead.
All right. Who's there? Oh, it's you. So you've come back. A lot you cared about me. I gave you my love, my kisses, my all.
Yes, I've come... Now, wait a minute, Miss Grimmett. Do you have to talk through your left nostril?
I'm creating a character, Mr. Wells.
Does that sound dramatic or romantic? A lot you cared about me. I gave you my love, My kisses. My all. You sound like a female Fred Allen.
I can't help it if I talk through one nostril.
Neither can Fred Allen. Yes, you can. Now try it. Try it again and give it to me with both barrels. Our marriage was a farce, a cruel jest. That's my line. I'm sorry.
Don't change the subject. You took everything from me, my youth, my beauty.
I never would have believed it.
So I've changed that much, have I? Oh, how could you go and leave me when I was expecting a baby?
Now, please, Miss Grimmett, please. This man left you when you were expecting a baby. Read it that way, not like you were expecting a floor mop from Bullock's basement. Let me read it for you. Now, listen.
Oh, Mr. Wells.
Don't bother me now, Gristlehorn. Listen to me, Grimmett. How could you go and leave me when I was expecting a baby?
Master, I'm so happy for you. Congratulations.
Get out of here. Get out of here, Gristlehorn. Look, Miss Grimmett, please. Please, the character you're playing is a vicious woman. You know, wild, mean, a troublemaker, like the character of Iago in Othello. Now, go ahead. Let's hear you play it like Iago.
I'll go to your mother. I'll tell your father. I'll shout it from the rooftops. Ah!
I said Iago, not Umbriago. Now, this is the scene where you pull the gun on him and your father comes running out. Miss Grimmett, you've got to prove to me that you can play it convincingly. I'll be in the house.
I must get this part. I just must. I'll show him I can play it convincingly. I'll just try it again. Who's there? Oh, it's you. So you've come back.
Who, me?
I always knew you'd come back. Where have you been?
Right over here, mowing the lawn.
Don't change the subject. You took everything from me. My youth, my beauty.
I did? Look, I never saw you before in my life.
I've changed that much, have I? Oh, how could you go and leave me when I was expecting a baby?
That's impossible. Mr. Benny says I'm not even married. And besides, I'm a chattel.
Don't deny it. There's only one thing for me to do. I'll go to your mother.
Oh, don't tell my mother. She's still mad at me for wearing her slacks.
Very well, then. I'll tell your father.
Oh, you leave him alone. He's got enough trouble with my mother.
Don't move.
Oh, my goodness, a gun.
I'll take care of you, you fiend, you.
Lady, please, if you put a hole in Mr. Benny's lawnmower, I'll have to pay for it.
What's going on here?
Father.
Father?
I hate him. I tried to kill him.
That's it, Miss Grimmett. Good. That's the way to play the part. So, young man, what have you got to say for yourself?
She says we're married and got a baby, and I don't even remember. I worry about things like that.
He was a wretch, Father. He always thought only of himself, telling me he loved me, while he went out with one chorus girl after another.
It gets around, don't it?
Dennis, we were just rehearsing a play. Nice work, Miss Grimmett. You've got the part.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
You mean she's not your father and I haven't got a baby and I'm not married to her?
Of course not, Dennis.
Oh, shucks. Now I have to give back all the wedding presents.
Because March 17th was St. Patrick's Day, Dennis, that broth of a boy, will now sing Bésame Mucho.
Bésame mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Bésame mucho. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before.
thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Bésame mucho, love me forever, and make all my dreams come true.
Dennis, those poor little pipes. Gosh, they need spring cleaning. Chances are they're corroded with rust, clogged with deposits. 6 months' worth. Now, that can slow up circulation, cause your engine to overheat, and waste your gasoline. Yes, I mean the pipes in your car's radiator. And they really need attention. So do this. Drive a shortcut to your mobile gas dealer and have him flush that radiator clean with Mobile Radiator Flush. Here's the product that really does the job. Mobile Radiator Flush scours every tiny tube. Scale and rust deposits loosen up and drain off easily. Your radiator will be clean as new. Then have that friendly mobile gas man pour in Mobile Hydrotone. 1 bottle works to stall off fresh corrosion for long months to come. Mobile Radiator Flush and Mobile Hydrotone. There's the team you want to keep your pipes, your radiator pipes, in good condition. So, stop in, Dennis, at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Thanks, Tom. John, rather. And thank you, Dick and Harry. Dennis, I suppose you, too, use mobile gas?
Oh, sure. I have a big bowl of it every morning with my grape nuts.
All right, thank you, Dennis. Thank you very much for coming to see us. Hand for Dennis, please, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for applauding again. I thank you for Dennis, and I thank you for me because I had to find my place. Ladies and gentlemen, you wrote us so many nice letters about the Shakespeare we did a few weeks back. Tonight we're going to bring you a little more of the same. The play is Hamlet.
Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, learning that his father has been murdered by his uncle, the present king, cannot decide how to expose his uncle's crimes. Strolling players have come to court, and Hamlet hears them rehearse a scene. The soliloquy Mr. Wells will read us now comes after their departure, when the young prince is left by himself in the throne room.
Now I'm alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit that from a working all his visage wan, tears in his eyes, distraction in suspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit, and offer nothing for Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? Why, he would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and appall the free, confound the ignorant, and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy, mettled rascal, peak like John a Dream, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king,
upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who called me villain? Breaks my pater cross, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie that's deep to the throat. How does me this? Tunes. I should take it. For it cannot be that I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter. For ere this, I should have fatted all the region kites with a slave's offal. Bloody bawdy villain. Remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain. Ah! Vengeance! What an ass am I. This is most brave. That I, the son of a dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, should, like a whore, unpack my heart with words and fall a-cursing like a very drab scullion. Firepot. Ha! About my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures, sitting at a play, have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tempt him to the quick. If he but blench, I know my course. The spirit that I've seen may be the devil, and the devil has power to assume a pleasing shape. Yes, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. Play's the thing, wherein I'll catch the conscience, the king. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Time to say good night now. Speaking for all of us in the Mercury Theater and for our sponsors, the makers of mobile gas and mobile oil, I'd like to say, as always, that we remain, as always, obediently yours.
Makers of mobile gas and mobile oil invite you to listen in next week, same time, same station, to your radio almanac. Mr. Wells' guest is Monty Woolley. Dennis Day appears through the courtesy of Jack Benny and is now starring in the RKO production Cocktails for Two. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome, one and all, to the Sign of the Flying Red Horse. The makers of mobile gas and mobile oil bring you Orson Welles. A smile, I said a smile, is solid gold these days. And there's a guy, I said a guy, who's mighty good at smiling. He's your friendly mobile gas dealer, as friendly as the day is long, and his day's mighty long. Cars need care. He knows that these days, and he's all out to keep every car that rolls up rolling. He knows this. 4 workers out of every 5 must get to work in private cars. Your friendly mobile gas dealer knows that every car today needs careful servicing to keep on going. Yet does he oversell you? Never. No high pressure. Just what your car needs is what it gets. Is your car all set for summer driving? See the chap who's got good products, gives good service, and throws in a grin besides. Your friendly mobile gas dealer at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. And here's an extra. Protect the U stamp on your windshield. Your mobile gas dealer will give you a U stamp protector free. Have him paste it on. Then when your windshield's washed or polished, your U stamp is safe. It's free, so drive in.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. The night before last, a whole lot of us from the Mercury Theater went down to Texarkana to broadcast the opening of the Fifth War Loan Drive, and here's something we found out about Texarkana while we were there. If you go south on the main street, you're in the state of Texas, and if you turn around and go up on the left side, you're in Arkansas. Seems Texarkana itself is actually 2 cities, with 2 mayors, separate police forces, and all the rest of it. Well, I got into town a few days early to write the script for the Bond Drive broadcast, a broadcast which attempted to define, among other things, the causes of the war. And while I was thinking about those things, sitting up in my room in the Grim Hotel looking out over State Line Avenue, thinking about borders and boundary lines and fascist aggression and imperialist greed, a crazy notion popped into my head, remembering that the fascists always hanker for everything that belongs to the other fellow. I asked myself the following loony question. Just suppose that the city of Tex or the city of Ark lost its democratic faith and went the way of the Nazis and the Japs. Suppose the Tex and Ark went to war with each other. Now, I know it doesn't make any sense, but then neither does a war, starting a war, not finishing it. Suppose that the town of Tex or the town of Ark permitted a gang of nuts to take over their government, and then, well, that supposition, by kind permission of the good folks of Texarkana, is the basis of tonight's little fable. For purposes of our story, one of the 2 towns had to play the villains, so Jim Bryant and Millard Simmons, chairmen, respectively, of the Tex and Ark War Loan Drive committees, met on the state line and flipped a silver dollar. Arkansas lost, and right here before it's too late, we'd like to say to the citizens of Ark that any resemblance in the following narrative to real persons or places is accidental, unintentional, immaterial, and besides, we're only kidding. Our story begins in the little town of Texarkana on the Arkansas side, where one Alfred Hinkler, a fish peddler, was prone to ply his trade. Hinkler was not a very good fish peddler. Some said it was the fish, some said it was Hinkler. The fact remains that he did very little business. Folks never went so far as to accuse Hinkler of short-weighing them. However, it was generally recognized that he had the heaviest pair of thumbs in the business. Hinkler often tried to sneak up on unsuspecting marketers who, in the confusion, might buy his wares, but if the wind was blowing in the right direction, by the time he got there were no crowds. Somewhat discouraged, he sought new markets on the Texas side. As we see him now, he's pushing his cart down West 3rd Street.
Smelts? Get your fresh smelts today. 30 cents a pound. Anybody want any smelts?
Hinkler continues past the Grim Hotel, Sears Roebuck, and brings his cart to a stop in front of Smith's Barber Shop.
Smelts? Smelts? Fresh smelts. Get your smelts today.
Bill Smith ambles out of his shop.
Hey, hold everything there, stranger. I reckon you could find a likelier spot to go peddle your fish.
Listen, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it. Get your fresh smelts here.
But you're standing right in front of my barber shop, fella. And these here fish ain't helping my business now.
At this point, Hinkler, enraged, picks up a smelt and slaps the Texan in the face with it. 3 weeks later, when Hinkler emerged from the Texarkana hospital, he was sentenced to 6 months in the county jail for disorderly conduct. It was here that Hinkler wrote his now famous book, My Dream, in which he expounded the theory of superiority of Arkansans and also the doctrine of health through smelts. The book caused some comment. Here's a little group of people in front of Brown's drugstore on the corner of East Broad and Olive.
Very well. What do you think of it?
He's a crackpot.
No, I wouldn't say that. If you ask me, some of them things that fellow Hinkler says makes a darn lot of sense. It really does.
What do you mean?
Well, it's a fact, you know, that us Arkansas folks is, as a rule, 1/8 of an inch taller than them Texas fellas.
Where'd you hear that?
Oh, no, I read it somewhere. I think it was in that Hinkler's book.
He's a crackpot.
Yes, most people dismissed Hinkler as a hackpot or crackpot. But a few listened. In the back room of a garage on East Front Street.
What's up, Slats? What did the boss send for us for?
Search me. Just said we should all be here, that's all.
Oh, hello, boss.
Hi, boss.
Hi, boys. All right, now quiet.
Quiet. The boss is here.
Now, boys, I want you to meet a pal of mine. More than just a pal, you might say a partner. We're going to do a lot for him, and he's going to do a lot for us. Boys, this is Alfred Hinkler.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Okay, Lefty. Take Mr. Hinkler upstairs. Be with you in a minute, Al.
Who's he, boss? We merging with another mob?
Who's he? Well, that fellow's the next governor of Arkansas.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. We're broadcasting tonight from Convention Hall, where Alfred Hinkler, the Reform Party's candidate for governor, is winding up his pre-election campaign. Alfred Hinkler has just stepped up to the microphone. He's putting up his hand for silence.
Fellow Arkansans, tomorrow we go to the polls to prove once and for all the clear-cut issues of the sad race that we have in the compromise to establish the debate board about itself. It isn't only questions that we've got to prove the establish the rate.
Due to the technical nature of Mr. Hinkler's message, we have secured the services of that well-known news analyst and political commentator, Carter Brankshaft, who will analyze Mr. Hinkler's message.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hinkler has just said Arkansas has too long been hemmed in by its envious neighbors. Arkansas has an area of 52,725 square miles with a population of 1,949,387. This is 35 2/10 people per square mile, which is a condition too crowded to sustain life. Not only that, but it's messy having 2/10 of a person around. Therefore, this condition will not be tolerated. If I am elected, says Hinkler, I will revise the eternal economy of Arkansas so that there will be more of everything for everyone.
And those little things in life that you can't...
Bullets, not bobby socks. Now we come to women's place in the new order. Women's place is in the home, and the women of Arkansas will have the honor of being the mothers of the future soldiers of greater Arkansas. Hinkler's very much moved by this tender thought. He's wiping a tear from his eye.
Those calories that I prove that I'm not, it is not only a castigate. We can't
It is now time to unveil the monsters who have undermined the security of the state.
You claim us to prove that your little
A
jolly
small, avaricious minority whose lust for wealth and power has brought the people of Arkansas to the brink of disaster. The barbers.
And I'm not going through
50 cents for a haircut, 20 cents for a shave. Not only are these exorbitant prices ruinous to the economy of our state, but the mere existence of barbers is an insult to the memory of the native sons, past and present, of the great state of Arkansas. I refer to Abraham Lincoln, Walt Whitman, General Robert E. Lee, Monty Woolley, and the Smith brothers. That is why I say the barbers must go, says Hinkler. I promise that if I'm elected governor, I will eliminate the barber, lock, stock, and hair tonic.
We go through it, Sapper, like the state, and they'll do it to you, too.
3,842 precincts out of 4,012 give Hinkler 182,000, and his opponent, Mark Stevens, 156,000. Mark Stevens charges fraud and demands a recount. At a late hour tonight, Alfred Hinkler conceded that he was likely to be elected. And here's the late bulletin. Mark Stevens, independent candidate for governor, has just died of a sudden attack of pneumonia. We bring you now a special broadcast from the Glee Club of the newly formed Arkansas Youth Movement.
We're falling
time is it, Bill?
Oh, going on tonight.
Time for Sam White. Let's hear the news.
Good evening, folks. This is Sam White, the Voice of Texas, bringing you the latest news. Neighboring states is watching with apprehension developments over in Arkansas, where the newly elected governor, Alfred Hinkler, has dissolved the state legislature and has conferred on himself the title of custodian of the treasury, guardian of the courts, and grand exalted benefactor of the public weal. A Little Rock Dispatch tells that the new governor modestly just wants to be called master.
Well, what do you think of that?
The following decrees has been issued. All persons is forbidden, under penalty of death, to listen at foreign broadcasts emanating from neighborhood states. All children over 6 months of age has got to be turned over to the state for military training. All barber shops must be closed during the following hours: 12 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, and 9 to 12.
Well, that's the darndest thing I ever did hear of.
Oh, here's a late flash. Van Buren, Arkansas. The last remnants of opposition to Alfred Hinkler was eliminated today when Bob Burns was thrown into a concentration camp and his bazooka burned in the public square. Oh, our shortwave monitors have just picked up a broadcast from Little Rock where Alfred Hinkler's making the important speech. We're switching now to Arkansas. Come on in, Little Rock.
Hinkler's just been introduced. Now he puts up his hands for silence.
Citizens of Arkansas, I come to you tonight to prove that I could sell reports with the people that haven't got any Hipkinson trace reports for the paper my parents just filed a bite.
He says, citizens of Arkansas,
I have to go on with basis.
our enemies claim that we have imperialistic designs, that we wish to expand at the expense of our neighboring states. I wish to brand this as a tissue of lies, malicious propaganda concocted by the barbers.
7 times a day. And you can't
Our
find
friends in Texas know how we love them.
Who's the one that shows
Our
them?
borders are open to them and theirs to us. There will never be a dispute between us as sure as his name is Alfred Hinkler.
Folks, this is Sam White again. I've just heard that Texas has been invaded by Arkansas's Black Pants unit. Men of Texas, rise up. Rise up in your peril. There's still time if you...
This is Slats Montrose, the new voice of Texas. You've just heard the erroneous report. All Texans are rejoicing about the wonderful opportunities which they now got under the provisions of the Great Arkansas Co-Prosperity Sphere. Hail Hinkler. Next Tuesday, a plebiscite's going to be held in which Texas will be entitled to vote saying what government they prefer to be ruled under, see? Texans are hereby urged to please come to the polls. We'll be waiting.
All right, stay in line there. When you come up to the ballot box, you don't have to bother writing down anything. Just answer yes or no to the question, do you want Texas incorporated into the state of Arkansas? Now you're first. How do you vote?
Yes.
Next.
Yes.
Next.
Yes.
I want you people to realize that you're entitled to vote any way you want. Next. How do you vote?
Well...
Next.
Morning, Alex.
Morning, Ned. What can I do for you?
Well, let's see now. What did the old woman send me down after? Oh, yeah. About 15 yards of calico.
Oh.
He wants to make a new dress and some curtains. Where's everybody, Alex? Courthouse?
No, there's all in the back there. Y'all left them yesterday. They're still playing checker.
I reckon I better take a look.
And I say, what if they have made one state out of Texas and Arkansas? Ain't got nothing to do with us here in Louisiana.
Yeah, that's what I say.
I say it has got something to do with us. Suppose that fella Hinkler takes a notion to take over Louisiana.
Yeah, that's what I say. Oh, hello, Ned.
I overheard you talking. What did Hinkler want to take over us for? Ain't you heard him saying he loves Louisiana?
Yeah, he loves Louisiana.
Yeah, he loved Texas, too. Loved it so much he gobbled it up.
Yeah, gobble it up.
You're a pessimist, Lem. Why, you were even worried when a rattlesnake bit Henry last year. And he didn't die for 3 days. You're the worrying type. I tell you, it can't happen here.
Quiet, halt. The result of a vote taken in Texas and Arkansas, Louisiana is hereby included in the Greater Arkansas Co-Prosperity Sphere. Hail Hinkler. Forward.
March!
What's that thing that fella tacked up on the wall, Alec?
Proclamation. Know all men by these your presents, Louisiana will henceforth be known as South Arkansas. Y'all will thus have the opportunity of sharing in the benefits of the new order. The following offenses will be punishable by death: patronizing barber shops, expectorating on the streets, especially in the direction of Little Rock, congregating in crowds. A crowd is to be construed as meaning one or more people, and 700 other offenses which will be explained to y'all when y'all are found guilty of.
Well, I declare, look at what it says down here. I hereby appoint as mayor of Monroe, Louisiana, Lucifer Jenks.
Why, Lucifer, that's you.
Yeah, that's me.
I know that I stood before you telling you that I grabbed the slaughter eggs, and I said we could find the people mess slaughtered. It wasn't the Casserito, little face it. It was the hit and statistical paper force that proved the things what I could go on to say.
Hinkler says the people of California have much to gain under the new order. He will guarantee them oranges.
They will order his place to prove what we are doing.
Hitler's Black Pants troops have succeeded in putting down opposition in all of California except Pomona. Hinkler gave as the reason for his unprovoked attack on California the following statement: Arkansas must have an outlet to the sea. When it was pointed out to him that Greater Arkansas already controls the entire Gulf of Mexico, he said, Arkansas must have an outlet to the sea in all directions.
After I come to you and give you my staffers, we give you slaughter force for little Cabot.
Hinkler says he will not stand. He will not stand for Rhode Island bullying Greater Arkansas. Therefore, he says he has ordered the occupation of Rhode Island by 3 of his Black Pants troopers who happen to be in the neighborhood.
And there you are.
Yesterday, in a barber shop in Perth Amboy, New Jersey, a visitor from Arkansas complained that a barber used a towel that was too hot on his face. This morning, as Black Pants troops marched into New Jersey, Hinkler said, we will not stand by and see our citizens tortured.
So I say to the Mice, did I say to the meter bots, I give you the grassroots hoot and my canvas seminar.
He says Arkansas now controls all the states in the Union except New York. He says this is all the territory he wants in the United States.
And what can you do?
Hey, Mac, pull your cab up a little so that I can get out if I get a call, will you?
You get a call, I'll pull up.
Okay. Hey, I heard that speech on the radio today by that Hinkler character. He sounds like he's going to move into New York.
I'd like to see him try it. The little flower will give him his lumps. Hey, what does he want to move into New York for?
Oh, he says he's going to protect us from Brooklyn.
Protect us from Brooklyn?
Yeah, the barbarians of Flatbush.
Why, he's nuts. Why, they won't even finish ahead of the Giants this year.
Well, that's not all there is to our story, ladies and gentlemen, except the finish. Hinkler finally did take Brooklyn, and it served him right. He marched in on a day that the Dodgers were playing St. Louis. Came strutting into Ebbets Field, the 9th inning, the score tied, had his first proclamation pinned up. He said that there were to be no more ball games. Well, you know those Dodger fans. 10 minutes later, Hinkler was hanging from that tree that grows in Brooklyn. It was a lucky thing for Hinkler, too. For just about that time, folks in Arkansas got to thinking, what if they were 1/8 of an inch taller than folks elsewhere? Or what if they weren't? Or what if they combed their hair different? Or what if they didn't? Or what if they talked with a different twang? They were all Americans. They weren't Arkansans or Texans or New Englanders. They were Americans. Americans before them had fought this same war, and they knew what to do. And they did it. The biggest family Lud Gluskin ever packed into CBS. That was Lud Gluskin, everybody, and his Makes You Want to Stay in Texarkana Hot Liquors, playing Powerhouse by Raymond Scott. And now here's John McIntyre.
You got the time, folks? We've got the rhyme, folks. Here we go. Tell me first, tell me the worst. Does your car look sort of dull today? Do dust and road grime mar the finish? You don't say. But gosh, you got a ride in it. Where's your pride in it? Don't you know your car can sparkle? It can gleam. Honest, brother, it can look like a dream. Stop in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Of course. See that famous automobiler, your friendly mobile gas dealer. He's your auto's beauty boss. He'll give your car mobile wax and mobile gloss. Mobile gloss removes the dust and grime. Yes, sir, every time. It leaves the car showroom clean. Mobile gloss restores the color and sheen. Next comes mobile wax, protective, tough. For shining up the finish, it's the stuff. So it's mobile gloss and mobile wax for you if you really want your car to look like new.
I'd like to read you now a prayer. It was written by our great American poet, Stephen Vincent Benet. A prayer to the United Nations.
God of the free, we pledge our hearts and lives today to the cause of all free mankind. Grant us victory over the tyrant who would enslave all free men and nations. Grant us faith and understanding to cherish all those who fight for freedom as if they were our brothers. Grant us brotherhood in hope and union, not only for the space of this bitter war, but for days to come, which shall and must unite all the children of the earth. Our earth is but a small star in the great universe. Yet of it, we can make, if we choose, a planet unvexed by war, untroubled by hunger or fear, undivided by senseless distinctions of race, color, or theory. Grant us that courage and foreseeing to begin this task today, that our children and our children's children may be proud of the name of man. The spirit of man has awakened, and the soul of man has gone forth. Grant us the wisdom and the vision to comprehend the greatness of man's spirit that suffers and endures so hugely for a goal beyond his own brief span. Grant us honor for our dead who died in the faith. Honor for our living who work and strive for the faith. Redemption and security for all captive lands and peoples. Grant us patience with the deluded and pity for the betrayed. And grant us the skill and valor that shall cleanse the world of oppression and the old base doctrine that the strong must eat the weak because they are strong. Yet most of all, grant us brotherhood, not only for this day, but for all our years. A brotherhood not of words, but of acts and deeds. We are all of us children of earth. Grant us that simple knowledge. If our brothers are oppressed, then we are oppressed. If they hunger, we hunger. If their freedom is taken away, our freedom is not secure. Grant us a common faith that men shall know bread and peace, that he shall know justice and righteousness, freedom and security, an equal opportunity and an equal chance to do his best, not only in our own lands, but throughout the world. And in that faith, let us march toward the clean world our hands can make. Amen.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Grandmama, you mustn't.
Grandmama, you mustn't.
Oh, rubbish, of course I am.
Really, Grandmama.
Let me alone, all of you. I can't make a speech on my own birthday by this time, and I shouldn't be here at all. Silence. So you're all here, the whole lot of you, the whole Harry's family, here in this room this evening for my birthday, my 100th birthday. You never thought I'd live that long, did you? Well, I did. Now I suppose you've all come to look at me. A last look, I suppose you're thinking. Well, if it should be your last look at me, always remember that it's my last look at you, too. At you, Will Harris. You may be a famous novelist now, but you were a very stupid little boy. Never did learn how to spell. And you, Amory, you're in Parliament and very active, I hear. But you will never be as good a speaker as your father, and he was just a vicar in our village church here in Cumberland. Veronica, you're looking well. Surprisingly well when I think of how they all run to fat on your side of the family. And you, Ellis. Sir Ellis, I suppose I ought to call you. Tell me you're going to be a very big man in the city someday. Where's your mother? I don't see her here tonight.
My mother begged to be excused. She was confined to her bed with a cold.
In bed, eh? You were always an ailing lot, you London Harry. Not like the Cumberland branch. Strong as horses we were, but wild and bad. Not many of us left anymore. Benjamin.
Yes, Grandmama.
You and I are the only ones left, Benjamin. I heard all about you over at Skiddaw this spring, and that fight you were in over a woman. Disgraceful. Did you win?
Yes, I did, Grandmama.
Glad to hear that. There are some of you here I don't know. My memory isn't as good as it was, and I can't see new faces. You, child. Are you a Harry? You with the pretty blue dress and the curls. What's your name?
That's Vanessa, Grandmama.
Oh, your daughter, eh, Adam? Oh, she's a pretty child. I think I should go to my room. I'm getting tired, and there are too many of you. So many Harrys in one room. Too much for an old woman like me. So if you want to drink my health, you'd better get on with it. To Grandmama.
I give you a toast. Here's to Grandmama, and here's to England, and here's to the Harris family. May they all three live, prosper, and help the world along the way that it should go.
Father, did you hear what Grandmama said about my dress?
Your dress is beautiful, my child. I'm afraid I shall have quite a belle for a daughter in a few years. Your mother would have been so proud of you this evening. Happy, Vanessa?
Oh, yes, I've never been so happy. Father.
Yes, my darling.
May I go for a walk on the heath with Cousin Benji? He asked me to.
Benji? I'd rather you didn't, Vanessa.
Please, Father. Benji's been away so long. He said he wanted to talk to somebody.
Very well, Vanessa. Only don't go too far. No. Be where I can call you.
Benji, you walk so fast I had to run to keep up with you.
I want to get away from that family party. All those Harrys. Oh, look, Vanessa, there's Griffel over there.
Oh.
Beyond that, across the hills, Scotland.
I can't see it.
Because the night is so dark, but it's there all the same.
Tell me about London, Benji.
One day when you've been there, you're older.
Oh, everything for when I'm older. I want to know now. All about London and about you. I don't believe the things they say about you, Benji.
Not that I'm a bad man.
Certainly not.
Not that I'm wild. That the truth isn't in me. Not that I won't settle down and be what a Harry's ought to be. Whatever that is.
You're what I want you to be.
What's that?
You. Benji.
What is it?
It's so quiet suddenly. The music stopped.
Vanessa.
Oh, that's Papa. We're coming, Papa. Oh, come on, Benji. We must go in now.
Vanessa.
Yes, Benji.
Will you marry me someday?
Of course I will.
Would you marry me if your father forbade it?
Yes.
If I was in disgrace, Vanessa, with everyone, if I'd done something shameful and no one would speak to me, would you still marry me?
As long as I loved you, I'd marry you. And I'd always love you. Always and forever.
Whatever I did.
Yes.
I'll remind you of that one day.
Vanessa.
Oh, yes, here I am, Papa.
Come inside, Vanessa.
Papa, what is it? We heard the music stop.
We've had bad news, my child. Your grandmother.
Oh, Papa.
Your Aunt Jane went up to her room a few minutes ago and found her. She looked very peaceful. She must have died in her sleep.
Is it really 5 years, Vanessa? 5 years since we talked at Oldale the night your grandmother died?
5 years, Benji. Have I changed much?
You've grown up.
Benji.
I've something to tell you, Vanessa. I'm going away again tomorrow morning. I'll not see you till someone has married you.
I'll never marry anyone but you.
We're not going to be married. You know what everyone says of me. That I'm one of the wild Harrys like my father, that I'm no good, that I spoil everything I touch. Well, Vanessa, it's true, I think. My mother and you are the only two people I've loved. I hurt my mother so many times. I don't want to hurt you.
You couldn't hurt me, Benji.
I could never say to you, Vanessa, from now on, I'll be everything you like. I'll go to church on Sunday. I'll read Tennyson with you in the evening.
But I don't want you to read Tennyson. And if you don't wish to go to church, you needn't. And whatever you've done is no business of mine. I know you so well, Benji, and love you so much. And I'm not afraid of taking risks. Life was made for taking risks.
What do you know about life?
I know that marriage isn't all fun. It isn't for anybody. Only I think you and I would be often happy together if we were married. Because we love one another so much. We'd be unhappy, too, but we'd still love one another. And if you left me, I know you'd come back.
Oh, I might not. I might never come back. Loving you as much as I do now, I might still say, no, I can't stand this, and I'd be off. Perhaps never return.
I'd never know that you weren't going to return, Benji.
My darling. My darling. Let's be engaged here and now for 1 year. This is the last day of April. 1 year from now, on this same day, I'll come and ask you if you're still of the same mind. And if you are, if I can trust myself, we'll be married.
If that's what you like, Benji.
Not a word to anyone.
I've always told Father...
Oh, no, not even your father. He might not understand.
Very well.
Oh, it's a poor bargain for you, Vanessa. Mind, if you ever want to be free, you're going to tell me.
I'll never want to be free.
Look at me, Vanessa.
What is it, Benji?
Many things. First, I'm going to kiss you.
Yes, Benji.
But your lips last. First your hair. And your eyes. And your beautiful brow. And now your lips.
My child, you'll be happy in London. It is very kind of Lady Harris to ask you, and Cousin Ellis has written me again and again, urging me to let you go.
Oh, it'll seem so strange not to spend Christmas in Cumberland. I don't want to go to London. I'll be so lonely, Papa.
No, you won't. You'll meet all our family. You'll find that there are many interesting members of the Harris family outside of...
Benji, Papa?
I didn't say that, my dear. But it may be that London and the outside world will make you see people and things in a different light.
I'll go. I'll go if you wish it, Papa.
Well, my dear, how do you like London parties?
I like them very much.
You don't know who I am, do you?
You're...
Don't pretend, my dear. There's no way in which you could know. Perhaps you've heard your father talk about me. I'm Will Harris.
Oh, Uncle Will.
Yes. The last time I saw you was at your grandmother's birthday. You've grown very pretty since then.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Will.
And you haven't told me yet how you like London.
Everybody's been very kind to me. Lady Harris and Cousin Ellis.
What do you think of your Cousin Ellis? You know, before long, he'll be one of the richest men in England.
He's been wonderful to me, Uncle Will, but I don't understand him quite. He's so grave and nervous and so afraid of doing the wrong thing.
You've noticed that, have you? Well, your Cousin Ellis belongs to the serious side of the family. Shall I tell you something, Vanessa? Each time I hear about you, I get fresh hope for our family, yours and mine. Somehow, I don't think the Harrys will be able to crush you.
I don't know what you mean, Uncle Will.
Well, never mind. You must run along now, my dear. The dancing will start in a minute, and it isn't fair for an old man like me to keep the most beautiful girl at the party all to himself.
Oh, but I like to be here with you, Uncle Will.
All except your eyes, Vanessa.
My eyes?
Your eyes are far away. Come, Vanessa, tell me. Which one of the young men is it? Is he here tonight?
No. But he'll be here in April. He said he would.
Do I know him?
Nobody knows him, really. Except me.
Vanessa.
Benji, my darling, you've come back. You're here. My hand's on your sleeve. I'm touching you. You're real.
Quick, Vanessa, tell me, do you love me? Do you love me as much as 2 years ago?
More, Benji, more.
Is there anyone else? If so, where is he? I'll kill him. Quick, tell me.
Only you, Benji.
I told you I'd be here, didn't I? I've run all the way from South America. You know I've run. Tell me, do you love me? Are you going to marry me?
Of course. Oh, my darling, my darling. Dear Uncle Will, you were so good to me in London, and you seemed to understand me so well. It seems natural that I should write to you now that I'm alone, now that the two people are gone who meant so much to me, the only two people I ever loved. You remember the day I said goodbye in London? I told you that Father had finally given his consent. Benji and I were to be married in August. Then 2 weeks after I got back, came the fire. Father and I had gone to Keswick to see Benji's mother. I don't know how much you heard about the fire. It broke out at 3 a.m, somewhere in the East Wing.
Miss Vanessa!
What is it?
What is the house is on fire? Quick, come down. This way. The main stairway's gone.
Out here, out on the lawn.
Where's my father? Is my father here?
We'll be doing our best, Mum. Everybody outside! The roof's going!
Please wait, have you seen my father?
No, Miss Vanessa, he was in the East Wing last week.
Yes, he was.
And that wing's nothing but pain.
There's nothing to do, man. I'm going to get him.
You can't do that, Miss Vanessa. The roof's falling in. Come back, Miss.
Let's go. I'm going in.
Come back, Miss Vanessa. Come back. You're the kill. Mr. Harris, stop her. Make a mess.
Oh, Benji, my father is up there. You must help me.
Vanessa, there's no chance.
Oh, let me go, Benji. If no one else will go, I will.
Won't let you go.
Benji, let me go. Oh, Father. Oh, you see what you've done. He's dead. And it's your fault. Oh, I hate you. You killed him. I'll hate you as long as I live.
You know, don't you, Uncle Will, that when I said those terrible things to Benji, it was because I was out of my head with grief. I know how brave Benji is. If there'd been the slightest chance of saving Father, he'd have been the first to go in. And if he had got my letter, the letter I wrote as soon as I was able to write at all, he'd have understood. Poor Benji. He's so used to being blamed for things. And you know how proud he is? I see how deeply I must have hurt him because the messenger that I sent with my letter came back with the letter and the news that Benji had left that same morning, the morning of the fire, telling no one where he'd gone. That was almost 3 months ago. Last week he returned.
Come back, Vanessa.
I knew you'd come back, Benji.
Come back to tell you something.
I knew you'd come back, Benji. I knew we'd never part again.
Don't, Vanessa.
Benji, what is it?
It's this. We can't be married. We can never be married. Because I was married last week, Vanessa. I thought after the fire that you blamed me somehow for your father's death. I wrote off in a temper. You remember I was staying in the village in rooms with a widow and her daughter?
Yes.
I didn't like them, either of them. I was thinking of you, Vanessa, this summer, every minute of the day, and yet... I kissed the girl, disliked her more than ever, and kissed her again.
Tell me what she looks like, Benji. Is she beautiful?
A day or two after the fire, I rode with them to a farm my brother owns over at Keswick, and stayed there all night. I drank too much.
My poor Benji.
2 weeks ago, a girl came to see me in London, and she told me... Will you believe me, Vanessa, when I tell you that I loved you all that time more than ever?
Yes, I believe you.
I didn't marry the girl because I was frightened of anything that might happen. I've never been afraid of anyone or anything except your despising me, Vanessa. Or my doing you harm. And I saw that though I loved you so dearly, I'd been able to do this thing. I might do it again.
Do you care for her, Benji? Are you fond of her in any way at all?
No. Not in any way at all.
You must do all you can for her, Benji.
I will. But what are we to do, Vanessa? I can't live without seeing you.
Oh, no, we mustn't meet. Oh, no, not for a long time. And please, don't write me or anything. It'll be much better.
I'll do anything you say.
Only if ever you're in trouble, any kind of serious trouble, you must see that I know.
You'll never know anything of me again, Vanessa, except what can make you happy.
Helping you would make me happy.
Goodbye, Vanessa.
Goodbye, my love. Next week, Uncle Bill, I'm coming to London. Ellis has written inviting me to stay in Hill House again, and I've accepted. Try as I will, I find that I cannot stay here at home any longer. All the things that I loved here in Cumberland have become hateful to me. Hateful reminders of those two I loved, Father and Benji.
My dearest.
Yes, Cousin Ellis.
You've been happy both times you've been here with us in London.
Very happy, Ellis.
Your presence here has been a great joy to all of us.
I'm glad. You've been wonderfully good to me, Ellis.
There is something I must ask you, Vanessa. This is no sudden thought. From the first day I saw you, I hoped that one day, perhaps, you'd be my wife.
I'm proud that you should think of me like that, Ellis, but...
For a time, I thought it was hopeless. That was the time when you considered yourself engaged to Benji, when he had not yet shown himself to you for what he was.
Ellis, there's something I want to say to you, and then we'll never mention it again. About Benji. I know that everyone's against him. They all think he treated me badly. That he made a wretched mess of everything, which is what they always hoped for. One thing you must know. He did not treat me badly. I want you to make everyone understand, everyone, that I'll not hear one word against him, that I'll never speak again to anyone who attacks him. Is that clear?
If you wish it, Vanessa.
I do wish it.
If only you could love me a little, Vanessa, I would wait.
I like you very much, Ellis, but I don't love you.
Then let me love you and serve you. There is nothing you can ask that you shan't have. I'll never interfere with you. I'm not a man who has many friends. You've noticed that, perhaps. I've always been shy in company, but with you beside me, I feel I could do anything. You do like me, don't you?
Of course I do.
Then that's all I ask, Vanessa. Indeed it is. I ask nothing more.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Vanessa, starring Helen Hayes and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vanessa, this headache, it seems to get worse and worse.
Perhaps if I call the doctor, he could suggest something.
No. Oh, it's nothing. All I need is to rest in this darkened room for a while.
I could only be sure that it's not more serious than you think. You know, you haven't felt well for such a long time, Ellis. Last week you had to miss the Jubilee, and I know how very ill you must have felt before.
I've been working too hard, perhaps. Or perhaps...
I wish you'd let me stay home with you, Ellis, and look after you.
No, my dear. Go and enjoy yourself. You'll tell me all about it when you return. I shall count the minutes.
I'll come as quickly as possible.
Oh, Vanessa.
Yes, Ellis.
Come here, dear. Closer to me. Give me your hand. We've been married nearly 10 years. Have you been happy with me?
Of course, Ellis.
All those years?
All those years.
I'm so glad.
So sorry.
Well, that's all right.
You see, it's a bigger hoop than I've ever had before, and I didn't see you standing there.
There's no harm done.
Tom, don't stand there chattering. It's your fault. Just say you're sorry.
Benji.
Vanessa.
Benji. Have you been back in London long?
A few weeks. Nobody else thought I was really necessary to make the Jubilee a success. I felt I'd like to be here. I wanted to see Tom. This is Lady Harry's, Tom.
How do you do, Lady Harry's? I've always wanted to meet you, Tom. Benji, he's like you.
Is he? We've had a lot of fun together, haven't we, Tom?
Yes, sir.
You go and play now. Don't go too far.
Yes, Father.
He was less than a year old, and his mother, when Marion left me one morning, like in a bad play, 9 years ago. Note on the kitchen table. Surprised to see me, Vanessa?
Very.
I wish I could say I was, but I can't. You see, I found out that you walk through the park quite often on your way home, so I've been here most afternoons since I came back.
Haven't you seen your wife since then?
I never will again. Poor thing. I'm glad I have the boy. Kept me from being lonely. As lonely as I would have been. Have you been happy, Vanessa?
I haven't asked myself whether I've been happy or unhappy.
And Ellis, how's he?
He's well.
If you'd married me, you'd have known what to say, wouldn't you? When people asked you if you were happy or unhappy. Very unhappy, you'd have said.
Perhaps.
Afraid happiness and unhappiness have nothing to do with love.
I'm glad you have Tom with you, Benji.
Yes, we're very good for each other. Doesn't know anything about us or about his mother, except what every boy has a right to know about his mother. Whether it's true or not.
I'm so proud of you, Benji.
Are you? I'm not. I don't suppose I'll see you again.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be right.
Yes. Vanessa.
Benji.
Tom?
Yes, Father?
Tom, come here and say goodbye to Lady Harris.
You're late, Vanessa.
Am I? It was such a fine day I walked home through the park. And I must tell you, Alice, as I was
You
coming
don't
up...
generally walk home through the park. For someone who didn't even want to go out...
Alice.
You'd think that knowing I was ill...
But Alice...
Oh, it doesn't matter. Some letters came for you while you were out. Here they are. One of them is from Benjamin Harris.
You're wrong. There's no letter from Benji. Oh, I suppose this is the letter you meant. Read it. It's from Dr. Harris. He wants to know if I will subscribe to a bazaar.
I'm very ashamed, Vanessa. But if you knew how I've been suffering... I've been lying here all these hours, longing for you. I love you so terribly, Vanessa. I used to think that in time it would become part of life. But it hasn't. It grows stronger every day. Oh, I know it isn't your fault. You don't love me. You never loved me, but...
Alice, dear, I know I don't love you as much as you could wish in the way you mean. But we've been such good friends. Let's be thankful for that. And please, let's go on trusting one another.
Vanessa, if you would love me, you could only love me. Vanessa.
Alice, are you still awake?
Yes, I couldn't sleep. How was your evening, Vanessa?
It was enchanting, Alice. We went to the Prisoner of Zenda. You know, George Alexander and Fay Davis.
Yes, I've heard that it's an interesting play.
What sort of an evening have you had, Ellis? Was Aunt Grace entertaining? I didn't want to go without you, but you insisted.
She left an hour ago, Vanessa. She told me something that upset me.
Well, what is it, Ellis?
Benjamin Harris has been in England for 2 months, she said.
I didn't know.
Are you sure?
Ellis.
And she told me that you saw Benji last year at the time of the Jubilee. You never told me.
I've told everyone else. When I came home that day, I was going to tell you. Only you'd been thinking that some silly letter or other was from him. And after that, it was impossible. If Benji's in England now, I didn't know about it until you just told me.
I find that hard to believe. After you've just confessed that you met him secretly after the Jubilee.
Oh, listen to me, Alice. I've seen Benji once since we were married. I saw him for 15 minutes when we sat on a bench in the park. I would have told you, I meant to tell you, until you made it clear that it would be wrong to tell you. Now, that's all there is to it.
Is it?
Yes. You must remember, Alice, Benji and I have been friends all our lives. I know that some of our family don't like him, that you don't like him.
You've been seeing him behind my back for years.
Oh, Alice, let's talk sense. You know that I've never lied to you, not in the smallest, most insignificant thing. I've never been anything but a friend to Benji, even when I loved him most. You must trust me as I trust you. There's no reason.
No reason? When you made me unhappy for years? Not loving me, pretending, taking people in, but not me. You hear? Never me. I've had enough of it, you hear? You're mine, and you'll love me as I love you.
Alice, you're hurting me.
I want to hurt you as you've hurt me.
Alice, your hand, you're choking me. Alice.
Forgive me.
Oh.
It's because I can't. Because I want so much.
Oh, Alice. Alice, I told you how I felt about you when you asked me to marry you. And what our marriage would be. If there isn't complete trust between us...
There is, Vanessa. There will be. I need you more than you think. I love you so. Oh, Vanessa. Vanessa, we are both tired. We need a rest. I think we'll go to Cumberland for a week. To your cottage at Uldale.
Cumberland? But, Alice, you hate Cumberland.
No. Who told you that?
Nobody, of course, only yourself.
When have I said that I hated Cumberland?
Not hated it, but disliked it. The rain, and you don't like the north.
Who told you that I hated Cumberland?
Nobody, Alice. Nobody.
And I wish you wouldn't hold that book while you talk to me.
Oh.
Why do they bind books in green? It's such an ugly color.
I hadn't noticed it, Alice.
I don't hate Cumberland. Of course not. It'll be very agreeable. I need a holiday. We both need a holiday.
Whatever you say, Alice.
Vanessa, when we return to London, I wish you to see a doctor I know.
A doctor?
Yes, a doctor. I have been long coming to the conclusion, Vanessa, that you are not well.
Oh.
I came to Cumberland with you that I might observe you. In London, it's so difficult. So many people to interfere. We don't see enough of one another. My suspicions are quite confirmed.
What suspicions? I'm really quite well, Alice.
Ah, so you think. That, I fear, is part of the disease. I have said nothing until I was certain. I didn't wish to alarm you.
Alice, I don't know what you're talking
Listen to me, Vanessa. For a long time we haven't been happy. Oh, I know that it hasn't always been your fault. But I realize that your care of me during these last years, in addition to all your social duties, is too much for your strength. You will need great quiet in the future and perhaps retirement for a time to some soothing place.
What is it?
You heard nothing?
No.
The country is so noisy and restless. There's always something moving.
Alice, what are you doing? Why are you locking the door?
It wasn't kind of you, Vanessa, to have me watched day and night for months.
What do you mean, Alice? No one was watching.
Why
you.
lie to me, Vanessa? I don't blame you, not at all. I know that you aren't yourself. But it is wrong of you to embarrass me. And such an unpleasant man. I've stood for hours while he watched me outside the window. Sometimes he would never move until I came myself to the window. And then he would vanish into the green bushes or green grass beyond the flower beds. A long, thin man in a green coat. He was never without his green coat. It was why I always knew who he was.
Alice, dear, you know I haven't had you watched ever. Why should I?
Oh, I'm not vexed, my dear. Not at all vexed. I said to myself, if he hadn't got that green coat, I really shouldn't mind. He could watch me as long as he pleased. But I dislike green as a color, and his eyes were always most unpleasant.
Oh. Alice, I don't know what to say. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Right now, I don't think...
You wouldn't like it if I had you watched, you know. You wouldn't like it at all. The truth is, Vanessa, that neither of us is well. Life has been a failure for both of us. It is better for us to end it.
Alice, give me that key. You've locked the door, you know. Give me that key.
No, my dear, certainly not. We haven't been happy for a long time. So here, very quickly, while there is no one about, is a very good opportunity to finish all this tiresome business. It is my duty. I have hesitated for some time, but now my duty is quite clear.
Alice, give me that knife. You don't know what you're talking about, Alice.
You will feel nothing. It will be no more than a cut on the finger, and then I will follow. I can't possibly express to you how agreeable it will be to be tired no longer, to have no more headaches.
Put that knife on the table, Alice.
Perhaps I will. Perhaps I will not. And how absurd of you not to do as I wish. But you never have done as I wish.
Alice, give me the key.
Oh, why not? Another time. Perhaps another time will be better.
Oh, thank you. Now, try to get some sleep, Alice.
Vanessa, how unhappy we are. How unhappy we are. Good night, Vanessa.
Oh, please, God, help me. Oh.
How much does anyone know besides you, my dear?
Everyone has known, Uncle Will. You've known for a long time that something was wrong with Alice. But as long as everything was all right on the surface, it's been accepted. There must be no more Harry's scandals.
There are worse things than scandals.
And it's all my fault.
Your fault?
The sin was my marrying Alice in the first place, when it was Benji I loved. I thought of myself rather than Alice. And now that he needs me, my courage is gone. I thought once I had enough for anything.
Your courage is greater than any I have ever known. You must leave him, Vanessa. You will be blamed, of course. And will you mind blame and criticism, Vanessa? You had very little in your life, you know. And many other things will be different, too.
I don't think I can go on any longer without seeing Benji. I love him as deeply as ever I did. More deeply, I think. And I can't live and die, Uncle Will, without loving anyone.
Then go to him, Vanessa. I think you know now what you want to do. What you've got to do.
Yes, I know. And whatever it costs, it'll be less than the cost of not doing it.
Vanessa, if you knew how many times I've sat here imagining just this. Now there'll be a knock at the door, and I'll open it. There'll be Vanessa at last.
Yes, at last. Benji, I can't go on without you any longer.
It isn't fair to you, Vanessa. You'll be made to suffer.
I know I'll suffer in one way or another. I've been thinking of this for a long time. I'm not a fool about it. I know the delight and I know the punishment.
Vanessa.
Nobody's happy forever, Benji. Oh, Benji, are you sure you want me? Are you certain still, After all this time?
I love you more than I ever did. Loving you's been the only good thing in me. Are you quite sure?
Oh, yes, I'm sure. I'm not a child now. Often I've been tempted to come to you. You must have known that. Oh, I was so wrong when I married Ellis. And his needing me, or my thinking he did, kept me there. And that was wrong, too. But if I can still make you happy, Benji, that's all I want now.
Vanessa? Vanessa, I'm back.
Oh, how was the fair? Did you sell the horses?
Vanessa, come here to the door.
Yes, Benji.
Look out there.
Yes, Benji.
Cumberland. It's ours, my dear. The hills, the rocks, the flying clouds, they're the same as they always were. Look, Vanessa, down there. That dark patch. That's Skiddaw Forest down there, and when you stand below Skiddaw House and look over towards the forest, you can see sometimes, just before the hill rises, a dark patch that looks like the opening of a cave. It's only a trick of the light. There's no cave there, but when I was a boy, I used to fancy it was the opening of a great subterranean hall.
Benji.
Yes, dearest.
You haven't told me about the fair.
No.
Our horses. How many did you sell?
I had rather bad luck.
You mean you didn't sell any of them? I know.
We can manage.
They won't have anything to do with us, will they, Benji?
What isn't there?
Yes, it is. Don't try to keep it from me. I'm not blind.
My dearest.
We're outcasts. We're wicked, sinful people. The world will have nothing to do with us. And now... Oh, Benji.
Vanessa, do you care? Do you care what they think of us? Aren't we enough for ourselves?
Oh, it's not that, Benji. It's Ellis.
Ellis?
There was a letter this morning from his sister. I didn't tell you.
Yes?
Oh, here it is. Dear Vanessa, I have for some weeks now postponed this letter, but I have at last decided that it must be written. The fact is quite simply this. Ellis has been seriously ailing. He has, as you know, long been given to childish pursuits, to playing with dolls, soldiers, and trains. Following the doctor's advice, we have humored him in this. A few months ago, I bought him a doll to give him pleasure. As soon as he saw it, it reminded him of you. He has not mentioned your name in all these years, but on this occasion he said at once, "Why, this is Vanessa, come back to me." From that moment on, he has begged incessantly for your return. "I want Vanessa," he cries, again and again. "When is Vanessa coming? Why doesn't Vanessa come?" The doctor assures me that Ellis has, at the most, a few months to live. If you return to Hill Street for those few months, Vanessa, you will hear no single word of reproach from any of us. If you don't, you will never forgive yourself. Your place just now is with your husband, whatever the past has been. You have it in your power to give him his last happiness.
What are you going to do?
I wanted to hear what you thought I should do.
You aren't going, Vanessa. This is monstrous.
Ah, it had to come, Benji, to make things right.
Oh, Vanessa.
He wants me back, Benji. I could never have left him if he had wanted me. But he didn't then. Now he does. He's dying.
He doesn't want you. He can't want you. Why doesn't he even know you?
No, Benji, no. There are no lies in that letter. I must go, and you know it. There could be no other way. We had a new life, and it was too fine, too wonderful to be allowed much of.
You owe me more than you owe Ellis, Vanessa.
No, Benji. I ruined Ellis' life. I've made you happy. I made him unhappy.
He made you marry him.
No, he didn't. I needn't have married him.
And what about me? Don't you care what happens to me?
Listen to me, Benji. It's only you I'm thinking of. Your happiness. I couldn't make you happy, Benji, if I were anything but what I have to be.
You're right, Vanessa. You must go. My dearest, I suppose I should be glad to hear that Alice is better. But how can I lie to you? You who know me so well. The months we were to be apart have become years. But I want you to believe, my dear, as I do, that someday we'll be together again. Soon, perhaps. I can't help feeling that. I love you, my dearest sweet. I wonder if you know how much. How very much. Forever, Benji.
Benji, my darling, I've known for weeks now that I'm going to die. The doctor told me yesterday that it will be soon. I made him swear on his honor that he'd not tell you or anyone, since there's nothing anyone can do for me except to let me spend my last days in peace and happiness. And I will be happy, Benji, if I can make you know that our love has not been wasted. The years we knew each other were the most wonderful and glorious years in both our lives, weren't they? They were everything for me. Oh, Benji, I've wished so often that I could have been a different kind of woman for you. I suppose every woman wishes that for the man she loves. I would have liked to have been brilliant and witty, the kind of woman that clever men describe in their books. I've not, I'm sure, made a success of my life. And yet I feel that we were successful because we kept our love for each other always. I won't say anything about religion, because I know that bores you. But think sometimes of me that I had no more doubt that God exists than I have of your love for me. There are many people who are not stupid nor false, who feel God close to them quite as practically as they feel the people they know close to them. When I am gone, remember that this was the greatest true fact in my life. But I didn't mean this letter to be a sermon. I only meant to thank you again and again for loving me so much and so long. Don't be sad if I go. Think often of all the happy times we had, especially in Cumberland. That's our country. That's where I will always be closest to you, Benji. It has been our country for nearly 200 years, and perhaps before that. Every stone and tree there is a witness that life is worth living, however hard it is. Beautiful and terrible and comic and disappointing and rewarding. Forgive me for all the times that you've thought me sentimental and stupid and slow to see things. But I know you have and will. Remember that our love isn't dead, that it will never end, that nothing can destroy it now. Your most loving and devoted, Vanessa.
Welcome, one and all, to the sign of the Flying Red Horse. The makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you Orson Welles.
everybody. This is Orson Welles from the Mercury Wonder Show. Tonight we're pitching our tents at Long Beach, California. The coast Pete stepped out of the bus, and Anderson took me in tow and said, "Nice thing is ship shape. Just step up this way." I'm glad he's sick. Incidentally, perhaps I'd better explain to our listening audience what an ensign is. It's the second lieutenant who can swim. This is really a wonderful place you have out here, though, gentlemen. Although it gets pretty hot on the beach, I understand you have very sudden windstorms. Every once in a while, it must be very embarrassing for you fellas. You roll a 3 and a 4, and the next thing you know, it's a 1 and a 2. You know, we were out this way with the Mercury Wonder Show just a few weeks ago at the Ferry Command Base at Long Beach, and Marlena Dietrich was our guest star. I'll never forget it. In the middle of the program, she kissed me. It was the first time I ever told a joke and circled over the field to see who was laughing. But I'm really partial to Coast Guard on account of my Uncle Choo-Choo Will. He's a pilot in the Signal Corps. Well, he's not exactly a pilot. He doesn't fly planes over the ocean. He helps carrier pigeons across puddles. Now, naturally, I wanted to follow in Uncle Choo-Choo's footsteps and join the Coast Guard when I was 12 years old, but Mother wouldn't let me. I was always tied to her apron strings. In fact, I was 16 years old before they found out whether I was a boy or a yo-yo. The Navy is always, the Coast Guard has always fascinated me, especially their uniforms. There's one thing I never could figure out. Why do they wear the pants so wide at the bottoms when they need the material so desperately up above? But enough of this banter. Here's why you're here. She's one of the loveliest of Hollywood's brightest new stars. She's appearing in Goodnight, Sweetheart, and we're glad to welcome her to the Mercury. Her name is Ruth Terry.
Ladies and gentlemen. And as they say on Trafalgar Square, cheerio, Orson.
As they say in Long Beach. You know, Ruth, one of the main reasons I wanted to see you tonight is because I've been chosen to send some pictures of pin-up girls to the fellas overseas.
Pin-up?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't they choose Bing Crosby?
Well, he's only had experience pinning up boys. You see, Ruth, I'm going to take my own pin-up pictures, and I'd like you to be the first one. How about posing for me right now?
But, Orson, I haven't posed for a picture since I was a tiny baby.
They must have dropped a little of that developing fluid on you. No kidding, Ruth. I do pretty nice work. Here's a picture I took of Gypsy Rose Lee. How do you like it?
I don't see anything.
Darn it, I guess she hung her hat over the keyhole again. How about singing your number for us, Ruth?
I'd love to, Orson.
What'll it be?
Is you is or is you ate my baby?
We're glad to have you aboard, Ruth. As you can plainly see, everything is ship-shape. If anybody wants me, I'll be up on the poop deck.
Baby, seems the flame in your heart just gone out. A man is a creature that has always been strange. Just when you're sure of one, you'll find he's gone and made a change. Is my baby. Maybe baby's found somebody new. Or is my baby still my baby? I said a man is a creature that has always been strange. Just when you're sure of one, you find he's gone and made a change. Is you is or is you ain't my baby. Baby, baby, found somebody new. Or is my baby still my baby true? Is you is or is you ain't?
Hi. I want to tell you about a guy. In his line, he's a stand-up. What a job he can handle. Cars, that's where he stars. I mean that Ace Automobiler, your friendly mobile gas dealer. He knows that cars today are aging fast. Knows they've got to last. So what's his cry? Don't let them die. That fellow's happy at helping a motor keep its pep, at making your old tires wear. He's right there. And he's a sensation at helping you stretch your gas ration. I mean that Ace Automobiler, your friendly mobile gas dealer. His wartime service is worthwhile, and don't miss his smile. Your car deserves it. Drive in, watch him dive in. He'll look your car over top to bottom. Whatever products it needs, he's got them. Listen to what he tells you. Notice he never oversells you. He's a conscientious, knowing fella, a help your car keep going fella. I mean that Ace Automobiler, your friendly mobile gas dealer. You'll find him, of course, at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Right now, everybody, we bring you the latest and last of the series known affectionately to us as Mercury Fables. It's been our frantic effort to recreate as accurately as possible life as it is lived in the various branches of our armed forces. Tonight we bring you life in the Coast Guard, a typical slice of it. The scene, the Wilmington Patrol Base.
Hector, guess what I just heard?
Oh, you're always coming around with scandal. Where did you hear it?
You know where. But this is a definite rumor. I heard that our leaves are coming through any day now.
Gee, I hope they don't come through. I'm on mess duty, and I'd hate to miss it.
All right, you guys, the mail's in. Come and get it.
Oh, good.
Where you been? Hey, I'm expecting a package. Oh, here it is.
Well, open it up. Let's see what's in it.
Yeah, I will. Take it easy. Well, look at this. Just what I needed. A pair of water wings.
Oh, isn't that nice? Well, look what I got, Basil. Some new pin-up pictures.
Hey, that one's a beauty. Who is she?
Whistler's mother. I think I'll hang it right next to my picture of Eli Whitney's cotton gin. Yes, that's where I think I'll put it.
Who's this babe in the bathing suit?
Isn't it exciting? It's Marjorie Maine. And look, you can see her knee where the suit is torn.
How can they send that stuff through the United States mail?
Hey, excuse me, sailors. The CPO sent me in. He says I'm supposed to bunk here.
Oh, you're the new man.
Yeah. The CPO told me that this barrack was just like a home away from home.
Oh, yes, it is. It's a dandy. Oh, my, just remember, there isn't a comfortable bed left.
Shucks.
Language. I'll tell you what I'll do. You take my bed. It's got a Beauty Rest mattress. And I'll go over to the... Well, it does. And I'll go over to the day room and sleep on the pool table.
Well, gee whiz, I'm sorry. I mean, won't it be uncomfortable for you sleeping on a pool table?
Oh, I don't mind. It's only 60 cents an hour.
Well, this certainly is a nice camp. Oh, by the way, how are the women around this town?
Please, don't talk like that in front of Hector. He's very bashful.
I am not. I am. Of all people, you ought to know better, Basil. You were with me in town last night.
So what?
I did as good as anybody in that little whistling episode in front of the drugstore.
Sure, but you didn't even turn around till the dame whistled for 5 minutes.
Oh, let's forget about women. I feel devilish. How about a little fun?
Good. What let's see?
How about charades?
I have a Monopoly set.
Well, no, I was thinking of the game with the little cubes that have dots on them. What do you call them again?
I think I know. Soldier told me about him once. Dice, ain't they?
Yes. I just happened to have a pair on me. They were given to me as a going-away present.
Well, what luck. Who gave them to you, Hector?
My Aunt Agatha. She's a shill at the Blue Goose Gambling House. Come on now, let's go. I shoot a package of cents in.
How much that wager?
Gee, I've never done this before. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Come on, you seven snake eyes. Crawl under a rock and boxcars. Get off my siding.
Hey, you say you never played this before?
No, never. All ready, fellas? I'm coming right out for a buck.
Hater from Decatur.
Jiggers, fellas. It's the lieutenant.
Attention!
Be with you in a minute, Lieutenant. Wasn't that nice? 8 was my point, and I made it. Now, what was it you wanted, sir?
Oh, it wasn't important. I just thought I'd like to have an inspection.
Inspection? You look all right the way you are.
No. I mean you fellas. Now, you take yourself, Seaman. Your bet isn't even made.
Well, frankly, sir, I intend to get back in it very shortly. I've got to catch up on my sleep.
But you're scheduled for an hour of close order drill, a half hour of calisthenics, and then you have to police the entire area. How can you sleep?
I force myself.
Well, good for you. Say, the real reason I came in here, though, is to get a volunteer for a detail.
Goody.
You see, I have a date with a movie star this afternoon, and I can't make it. Who'll take it for me, huh? Oh, come now. I don't want to get mean about this. If nobody volunteers, I'll have to pick somebody.
Oh, gee, Lieutenant, I'd like to go, but I worked hard for this good conduct ribbon.
Well, now look, fellas, it's not really a date. You see, Captain Peters has an idea that he could help our bond drive. He's got a slogan, buy a bond and kiss a movie star. That's why somebody's got to talk to Ruth Terry and ask her to help us out.
Kiss him, Ruth Terry. Oh, well, in that case, I'll talk to her. So, you see, I've had a little experience in that line. I was at a bond rally a couple of weeks ago where Betty Hutton sold kisses for $25, $50, and $100 bonds.
Well, how does that work? It's the same kiss, isn't it?
No, for a $25 bond, she holds you. For a $50 bond, you hold her. And for a $100 bond, you hold on to your hat. I'll go right over and try to get Miss Terry to cooperate on our buy a bond and kiss the movie star idea.
Hello?
Miss Terry, this is the room clerk. While you were out, the Hollywood canteen called and wanted to know if you'd bake some more cookies for the boys.
Oh, I'd be glad to. Did they want the butter cookies or the sugar cookies?
Well, I don't know. They said they were sending a man over to talk to you.
Oh, that's probably he at the door. Thank you, clerk. Come in.
Miss Ruth Terry, please.
Yes, come in.
Thank you. I'll only be a minute. I was sent to speak to you about a little matter of...
Yes, I know. I just had a message from your organization.
Well, then you'll do it?
I'd be glad to. I know how much the boys appreciate my work.
Well, you have no idea.
Do you think they'll want them hot or cold?
Well, I didn't think you'd have any cold ones.
Funny, most of the boys like them hot, even if they are a little sticky. You know, they prefer to have them right off the pan, although a few of the boys like them cold. You know, at the canteen last week, I gave a few cold ones to a gob on shore patrol. Oh, he was crazy about them.
Well, those SPs, they take anything they can get. I see you've had quite a bit of experience in this particular line.
Oh, yes. I get such a kick out of it when I give them to the kids at the canteen. You ought to see the way some of them enjoy it, especially when they dunk them in milk.
That I gotta see. Yours must be very exceptional, Miss Terry.
Oh, they are. Mine have vitamins in them.
Gee, the places you find vitamins these days.
Would you like to try a sample?
Well, gosh, that's awfully sweet of you, Miss Terry. I'm just an ordinary sailor, and
might be a novelty. We usually don't get anything like that in camp, you understand what I mean? We don't.
You know, I'm working on a new one now that no one's tasted yet.
You put a lot of time on this, don't you? It seems to be quite a hobby. How about that sample you promised me? I'm getting kind of interested.
All right. How many would you like?
How many would I like? Well, I don't want to be a pig, but I could handle your entire output.
Now, don't overestimate yourself, sailor. You know, they're very fattening.
On me, they have the opposite effect. Maybe it's because I have to work so hard for the ones I get. I don't know, but it's just the way it works out. I find it
All right.
reduce me.
Close your eyes.
Close my eyes? Gosh, you really make a production out of it. Okay, my eyes are closed.
Are you ready for it?
Let me have it, sis.
Here you are.
Miss Terry, you shoved a cookie into my mouth.
Well, what did you think I was going to do? Kiss you?
Oh, now, look, there's some mix-up here. I was sent here to ask you to help out with our new bond drive. Buy a bond, kiss a movie star. You know, I was...
Oh. Yeah. Then you were expecting me to kiss you just now.
Well, I wasn't expecting no cookie. You made a kiss sound so interesting that I thought I'd try one and find out what everyone was raving about.
Oh, I'm sorry I disappointed you, sailor. Here.
Let me try one of those cookies again.
You kissed very nicely, sailor.
Now, look, I got to get back to camp.
You have perfect cadence.
Please, this is strictly business. Do you want to help our drive?
I will if you'll take me out this time.
Please, this is strictly business.
Oh, gosh, sailor, you're slow. Last night I was out with Orson Welles, and I wasn't with him the minute that he didn't have his arms around me.
Oh, Orson Welles, but he's got jet propulsion, you know. What do you say? Do you want to help out our bond drive?
I'd be glad to, but first I've got to turn out a batch of cookies for the canteen.
Well, I'll help you. I know all about baking and cooking, baking. On my last leave, I had some people for dinner, and I prepared a terrific meal. In the top compartment of the stove, I roasted a chicken and a turkey, and in the bottom compartment, I broiled a goose. But do you know something, Ruth? I think I used too much sherry.
Now, what makes you think so?
Well, when I opened the top compartment, the turkey was doing a Roomba with the chicken, and the goose stuck his head out of the bottom compartment and yelled, "Stop that dancing up there!" I'll make these cookies here. I'll follow this recipe of yours. Now, let's see. This recipe. I hope it's a little more entertaining than that joke. 2 eggs. Where's the egg?
Right in front of you.
These round white things with the shells on them?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you must have some old-fashioned chickens around here. The ones that work for the Navy lay them powdered. I understand some of them are powdered the Coast Guard, too, but I'm not sure that that's not a rumor. Well, I'll do the best I can. Break 2 eggs, it says here. Messy, isn't it? Now separate them. Okay, I'll put one on the table and one on the sink. This one belongs in the sink. Now, what's next? Oh, I see. Miss Perry, where's your scotch?
Scotch?
Yes, it says beat the egg whites until stiff. Oh, that means the eggs, not me. I wasn't sure about that. Let's see what's next.
Just get the pan. I've got the batter all ready.
Well, all we have to do is put it in the oven. Put it in the oven.
Let's see, let's sit in the parlor while we're waiting, shall we?
Sit in the parlor? Oh, no. None of that stuff.
Why not?
Sit in the parlor. I know that sit in the parlor routine. First it's, let's turn the lights down low, and then it's, let me hold your hand, then let's put your arms around me, and then...
Yes?
First thing you know, the cookies are all burned.
Thank you, America. Thank you for heeding our plea and taking care of your car. Our country's transportation system would be crippled if you didn't. You know that. You know, too, that new cars are a long way off, that you can't get one for an estimated 2 years after the war. So I'm thanking millions of you motorists for driving in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse, because they're a friendly mobile gas dealers equipped to help your car run better, longer. Keep remembering to have your oil changed often, and your car's a lucky car if you get Mobil Oil. Mobil Oil, the largest selling brand of motor oil on earth. May I repeat that? It's the largest selling brand of motor oil on earth. Mobil Oil is built especially for wartime driving. It works to keep your motor clean, to keep it running smoothly. How it guards each vital engine part against rust, wear, and friction. Folks, the oil in the crankcase can make a difference in the life of your car. So keep it fresh, keep it full up, keep it Mobil Oil.
Comes time now for some of the hottest music ever written. The Mercury offers you with enthusiasm an old friend from Cuba, a terrific performer, the inimitable, the overwhelming Miguelito Valdez.
Babaloo, Babaloo, Django, Babaloo, ayer está empezando lo velorio, hay que le hacemos a Babaloo, que dame 17 velas pa' ponerlo en coro. Dame un cabo de tabaco Mayén y un jarrito de aguardiente. Dame un poco de dinero Mayén, ay pa' que no te la suerte. Yo quiero pedir, ay que mi negra me quiera, ay que tenga dinero y que no se muera. Ay, yo le quiero pedir a Babaloo, ella una negra bembona como tú, y que no tenga toro negro, ay pa' que no se fuera. Y Babaloo, y Babaloo, y Babaloo, ay mamá. Babaloo, Ingweta cara, kinini nyambo, Babaloo, ay papá. Hey, mamá, que queremos decir que te dice que mamá que llama como tu que tira todo un tiro con los mimar, su cosa tan mucho de la win barco como cajatoro. Si viene que yo como yo le ropa la levita, si viene que yo sé que me inventa cosas, si viene que yo lo pondré en el pate con sus 3 años, saca tu cara mamá que si mañana yo me muero. Si mañana yo me muero, mamá, tierra manga cosa buena, pero eso también me invita a piquir como mamá la papá que oh, Babaloo, aye, Babaloo, aye.
I'd like to read you now a short story, especially written for me to broadcast by one of the first talents in American literature, John Steinbeck. The name of the story is With Your Wings. He knew, most of all, that he wanted to go home, that there was something at home he had to get, and he didn't even know what it was. During the long, hard training, there had not been time to think of himself, nor to want anything. The ceremony at the end was unreal. He stood with the 16 others, all of them rigid as cypress logs, and the silver wings were pinned to his blouse over his heart. There was a speech by the colonel, and half of his mind heard it. The other half was going home. He walked to his Model A Ford and got in, slammed the door. From the corners of his eyes, he could see the gold bars on his shoulders. The silver wings were heavy over his heart. He started the clattering open roadster and listened for a moment to the flapping pistons and drove away in the sunny golden afternoon. The front wheels waggled loosely, and he let the steering wheel slip back and forth in his hand. A training plane flew over and banked. He glanced up and knew that the pilot was not going home. Now he was frightened of his success. He tilted his cap a little and sat very straight behind the wheel. Then he turned off the highway and into the rutted lane. The meadowlark flew ahead. from fence post to fence post, singing his coming like a herald. The young cotton was strong and dark and clean in the field. The porches of the cottage were crowded as he drove by. Children washed and dressed in their best and starchiest clothes, hair bursting with ribbons, and the older people standing behind on the porches. At each house, they watched him pass, and then the families walked solemnly down the steps into the lane and followed him, like people going to church. Men and women and children in their best clothes. He could see them in the sun-cracked rear-view mirror, moving into the lane behind him. His own folks were standing on the porch waiting for him, his father in white shirt and black string tie and dark church clothes, his lean chin held high. His mother in her blue and white print dress, each hand in front of her, holding the other to keep it from escaping. His grown sister, pretty and breathless, her lips a little open. His young brother, with eyes so wide that his forehead wrinkled up. Second Lieutenant William Thatcher stopped his car and got out slowly and moved slowly toward the porch, and the gathering neighbors came up behind him. He planned how it would be. He'd treat the whole thing casually as though it were nothing at all. He'd planned to say, "Hello, Pa," kiss his mother and sister and pick up his little brother and tousle his hair, but it wasn't like that at all. It wasn't nothing. It was something. He walked slowly toward the porch and stood looking up at his father. He could hear the rustle as the neighbors moved silently near and formed a half-circle behind him. It was as though his own people were sitting in judgment on him. The sun was warm on the porch and on the roses against the porch, and the sun was hot on his golden shoulder bars. He could see them shine from the corner of his eyes. He'd thought to come home in triumph, and it wasn't that at all. He took off his cap with the gold eagle on it and held it in his hand. He saw the tall father lick his lips, and then his father said, softly, "Son, every Negro in the world is going to fly with your wings." And then he knew. His breath caught sharply against his throat. He climbed the steps and went blindly past them into the house and into the bedroom where he'd grown up. Lieutenant William Thatcher lay down on the white bed. His heart was pounding. He could hear a little quiet murmur of voices in front of the house. He knew they were going to sing in a moment. And he knew now what he was to them. Time to say goodnight now, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's also time to say goodbye. This has been a new venture for most of us in the Mercury Theater, this comedy variety show. We've learned a lot in 26 weeks. We've had a lot of fun. We hope you've shared in some of it. We'll be back on the air next season, maybe with another kind of show, maybe not. It depends a lot on you. Your letters are a great encouragement, and we thank you for them. Most of all, we thank you for listening, and while I'm handing out thanks, I'd like to mention Lud Gluskin, who's made most of our music, and the men in our all-star jazz combination, and Harry Essman, our producer, and Robert Fresnel from the agency, and Gary Harris, our Miracle Man engineer, who's brought this show to you loud and clear from all the Army camps we've played. And I'd like to thank our writers, too. We're proud of the job they've done for us, and we're very fond of them. Bud Pearson, Lou White, Les White, and Lou Quinn. I'd like to thank the men and officers of the Coast Guard station here tonight at Long Beach, particularly Captain W.F. Toll, District Coast Guard officer, for their help and cooperation. Finally, and most of all, our thanks go to our sponsors, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil. They've made this a pleasant and rewarding engagement. We say goodbye with regret, and we take pleasant memories away with us. You'll be hearing from the Mercury again, everybody. Until then, you remain, as always, obediently yours.
Ruth Terry appears. Ruth Terry appears through the courtesy of Republic Pictures, producers of the musical Atlantic City. Lou Merrill speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.